Pop.
Oh!
They get it! Get it! Gets the kill.
Oh! Nice play!
Dude, you need to take control. Be done! That's gonna hurt the belly. And that man just secured the win. Welcome to the WGLNA Season 2 Finals, live from the ESL Studios in Burbank, California. Today, 4 teams will fight for the lion's share of a $325,000 prize pool and the chance to represent North America at the Grand Finals in Moscow. I'm Joshua Gray, joined by Christian Bullock, known as Meadowhawk from 07 Gaming, and Edward Arundel, we know him as B-Ted from thedailybounce.net. Gentlemen, we have some explosive matches in store today.
It is an exciting day. We are super excited to be here. The teams obviously flew in on Thursday. They had a media day yesterday. Atmosphere's good. We have a lot of new players never been here before, so it should be an exciting day.
This is an amazing day. We have the 4 best teams in North America. They're here to fight it out from the bottom team, the 4th-ranked team, top tier, all the way to Elevate, our #1 seed. All these teams want to do as best as they possibly can and seek to represent the NA.
Now, today is going to be the 2 semifinal matches and then the grand finals. But with World of Tanks, it's a free-to-play game. You can play it on PC, consoles, and mobile. But, gentlemen, let's break down how the competitive format for World of Tanks works.
The current Wargaming League net format is a 7x68, which means there are 7 players that are going to be using up to 68 tank tier points. So the most common formats you're going to see is 6 tier 10s and a tier 8, or 5 tier 10s and 2 tier 9s. Those teams are going to use those tanks in a attack-defense style format where the defending team has to defend 2 cap circles, and the attacking team has to either destroy all the defending tanks or capture one of those cap circles. The format ensures that the action is going to be fast and furious while these teams battle it out to figure out who's going to the Global Grand Finals.
And B-Ted, we'll see a lot of tank variations as well, since there's a lot of tanks available in the game.
Absolutely. You're going to see different variations. You'll see a lot will be map dependent. Depending on what map you're going to see a lot more heavies on Himmelsdorf than you're going to see on any steps or anything like that. And it'll be map dependent and also team preference.
Now let's talk about the journey of these teams. We had 8 teams compete across 9 weeks, and now only 4 remain, and these 4 teams have quite the road ahead of them. This first match is a $30,000 money match. Well, let's break down the bracket and how it's going to work for today.
When you're looking specifically at this bracket, you have the #1 seeded team, Elevate. They're the best team in the league by far. They only lost 13 individual matches so far this season. They won 70. They're that dominant. They also have, as Meadow pointed out, the best players in the league, arguably, on Elevate. On the other side, you have top tier with their professor, who is their leader, Rude Awakening, the captain. If anyone can pull it off, he's known as an expert in strategies, skills, and managing his players. He's got a great bunch of guys. Anything can happen in WGLNA. That happens a lot. The second bracket is the match to watch. You have Dare Rising versus Eclipse. When you see these 2 teams, they've beaten each other once so far this season. They're both incredibly competitive. They're last year's 2nd place and 3rd place teams and are back again. That's going to be a real incredible match to watch.
The excitement's palpable. You can feel it in the room. We have quite the crowd ready for some World of Tanks action. Let's talk about these first 2 teams, though, because this is a big deal. Elevate, the undefeated champion, is 1 match away from securing their spot in Moscow. And Top Tier, who I got to speak to last night extensively, is ready for this series. So let's talk about Elevate. Why are they so good?
They're so good because they've been in the season for so long. Obviously, they started off way back as the Cunninghams, and then they turned into Apex and then the Noble, and they've been many variations. And all along the way, Comps has been picking up players, to develop the strongest NA team he can, because his eye is on winning Global Grand Finals. They have some of the best players. On the bench, you have Vetro and Germ. I mean, easily those 2 players could easily start for any team on this.
Absolutely.
Now, Elevate, we've seen a variety of different skill sets, you can say, from each of these individual players, but the team comps at the end of the day is what's going to win these series. And pun intended, Comps, the leader of Elevate, he's a pretty staunch guy. He's a very serious guy, and he doesn't take things lightly when he wins or when he loses.
His level of focus is so impressive. He gets the team in track. He does everything he possibly can to make sure that they're as ready as they possibly can be when they get up to that to their pods and they're all ready to play. When they're ready to play, a lot of that comes from Comps, the preparation he puts into it, and I think player-wise, he has the best players in the league. And not only that, he's got them to work together, and they've all playing off each other's strengths now, which makes them so incredibly dangerous.
Top Tier ready to fight, ready to win. As you guys mentioned, the David and the David versus Goliath story match here. Top Tier fought very hard to make it where they're at in this season for the season finals. What are the strengths of Top Tier, and what do they have to overcome obstacle-wise, either themselves or to defeat Elevate in this next matchup?
Well, we saw this last time 2 seasons ago in Vegas. Obviously, Top Tier just came out of Silver League this season. They qualified, and now they're here at the Grand Finals. In Vegas, it was Eclipse just coming out of Silver League. And, now, they were taking on a then Noble, who was the strong team. They managed to win and go to Grand Finals. So Top Tier, they have that drive. I would say they're easily the most improved team this season. I mean, they started off a bit rough, but now they have the momentum, and they are looking to hopefully repeat what Eclipse did to Noble.
They're excited about it. They did run into another obstacle when they lost one of their players this past week. Pompous is not playing today, and that just gives another challenge to them. And the thing is I'll go back to another one of their strengths, is they're a team. They're young guys. They're generally young, but they do have some experience. Ex-Soldier, who's played all the way back to I Love Lamp, he can bring some of that experience to help out Rude in the team. He was starting today, as I understand it. If you're on Twitter, you've seen them, and I really think Ex-Soldier will bring that something extra, and that'll be a really big challenge. We'll see if Elevate, how they react to not seeing a regular player come into that. I think Elevate's going to play Elevate's game, but I really think at the end of the day, we're going to see Top Tier play the best game they possibly can. At
the start of the season, Rude Awakening was looking for his next lineup. Yeah. And he had open tryouts, had over 30 people try out, and to 26 of them, he said, don't come back ever again. That's how serious he wanted to take these matches in this entire season, and you can see the focus, you can see the determination, because they are up against quite a struggle, quite a hill against Elevate.
He brought back the Top Tier name that we haven't seen since, I think, Season 4. And he retired the name, and he brought it back with these guys. That shows a level of confidence. And he even mentioned on in their overtime win to make it here at the semifinals that he wouldn't have taken a penny of pay if they hadn't made it this far. That's the confidence level he has in this team. Let's see what happens. I'm really excited to see what's going to happen as they go head-to-head with Elevate in the first match.
Now, these matches are powered by Legion, world-class gaming PCs, Legion by Lenovo, and we have a giveaway during today's broadcast. All you have to do, folks, is go on social media and use that hashtag WGLNA Legion and correctly guess what will be the final score of today's grand final. We're going to pick 4 of the correct entries and send them tablets, thanks to our friends at Legion by Lenovo. We're just waiting for final confirmation for our players to be ready for this first matchup. Now, there's one thing, gentlemen, to compete online, and that's what happens for the majority of the season. These players are playing from the comfort of their living rooms. Some of them are able to get together and play within the same room as each other for better communication, but it's a different type of skill set, a lot more nerves, a lot more at stake when you play in a LAN setting. And for a number of these individuals, a number of these players have been here, done that many, many times. And some of them, it's a brand new experience. You have competed on the stage before compared to playing online. Break down for us, what is the difference to you playing from the comfort of your own home versus playing in front of an audience here?
Obviously, it's almost like home field advantage versus, playing it away. You can say, oh, you should be good enough. You're just playing a computer game. But it's those little things that matter, the height of the seat, the angle of the seat. Obviously, these players are bringing in their own peripherals. They have their own mice. They have their own keyboards. But it's, height of desk. They can't adjust the desk on stage. They have to deal with that. And then also there's the live factor. You're playing in front of an audience who, let's be honest, they're going to judge you if you make a mistake.
That's right. That's what they're here to do, folks. And we're ready for our first matchup. So B10 Meadowhawk, thank you for your thoughts. We'll check in with you after the match. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to throw it to the dynamic duo who's been covering World of Tanks for North America all season long, Rockstar and Rookkill. Gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Clutch. It's a real pleasure to be here. I'm looking forward to these matches. It is going to be a great day.
Yes, absolutely. Like we heard the guys talking about before, Elevate is absolutely favored in this, but I'm holding on, and I know you are a little bit too, for Top Tier to really throw an upset in here.
Everyone loves underdogs. Everyone.
It's always so much fun because it's the unexpected. It's something new. And Top Tier might have something. I have incredible confidence in Rude. He's impressed me as a leader, as a battle caller, and I'm waiting to see if he's going to be able to take this young, newer team to a victory.
Now, speaking of teams, let's take a look at Elevate right now. Comps, we already talked about them, their manager, but then they have one of the most talented lineups in the league, to where a player like Vetro who could be starting for any other team in the league, is riding the bench. They have Dodoma, Nitz, Brett, Wallhack's their caller, Ox Mathis, one of their superstars. This whole team is stacked.
Exactly. You're watching for Wallhacks. He's the caller. He's going to be the one leading the team. He sits in the second row up on stage, and he's started a little bit rockier earlier in the season, but once he got into his groove, I really started to see Elevate hit a stronger tempo. They were already a strong team, but now Wallhacks is incredibly comfortable with these guys. I want to see how it plays out on the live stage. On top tier, we always focus on Rude Awakening. He's really the anchor. You've called him the professor.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was really funny when they walked into the hotel the other day. The whole team was already there. You have a bunch of these young kids. If you look at their age, 19, 21, 19, 18, a lot of younger kids. And then Rude walks in wearing a sports coat, dragging his luggage, and it looks like the professor with his pupils, with his students. It was great. And the way he runs that team, he's the one in charge. He's the one that says, look, it's my way. We're going to do it this way. You all listen. And it's kind of just that same dynamic.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like we're actually going to be ready for the first face-off between Elevate and Top Tier. We're going to head to Josh on the stage.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm joined by Comps and Rude Awakening. Congratulations on making it this far. Elevate, you are one match away from securing your spot in Moscow. You're undefeated, but give me your thoughts before this first matchup.
I mean, we took a lot of time to prepare for this, so we feel ready, and we feel comfortable playing in these semifinals.
Ready, comfortable, willing. What about you, Rude Awakening? Top tier, you guys have quite a fight ahead of you.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a good battle. We prepared really hard as well. We worked on every single map very, very diligently. We worked on individual player moves and rotations and everything from the top to the bottom, everything.
Now, do you have any words for your opponents before we start?
Good luck, and let's have some fun.
Good luck and have fun.
Good luck and have fun. All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. To your booths. Let's get this match started. Back to the commentators.
Thank you very much, Clutch. You know, and you can even see it with what he's saying right there. For the way this team went throughout the season, Rude had to be professor. He had to teach this team. He had to bring them up from what they were. You know, they were a diamond in the rough, and he has really molded them into his team throughout the season.
And that's actually one of the things I like that you bring up, because with the younger players, they're much more malleable. You can decide to kind of focus their energy, decide how they're going to operate. They're not set in their ways like a lot of veterans can be, and that can cause problems when you change around rosters. But that's what Top Tier might be able to, show us today.
Right, absolutely. Now, before we get ready with our first battle of the day, let's go ahead and take a little bit closer look at this matchup.
Top Tier is a good team. They have some good players, but we have more skill and more talent in the long run, I'd say, and we've just been around longer. The skill that we have through practice, everything that we've done, all the work we've put in, just put us at the top.
In order to be Elevate, we need to step up our game. We need to be focused. We need not to be afraid. We need to look our enemies in the eyes.
We have stronger players. We have more experience. The only way we can lose, really, is if we go up there and don't play the game.
We're the underdogs, and in a lot of seasons in WGL, the underdogs have won.
We are reckless. We have nothing to lose, yet they have a lot to lose.
We're very confident. Actually, 1 second. I got a phone call from Top Tier, I think. Hello? Rude? Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah, appreciate it. Oh, you just told me we're going to win, so, I mean, no chance. We're gonna dominate.
Oh, you got to love the confidence out of both teams, both from ready to go there. And I really love what Akako said is, we have nothing to lose, they have everything to lose. They know it, they know there's no pressure on them, they know they're the underdogs. Elevate, they've been practicing hard, they've been scrimming against EU teams. They are ready to go to the grand finals, but before they can do that, they have to win their first match today.
Yep, it's going to start out on Ghost Town. And that's a little bit of kind of a 1-in-1. It's the symmetrical map for our league. It's where you can play around, bring bat chats, bring a more mobile lineup, but with the new mouse meta, we've seen a huge shift recently. And so we're going to see how these teams have adjusted, if they're able to innovate with any new strategies, and whatever else we're looking for there.
Yeah, and then we'll go on to Mines after that. And when I was talking to Rude the other day, he said that he had no problem admitting that they're going to be playing high risk, high reward. And seeing a map like Mines come into the map pool early, you know, there could be some fun battles really early on today.
Yeah, and that's ideal for top tier. Top tier wants to get into this series early. If this goes heavily in favor of Elevate early in the series, it's difficult to climb out of. But this is also a best of 13, not the normal best of 9 that we see in the regular season.
Yeah, and I actually was talking to Wallhacks about that the other day as well. And something he said is he really actually likes the best of 13s because he feels it's a little bit easy to get cheesed, as it were, in a regular best of 9. You know, you have someone pull some stuff over on you, it's really easy to get behind. In a best of 13, he feels that the team with the most skill really will prevail in the long run because they have that time to claw back.
Exactly the purpose of the best of 13 as well. Just raise the stakes a little bit, make it so you play across a greater variety of maps. You only get to ban 2, and the 2 maps banned here were Steps and Cliff, which top tier has performed well on Cliff.
Yeah, well, and another thing to keep an eye on though is Cliff is today's tiebreaker. So even though it's banned, we still may see it later. However, we are done talking about the maps. We are ready for the first battle of the series.
Ghost Town. The first absolutely symmetrical map, made especially for 7 versus 7 games. The teams start the battle on opposite sides. There are numerous ways to attack here. One of the bases is located in the central square, the other one at the top of the city. The hardest battles are usually fought for the top base, and this calls for the use of heavy tanks. Sometimes the teams choose fast tanks for spotting and base capturing.
And here we go with our first battle of today. Elevate a 113, 2 50Bs, 2 Mouses, and 2 Tier 9 Bat Chats. Top tier, 3 Mouses, a T57 Heavy, 2 Bat Chats, and an AMX 1390.
All right, so you've got a decent mix of mobility for both sides, but look at the mouse in choice on top tier. They've got a lot of hit points, a lot of armor. I'm expecting them to head straight into the city, bring those lighter Bat Chats around on the flanks, see if they can get early damage and catch a lead, and then follow through from there. Elevate, on the other hand, looks like they'll set up 2 Mouse, 113 and 50Bs. They're going to play something more reactive, or those 50Bs can be used kind of like a hit squad and just move in huge amount of damage and then get out.
And that's something we used to see a lot before, but after the Mouse got buffed, it became a lot harder for those 50Bs to regularly pen those Mouses. So we've seen kind of a shift away from that, and we've actually seen a lot more T57s come out. They have the heat shells to deal with the Mouse armor, and they have raw DPM in their favor, 22-second reload on that clip. They can pump out a world of hurt really quickly.
Oh, and look at this. 50Bs down south have found Mariel. So Bat Chat from top tier getting spotted, noticing that the 50Bs are split south. That could prompt top tier to move forward, and it looks like their Mouses are going to start getting into position for the number 2 cap. We'll see how this one's going to go down, as it will take Elevate's reactions to handle
and
the
Elevate's
situation.
really split right now, and those 50Bs are actually repositioning towards the north. They understand it, and look at this top tier just pushing straight in. They don't care. They're moving close. They're using the armor of that Mouse. They're angling, getting some shots off, not penetrating anything though.
Not yet. The Mouse armor was recently buffed, and so it's quite a bit harder to successfully penetrate that tank. And so at distances like this, even at what you would call medium range, they're going to struggle. But those penned, we got 482 and a little trade back towards Delta. Hit points overall, though. Look at how even they are. 15K.
Still in favor of top tier.
Just barely.
And look at how aggressive these guys are. They're not sitting here playing this corner. They're moving up.
Oh, look at this. La Cucaracha Ciega is moving around the flank to the north. Bat Chat's coming in as well. This is going to be the initial attack from top tier. We'll see if Elevate's able to hold this off and move in with their own counter flank. On the southern.
Getting some shots in the Tier 9 Bat Chats are coming in behind. However, the first tanks they're going to come across is going to be those Mouses, so I don't know how effective they are going to be dealing with that.
But look at this. Nitz is taking fire. He's going to have to try and get into solid cover, but there's not a lot out here. He's out in the open. He's about to go down. Zitz, elsewhere on the map, the T57 will go down, but in exchange, Nitz is going to be out. They turn their attention to External in the Mouse. He backs off and may be able to get away. Hold on for a little bit longer.
1-for-1 trades, a lot of HP going back and forth. Rude Awakening even getting involved in that 1390. External down to a one-shot. Got Emperor Brett losing his commander.
And Delth goes down to Dodoma and the 50B. The 50B helping out Ox Mathis. Nice compliment, but now it looks like Elevate's going to have to start pulling back with their autoloaders while their Mice try and clean it up.
Yeah, but Kako looking for a shot. He knows Brett's going to come around that corner. Takes the shot on Ox Mathis instead. Bounce shot from Ox onto Kako. Unusual seeing Ox rush a shot like that right now. Maybe some nerves sitting on that stage.
He'll get a little bit more damage out before he's about to be taken down. Won't last, but no, he's going to actually go a little longer. And Dodoma's going to have to use one of his 4 shells on that tank. So that's effective for top tier, but hit points are right now in favor of Elevate.
Yeah, but top tier, Fixer reloaded, taking a lot of damage here, blocking a few more. He's looking for the shot onto Ox. Ox angling his armor. Fixer knowing he can't penetrate at that angle, so he's just holding his shot. Cannot miss fast enough. Rude Awakening does pick up Canadian Impact.
That's huge. Now look at this. Wallhacks has found himself into the lines of top tier. He's going to try and find one of those one-shots. Muriel in a Batchat, X-Soldier in the Batchat. They just need one shell and they're out. Rude Awakening is one of the healthy tanks, and Lukukurach Siega can only take one more shell in his mouse before he is down. This looks like an Elevate win to start it off, but Rude Awakening comes screaming around the corner, gets taken down. Nice play by Wallhacks.
Takes 2 shots, and Muriel picks it up onto Wallhacks. Dodoma trades it out, though, takes out Fixer reloaded.
He's healthy enough, he could finish this match on his own. And he might just be able to do that as he keeps moving to the north. He finds X-Soldier, gets the shot, gets the kill. And now with one tank remaining, Elevate is about to start the series off with a bang.
And Muriel is spotted. They know exactly where he is. And all these tanks closing from different angles. They have him boxed in. Dodo coming around the corner, looking for the shot. Creeping forward just ever so carefully. He knows he only has 2 shots left in his clip. He does not know that Muriel's only on 1 shot. So Muriel just playing it slow. He can kill either Ox or Brett with that 1 shot. However, penetrating that mouse, he fired
nice
flash shot into Dodoma.
A decent roll could get a kill onto Dodoma.
But Brett's going to pick this kill up right now, and that's going to be a 1-0 lead for Elevate.
Right, strong play right there. Close enough to make me worry at some point. It was aggressive from top tier. You can see it though. Elevate recognized the situation. They started out with a very spread out approach, understanding that they could probably reconnoiter, reposition themselves in such a way that they could form a defensive line. They did that, and top tier walked into that position, didn't get the shots they needed, didn't get the hits, and that's how a brawl goes. It's very tricky and difficult to read, especially when you've got so many little fights erupting all over the battlefield.
Yep, and it was a little bit uncoordinated there from top tier. The mouses in 57 started poking, and those Batchats were about 20 seconds out of being in position.
And note this, the 3 top damage dealers were all top tier.
Yep, 2 of the mouses and Batchat of Muriel doing pretty solid, and for those playing the fantasy today, getting some solid fantasy points in the first round. However, Ox, External, Dodoma, and even Wallhacks in the Tier 9 Batchat putting up some solid damage.
But look at this. Zitz in that T57, he was looking to be a major damage dealer, and he was taken out so early.
And he had 1 shot of damage, and even that, it's a low roll.
Exactly, and that hurts so much. That's where top tier really, I think, fell apart in this one. Had Zitz been able to stay alive, we might have been seeing a different battle.
It was the 2 mouses and him pushed around that opening corner. And once again, it comes down to the positioning of those Batchats. They were a little bit too far out for my liking. The mouses pushed in to try to screen that cap. Rude was sitting on the cap. They knew they had to take Nits out, so they pushed in. But the problem was is they traded all that HP too early. The timing was just that little bit off. And that timing, well, it's only 10 or 15 seconds. That can make the difference in one of these matches.
Exactly. It's about 1,000 hit points left at the end for Elevate. So looking at that, this is one where they know they just pulled a win out, but they know it could have gone the other way. So Elevate now recognizes they have an opponent that they do need to respect. They can't take top tier for granted at all. Now, what top tier does on this next side is we're going to swap sides. Where top tier just attacked, they will now defend, and Elevate will now be on the attack.
Yep. Now speaking of attack, we're on Ghost Town.
Yeah.
Elevate. Where do you think they go? Do you think they stay south like they have been towards the end of this season, or do you think they change it up now that it's the finals?
That's an interesting thought. They could have a few strategies in their pocket depending on what they see out of their opponent. Based on that last lineup being a little bit heavier for top tier, I'd expect they might heavy up as well.
Well, and since the meta changes and the changes happened to the mouse, Elevate has really stuck hard with that south cap. Playing the different crossfires, using the mouses to bully their way onto cap. They can absorb some damage and then use 1 or 2 tanks to flank around on the outside, especially Canadian Impact and Wallhacks. So maybe something to keep an eye on here as we get ready for our second battle of the series.
Yeah, I'm thinking that if you know Elevate has played that second cap, the middle of the map there, more often than as top tier, you might be able to create a counter strat more easily. So maybe Elevate's thinking of switching it up, but then you're getting deep into the head games. Is my opponent going to expect
Well, we're in the second round, and we're already sitting here talking about head game.
Well, that's what all this is about right now. They're just trying to figure out what are they going for, what state is my opponent in, are they focused, are they on point, should I be worried, are they going to play aggressive, are they going to try and pull something tricky out early on, or are they just what is going on. So we're watching them develop and understand their opponent. This is going to be a long series, so they've got a few battles to figure things out.
Yeah, and remember with Elevate, though, they are also comfortable enough that they may not need to think they need to pull out those head games. They may just stick to what they've been doing because they think they can just simply outplay top tier. Now, looking at the lineups, Elevate coming in here with an IS-7, 3 Mouses, a Batchat, a WZ-111, and Dodoma dropping down to the Tier 9 Batchat, something we see every now and then. Still unusual, but it happens. Meanwhile, top tier coming in with 3 Mouses, a T-57, 2 Batchats, and Rude Awakening opting for the RU-251 this time.
Yeah, they are going to be able to heavy up, so we're going to have to see how this one pans out. Look at that opening scout run from Muriel in the Batchat going towards the mid. He's going to head out with Canadian Impact making a similar loop. So Elevate and top tier going to... Oh, look at that. Ex-Soldier actually is spotted far south, so Canadian Impact able to get that. A little bit of info on
It was actually
top.
Rude Awakening that spotted Nits and Wallhacks. Just found a really simple angle, but extremely narrow through A4. Knew exactly where to sit to light it. Went there intentionally, and now he's going to spot these two coming onto the cap. And look at this. We were just talking about this. Instead, they are opting indeed for that North 1 cap right now.
Yeah, classic fast cap. Put 2 on, not 3. 3 tanks can be a little bit much, a little bit risky. And in the meantime, they're going to move that squad of Mouse up to the mid to try and grab the attention, delay their opponent, and just be giant damage sponges. But of course, let's not forget, the Mouse deals a decent amount of DPM now, so you cannot take it for granted.
Yep, and Rude Awakening sitting here up on the boost, trying to get those resets, has to destroy the little broken half buildings right there. And finally, one little HE shot comes in and hits Nits. Rude fires another one at Wallhacks, and Nits and Wallhacks are both going to leave the cap. They're going to go for the brawl, which has started. And look at all these tanks closing in. Fixer Reloaded here on the south. That's in a 3v1. He did not want to go around that corner.
Yeah, Elevate has recognized the opening. Top tier is not completely together. They have 2 major damage dealers off on the flanks. Their RU is out of position to be able to support as effectively as they would like. And so Elevate is going to have more guns on targets at the beginning of this fight.
That's 2 tanks down, Fixer Reloaded, and Exits going down. However, they do trade it out and take out External. Now, Ox is getting focused out by these autoloaders. Now, it looks like Akako should be able to get the kill shot here onto Ox. Muriel has 2 more shots, but got Emperor Brett coming around the corner there. Knows that he can pin that Batchat. Canadian Impact now in behind, going for the soft, easy shots onto Muriel. Exchange, a lot of exchange going on to Canadian Impact. He's down to a 1-shot. Akako managing to survive.
And top tier has managed to hang on better than expected. 5,000 hit points to the 3,000 of top tier. This is still something that top tier could find a way of working, but I'm starting to doubt as...
Dodoma's come across Rude Awakening. He puts 2 shots into him. He should get a 3rd. Rude trying to run, but it's going to come into Canadian Impact. Rude alive on a 1-shot. Dodoma chasing him down.
There we go. Akako getting the kill onto Wallhacks, saving Delph.
And Rude actually got the track shot there onto Dodoma.
Nicely played by top tier, but yes, this looks like it's going to be another win for Elevate. Dodoma going up against Rude. That's Akako down, 1 tank alive. Rude's fighting for his life, but it's not gonna work. Canadian finishes him off, and that's battle number 2 in favor of Elevate. They've started this one off strong. Top tier is thinking about what they're going to do to get themselves back into the series. They've got time, and we're about to head to Mines.
Brett. Look at Brett. Look at that damage he did this game. 4,500 damage, 2 kills, and a Mouse. Not bad.
Yeah, he actually only missed one shell. That's it. That's it. 1 shell, and didn't even travel an entire kilometer. He barely got to move around. He just shot things the entire time. And look at that accuracy on point.
Yep, in this season, fun fact for you guys, top tier played this map 18 times, had a 61% overall win rate, so it's not like they really struggle on this map. But Elevate just putting their foot down, saying, we're not having any of this. We are shutting you guys down early, not giving them an inch.
Yeah, and take a look at the lineups, Rox. Look at the way these break down. On the side of Elevate, they mixed up a lot of their heavier tanks, throwing an IS-7 into the mix, not bringing those 50 Bs from last time. And I'm thinking that because of the slightly lighter lineup from top tier, that might have been a place where Elevate just sticking together in one large unit, just creating those crossfires, not allowing anyone to get caught out on any of the flanks or on their own. That's really what worked here.
Well, what I really liked out of that was we so often see teams try to go for these cap fast, where they put tanks on cap, they try to get it, and then they get reset once, and then they stick around, they try to rebuild it up, and they stick with that cap fast over and over again, trying to build up more and more cap pressure. The second they got reset once, Nits and Wallhacks didn't even hesitate. They drove off. They knew that they had that overmatch. Wallhacks, being their caller, saw the opportunity. He's like, we can get in here behind them for free. We can get this isolation, and that started them off on a 2v1 trade, which, you know, 9 times out of 10, you're going to take that 2v1 trade.
Yeah, they recognized the lineup, the positioning from top tier was just such that if they'd stayed on the cap, if they decided to go for that objective, they would have lost. They knew that an RU-251 was going to get the delay. They knew that the bat chats, which hadn't been spotted from top tier, Elevate needed to keep those out of the fight. And they saw one on the, what was it, the east side of the map. They said, okay, that's it. That tank has been spotted. The other bat chat is going to be with him. They're going to be working together. They would not be behind our lines if they weren't.
Well, and Nits and Wallhacks also knew that it was simply Rude Awakening up on the boost in that RU, and there was nothing else up there. So they know they could push up and get real close real easy.
Yep, and now we're about to head into it. This is going to be the second map of the series.
Mines, a small summertime map with lots of hills, rocks and other cover. The teams start the battle in the usual locations, but the base locations are different. One is located in the bottom part of the village and the other one is in the water. One of the key objectives is the center hill. That's why the teams will often select fast vehicles and tanks with strong turrets for cover.
I do not envy top tier right now. Look at this lineup from Elevate. Oh, this is going to be hard.
Okay, you've got a 2-mouse Type 5 and 2 T110 E4s. What this means is you've got armor and firepower, but you're not going anywhere fast.
Because you have Wallhacks in that artillery who's going to sit there and chip away at top tier. And then, once again, you already touched on it. Well, they have that bat chat as well, just to be some eyes, maybe go out towards that one line. But this is going to be hard for top tier to break. Meanwhile, top tier only having the one heavy tank in that 113, opting for 4 bat chats, a TVP, and an RU-251. So a much lighter lineup, a more mobile lineup, and will allow them to flex around a little bit. And we're already seeing this with these bat chats cruising right on down this one line. This could be over before it started, as these bat chats are already spotted.
And they're going to have to make the cross. You pay the toll of 800 hit points, and what was that, about 300 in order to take this position. It's going to cost you, and you don't have a lot of hit points already. You don't have armor, you have mobility, you can't get bogged down as top tier. And they've already taken a little bit of damage, and they've put themselves in a position where Rude Awakening, trying to get out of his initial scouting position, is going to be taken down. Those are eyes and ears off the battlefield, but it does prompt a move, and you're going to see bat chats. That is Delph, an ex-soldier, move in and try and get a quick kill before wasting the opportunity that they've created for themselves.
Delph looking for some shots on Canadian Impact. Gets a penetrating shot. Ex-Soldier takes a lot of damage. Canadian Impact, though, is getting focused out. He's down to a 1-shot, and Delph picks up the kill, trading it out 1-1. Top tier, not out of this yet. Now remember, they did start down on HP by a lot.
Oh, and look at this. Look, Cucarachiega on the hill. Peeks out, a little risky, and takes a shell for it. In the meantime, that's going to make External push up in the mouse, giving his broadside to Cucarachiega, and he gets 1 shell of damage out. Although, pay attention to where he is in the batch out on the hill. It's dangerous. Artillery is probably going to be aiming in, looking for a shot to just delete him off the battlefield. The Batchat doesn't have a lot of armor. 1 artillery shell could just entirely kill him. All it has to do is connect.
Exit's looking for a shot. Gets the connection there, 314. He's reloading now. Ex-Soldier still down here in the south. Now, 6 guns alive, 4 top tier. Now, they've chipped away at Elevate. They are chipping away slowly. Dodoma down to a 1-shot here, bouncing 1 from Delph. And it's actually Nits in the mouse. I didn't even see him cross.
He went out in the open. He just decided, you know what? I'm just going to go for it. And it's working. But guess what? Mareel is on the other side of the map. He's made his way into the high ground. He's being a little mountain gun. He sinks 1 shell for the kill into Dodoma. That's a T110E4. That is a big gun off the battlefield.
Yep, and Ox, External, they are pushing up towards the hill right now. Nits trying to bully Ex-Soldier out. Exits once again reloaded. He's trying to empty out what damage he can into External.
And top tier is handling this better than expected. With the mobility, they've managed to sneak around their opponent's front lines, and with that, they're going to be able to disrupt their positions, get those flank fires, really just kind of, you kite your opponent out. You try and just play guerrilla tactics, get tiny damage where you can, try not to trade, try and just get what you can for free, and we'll fill in the rest. We'll figure out how to make that work. Because look at this. The Kukurachsiega and Muriel are in the backfield. Wallhacks has been spotted in artillery. He's going to take one shell. Does put something out, but he's just about loaded. He's still loaded.
But they can't go chase him because the way the guns are positioned right now.
They could actually sneak it out there, but they don't know. They don't have all of the information they need to make that judgment call. But if they leave Wallhacks where he is for too long, he's going to deal some damage. And he gets one shell out before he goes down, but that's going to be
They pick up
Muriel.
External.
Kill.
Ox trades out with Akako, though. Muriel closing right now, trying to come help out with Nitz. Exits reloading. He's snuck all the way in behind. Muriel only has 3 shots left, but he has full HP, so he's going to use that HP for his team. Take the shots from this mouse while they sit here and they focus fire. 4 guns sitting here, unloading into Nitz. He takes a second shot from him.
And God Emperor Brett might be able to sneak a shell into Muriel before he sneaks behind cover, but no, sneaky moves right there. He's able to keep himself from flipping over, and he'll be safe just a little bit longer. Now, look at the positions from top tier. Their tanks are spread across the southwest, and they're pinned. They can't really escape right now.
Top tier have 2 things going for them right now. They have the mobility, and they have an extra gun. They can't get around. Now, Fix Reloaded does have his gunner dead at the moment.
Oh, that's actually a big note. If his gunner's down, it's going to be harder to make those connections. But the commander does have the crew skill allowing him to help out, jack of all trades. And that's going to mitigate the loss of that group.
And Fixer's going to come in behind here. He might be able to find the kill shot onto Nitz. He gets 1. Does he get the second? He's looking for it. Ex-Soldier trying to find the shot on the lower plate. They're working these angles near perfectly. And Nitz gets the snapshot on the Fixer Reloaded. Elevate holding on by the skin of their teeth.
Absolutely. God Emperor Brett. Let's not forget about him. He's a full health T110E4. That is a tank. No, never mind. I jinxed him. He's taking a little bit of damage now against Zitz. If Rockstar, if he can get that kill on a T5051, a more mobile tank that should be able to get away, that's huge, because then Brett can turn his attention back to the south, and then he can worry about supporting that Type 5 and the Mouse, who are at very low health.
And Exit's going to come under here. He's going to proxylite Ox Mathis.
Yep, get
That
within.
guy in the south may be able to sneak a shot in there.
Yep, get within 50 meters of a tank. Doesn't matter if there's something in the way, and game automatically allows you to spot that tank. So playing that role, helping his team out, but because of that, God Emperor Brett knows that he's gone back to the south. And so that T110E4, that healthy tank that hits so hard, is able to rejoin his team and is going to be able to support in taking on Muriel and Ex-Soldier as well, who are about a one-shot for him.
And Brett, he's just coming around.
He's just going straight in.
He's getting his HP in there. He's saying, you're not going to get to the other 2 until you go through me.
Yeah, but look at that. Ox Mathis, if he has to, might just jump over the cliff and just throw a giant HE shell right into the top of his turret. The armor on the 50-51 is okay, but it might not be good enough to withstand.
It's okay, it's non-existent.
I mean, especially on the top. I mean, it's the roof. You'll just go straight through with an HE shell.
Yeah, well,
Full
my
pen
point.
For, what is it, 1,700 damage with the gold shells?
1715. He should be able to go through even the side. Oh! Gets the shot, picks up the kill, and Elevate taking another one down. They are on their way to making this 3-0.
Yeah, that's why the Type 5 is a powerful tank. You can hit anything at all. You could just touch someone on the tip of their tracks, and you're going to deal 500 damage.
And Brett gets the snap onto Muriel.
Where top tier had a chance, I think it's just about gone. HE from Ox Mathis not quite connecting, throwing up a plume of dust as God Emperor Brett's going to move in, and Nitz is going to get the final kill. That's going to be 3 for Elevate. So Rox, this one's starting off well into the favor of Elevate. This is what we expected if you just looked at the numbers. They have every reason to be in this place. They're one of the best teams. They've been practicing hard. Top tier's been doing what they can. But this is also their first time live on the stage. And there's a little bit of concern out there from Ex-Soldier. It looks like they're just thinking over what they're going to do. Think about what's going through their heads right now. And if you look at this, post-game stats show top tier is in this match. Every single battle so far, they've managed to have players on the leaderboard.
Testing, but Elevate just that one step ahead of them to tips it in their favor. Nitz doing 4,300 damage, 4 kills. And you have to look at it. Elevate, not even doing the orthodox, pushing that mouse out on the one line late to bully those bat chats.
They understood the weakness their opponent had, because a lot of the time you'll assume your opponent always has shots ready for every position. But they gambled. They said, you know what? We're healthier. we're better armored, we can actually pay the toll. We've got the extra currency. We've got the extra bit to pay. And sending nits out there prevented top tier from playing that tempo game. You're setting the tempo. You're making your opponent react to you, because slower lineups often lose in that scenario. When you have a more mobile lineup like top tier had, if you can play that mobility game, if you can keep that going, if you can keep yourself from being pinned down, keep your opponent from taking the stronger positions, like on mines it can be hard to do in mouse and type 5s, right?
Right.
Then you're okay. But that's where Elevate has learned their lesson. They understand that even if we have that slower heavy lineup, let's take the strongest positions, let's understand what we can work with, and realize that if we let our opponent play their game, if Elevate lets top tier play the mobility game against their armor, they're going to eventually whittle them down.
Yeah, well, and the one thing that just based upon the lineups that top tier really needed to drive home is their crossfires needed to be pristine early, and they need to punish them every step of the way because they just don't have the HP or the armor to play those games. And just, once again, I'm going to go back to it. Letting them knit in a mouse. Guys, a mouse is the size of a 2-story building, moves about as fast as a turtle.
And they sent it into the water.
Into the water. And he didn't take a shot of damage until after he almost had killed X-Soldier and made that full loop, and then crossed the water again to get back to the mainland without taking too much damage. It wasn't until the end there when Muriel came in with a full HP tank to where he started to lose his HP. So you have to be in those positions. You have to have top of the control of the hill, the 0 line, the 1 line, and you have to get your guns firing constantly to really punish those tanks. And they did to a certain extent, but they had to back off so often. There was a lot of uncoordination there. Only 1 or 2 tanks trading at a time, not as many as they wanted. Rude and X-Soldier sitting here during their timeout, which is almost over.
Yeah, but look at this. Rude looks like he's still in good spirits. He always is. He's going to be the cheerleader, the guy keeping everyone on point, but also that coach.
Yep, and look at how calm the guys from Elevate all look. They're just sitting there, yeah, whatever, we're ready. Let's just get on to the next battle.
Yeah, don't get too excited. You've got to stay focused. Try and live in your element. At home, you're probably not, dealing with the lights, the noise, but here, they're just getting into that, and they had all of yesterday. But all teams got to get up on the stage, set themselves up, play around, see how the lights and all the noise seemed to them, and with that, a lot of teams spent time focusing on how that impacted their gameplay and how that made them kind of react to their environment. And so with that, they seem to be calming down or able to handle this better than a lot of teams you've seen in the past.
Yeah, but there's only so much you can do because you can't really replicate having a live studio audience like we have here today. Elevate coming in with 3 mouses, 2 bat chats, a TVP, a T49, top tier, 3 mouses, 3 bat chats, and an M4043. The artillery should be quite useful against those 3 mouses from Elevate.
Yep, but we'll see if wall hacks and the T49 can make something happen. We've got Muriel making an early jump. He's going to be able to get into the mountains, and that's going to be useful for top tier. They're going to need that high ground in order to control the hill, which, as you can see, has been controlled by Elevate. At the same time, both bat chats, or 2 bat chats, that's Rude and X-Soldier, are going to head way out to the west for top tier. And so you've got 3 mouse playing that anchor center role for top tier. Elevate's going to send their 3 right towards the hill. They're going to take the high ground.
And this is another thing is no one's seen these Elevate camos before. This is the first time we're showing them on broadcast. Black and red stripes there. Looks quite nice as they roll up in these mouses.
And is Ox going to actually take the top of the hill?
He might. There's no one with really a crossfire outside of the 2 bat chats in the south.
Yeah, and artillery's not looking that way. You've got, it's a good play. Ox Mathis is going to be able to take the high ground. Look at where the arty is from top tier. He's not going to have exactly the right angle for that. And at the same time, you've got this spread from Elevate, and guess what? Oh, goodness. Do you see what I'm seeing?
Oh, he's...
Yeah, I think he knows.
Oh, is he going to fire the shot?
I think he's going to do it.
Do it. Do it.
Shot out.
Short. Just short. Wallhacks was right behind that bush.
Yes, I didn't want to say it because they're in the same room, and I just wanted to see it. A nice guess that's in the head of their opponent. Delth understands exactly what Wallhacks is going for. He knows he's going to that west side. He knows he's hiding in that bush. He's going to be trying to just fire randomly, recon by fire, see if anything happens. Shoot that bush, see if anyone moves.
And look at this guy's slowest flank ever. 2 mouses pushing down the 7th line right now
and
for Elevate.
Alex Mathis is proxy spotting Oghako. So what do you think happens off of this? What's Uxmathis trying to make happen? What's he going for?
The mouse on the hill is not a bad play. It has a lot of armor and a lot of HP, so even if the Artie sits here and shoots at him, shouldn't do that much damage, a couple hundred. It's going to be a lot less than if there was a Batch Head or TVP there. And then their thing is he can poke up and over. He has the turret armor to withstand a lot of shots, so he can do what he's doing right now and not worry about shots coming back towards him.
Yeah, and at the same time, you're seeing Artie, Delth, looking back towards that old position that he was looking at before. Going for a little blind fire. Not going to do any damage onto anything, though. And
Wallhack's repositioned to a much deeper bush already.
He understands.
He saw the first Artie shell come in. He knows that Delth's looking for him already.
Yeah, that T-49 is a tank you don't want to let live long into the battle, because later when there are less tanks and his mobility comes into play, also the derp gun, he can just come on into a fight and he'd be a finisher. Just one shell right into the side of a bad chat, easy kill.
Right.
So you want to get rid of him so that you prevent that late game powerhouse wall hacks. I know I'm just calling a T-49 a powerhouse, but it's just
not
so
a tank.
It's tiny, fast. It hits hard. It doesn't reload very quickly, but all it needs to do is see you for a second.
If you think that thing's a mean little tank right now, wait until the new light tanks come out next patch.
Tier 10s. I'm looking for
Sheridan, that's going to be mean. And meanwhile, Ox still on that hill. One mouse, and External is pushing all the way over to the 9 line in the backfield. He's not spotted, and Nitz is just hanging around that corner, just out of the line of sight of Fixer Reloaded.
Yeah, and this isn't really going anywhere quite yet. We're at 6 minutes in the battle. This is the slowest one so far. Everything up to now has been relatively action-packed. Both teams getting aggressive, going right at each other initially. But this one is slowing down.
He actually, Delph may have just...
What?
Wallhacks may have just been saved because he got spotted from the hill. So he had to back off. He was aiming in the bush, and Wallhacks moved back into that spot.
Oh, look at this. External moving up on the east side. And you're going to see Artie aiming for him, waiting, see if they can make a connection.
No, the Artie,
he's
waiting for the boost.
Yeah, waiting for Batchat to try and get to the high ground.
And there it is. He's going to snap it off.
It's a hard shot to make. It's very difficult. There's quite a bit of cover.
One narrow shot. He's going to fire. Oh, and he gets the connection.
764. That hurts. That hurts a lot. Now, what that does...
Takes another shot, 424.
Even more. That's huge. That's great for Mareel. Mareel is on that high ground, and he's going to be squaring off with a hit pool advantage. And if you have that, that's how you take the high ground. That could be the start of a victory for top tier.
Batchat up on the hill, though, despite only having 612 HP, still going to be a gun in the fight, and he's going to have a great position to start shooting at these top-tier tanks as they rotate over towards this one cap.
All right, and this is going to be pressure on the east side. You're going to see if top tier is going to decide to reposition some of their tanks from the west, or if they're going to decide to push around and flank their opponent to maybe try and put pressure towards that high ground and take the hill itself in order to then put control onto the one cap. It's tricky, it takes a long time. It depends on what Elevate goes for. If Elevate's going to put the pressure on and they're going to screen the cap, they're going to place tanks in front of it between their opponent and their own tanks that are trying to cap, that's where they're looking to try and maybe put pressure on.
And
or
Delph gets another shot.
292. Not bad. Not bad, Rocks.
And look at this, top tier are up on HP right now. They're creeping into this fight slowly.
This is the first battle for them that's really starting to go their way in a decent margin.
Well, and Elevate, as they made this push, they got that tank up onto the boost. As you like to say, they really had to pay a pretty heavy toll to get into position. And so now that they're here, top tier have just kind of backed off a little bit, and they're holding firm. They like the crossfires they have. They're bleeding that clock down. They have almost a 4,000 HP lead, 4 minutes left. They got to hold on to it.
Yeah, use the clock against your opponent. You know there are 3 minutes left. Waste another minute and a half. Your opponent knows how long it takes to cap. They know how long it takes to deal the damage for the amount of hit points that you have, right? So you don't want to waste any time. But as the defender top tier, what you're doing is you're just trying to kill time because your opponent is more likely to make a decision the more pressure you put on them like that.
And Ox is going to start coming around on the inside of the hill.
And he's out in the open, though, sniping from, actually towards the hill. It's Mareel covering that position. And he's going to sink one into God Emperor Brett, and that's going to place him incredibly low. Brett isn't going to last long. External going down on the east side.
Top tier looking good right now. They might actually get around win. They're up by about 6,000 HP now, showing that they do have a sign of life after that timeout. Exits gets a nice shot into Ox. Akako's going to join him, gets another shot, 517. Ox down to a one shot.
Oh, and Mareel's going to actually leave the hill. That's actually pretty big for Elevate. as it's going to allow Canadian to play much more aggressively. Although it could be too little too late for Elevate this battle. This could be Top Tier taking away their first win and finding their place into this battle.
Exits. Well, he does get Brett. He's taking a lot of damage right now. Canadian Impact picks up the kill.
There we go. Nice. Muriel joining the fight as well is going to be able to follow this one up and just chase down Dodo. Can he get him before he's reloaded though, Rox?
He might be able to. I don't think it'll matter because there's other guns ready to help him out. Come around. Actually, yeah, Dodo may be able to clean this up. Oh, but Muriel has so much HP.
And the support fire's on point. Muriel gets the kill. Dodo goes down. Only Canadian Impact remains. The last tank alive. And he's in the high ground. He can see everything, but he can't do anything to these guys. He can't get all this damage. It's 7,600. So this will be the first battle for Top Tier and a place for them to start making their way back into the series.
He can't even do enough damage to kill everyone unless he gets some miracle ammo racks. So it's just a matter of time here. Has these guns from Top Tier, making Canadian Impact look like he's in an action movie, dodging shots left and right. Finally gets the kill. And that's going to make it 3-1. So
right.
Top Tier getting their first point on the board. Hopefully will help calm their nerves a little bit.
Yep, they're looking to, they can bounce off that, and look at that. All right, there's some energy from them. They might find themselves back into the series. That's the confidence boost they needed. Now Elevate, stone cold. They know this was their first loss, and they didn't think that was going to go quite as drastically in favor of Top Tier as it ended up going. So Elevate's going to need to just brush it off, just move on.
Yep, and
it happens. It's a best of 13. There's going to be one or two of these, right?
Fixer Reloaded doing 4,000 damage. Hako coming up with 93 fantasy points. So for all you that put him on your fantasy team right now, doing some work. Muriel also coming in there pretty strong.
Yeah, I was really
damage.
watching him that battle. He was playing the right positions. He was mobile. He was reloading constantly when it made sense so that he would time his reload so he would have 5 shells ready to go at the perfect time. And guess what? It worked out for him. It did.
Yeah, but something you don't see a whole lot out of Artie players typically is one thing I noticed was Delph was just re-aiming and re-aiming and re-aiming all over the map to get his gun in target. And he did 1,700, so it's not terrible. But, you know, a lot of more of the seasoned Artie players, they'll be a little bit more patient. They'll have their crosshair sitting in one place, waiting for that tank, a little bit more predictive. I'm not saying it's a fault for him for doing it, but it's definitely different.
Yes, it's a different approach, because what he was going for was artillery was early on going to just target the positions that were going to be a problem, like the bush in the west side of mines, right? You just want to place a shell or two there, because if there's a passive scout, that creates problems for you later on. And if you get a kill, that's probably one of the most likely positions that someone is going to let their guard down and think, I can sit here safely. I could just chill out in this bush, no one will spot me, right? And if you can gamble on it, and guess what? He was just about right, just didn't make the connection. So that's going to be it for mines. We're now going to be moving on to Himmelsdorf for battle number 4. Rox, your predictions?
I think Elevate has this in the bag, but we'll have to find out right now because they are ready for the next battle.
Himmelsdorf, a small city map. The teams start the battle in opposite corners. Both bases are located close to each other, but in a way that you can't stay on the defensive all the time. The main attack routes pass through the hill, the alley and the railroad, but in general, the attack can be successfully executed through any part of the map. Heavy tanks and tank destroyers with powerful guns run the show here. However, a lot depends on the mobile light tanks.
Lineups coming in, Elevate a 113, 250Bs, 3 mouses, and a 1390. Top Tier, 2 mouses, 2 Type 5s, Bad Chat, an E3, and a 1390. Now, before this game started, you asked me who I thought was going to have this, and I said I thought Elevate had this in the bag. The reason that is comes down to the regular season stats. Himmelsdorf was played 10 times by Elevate. They won all 10 times last season.
So, Top Tier is going to have to try and break a record.
Top Tier, they have a 40% win rate over 26 games
on Himmelsdorf.
On Himmelsdorf.
So that says that this is Elevate, a team that mastered Himmelsdorf against Top Tier, who have struggled. But let's see if they found out how to solve the equation of Himmelsdorf. It's just a series of corridors. You figure out how to flank, how to position, how to get early damage in, how not to overexpose or get yourselves cut off. It's just break it down piece by piece, take street by street, and you will eventually win.
And this does come down to, and remember though, this is one of the oldest maps in the league, and we talked about these teams having experience. Elevate have an abundance of it. All their players have been to multiple lands. They've been playing for a long time. Doma was even back shortly on Fulcrum and Fnatic back in the day. So they have had players that have been around, and they know how to play Himmelsdorf, where some of these top tier players haven't been around as long. They haven't played this as many seasons, especially in the attack defense format, or even back in the 742 days. So that's something that could definitely come into factor here. Just knowing all those little corridors you're talking about, knowing how to move, when they need to move, and how to get their guns on the target quickly.
All right, and you know what, Brox? We are probably going to take a listen in with Top Tier in a moment to hear what they're thinking about Elevate's attack, as Elevate's about to move in, but it's going to be a few minutes. I want to see what Top Tier is looking for, what they've seen, and what they're thinking about doing about this defense. So we're going to throw straight to it. Top Tier with their comms.
Ex-Soldier, could you like maybe be over here to just like watch this cross? I don't want that
back and watch
being,
the
like,
beeline.
Actually, can we get like one type 5 and just to be over here, okay? On this corner, watching this side for E3, okay?
Actually, wait, no, that could be the 113. Fixer, you gotta watch the one line. I'm gonna back off.
I got lit. Coming down.
Yeah, it's the 113.
Moss.
Whoa.
Wally crossed. Oh, that's the dateline. I'm gonna move over. Fixer, you stay wasn't set up for him.
Moss is in the open. Moss is in the open.
Nice.
There's 2 Mosses right there. There's 2 fucking Mosses.
2 Mosses.
There's
okay,
2?
2 Mosses.
I can't fucking see him somehow.
Guys,
Canadian crossed. They boosted something.
Nice shots on Ox.
They boosted something.
Where?
I don't know. I don't know where, but they boosted something.
Oh, they
guys,
can push them over here.
We need to get these guys killed, I think. I'm gonna go around.
Do mice.
I don't think we can with that guy there.
Oh my god, I lost so much HP. I lost so much HP, dude.
It's okay, it's okay.
It's not okay.
We can
Alright, guys,
both
they have a
cross
50B
Hako
up here.
and
They're probably gonna have a 50B where I am. Most likely.
You want us to cross, Rude?
Yeah, cross.
Yeah, the 113's running.
Yeah.
Mouse is poking on me right now.
Wally's running now.
Hit Dodo. Oh, there's Canadian fired 1. The mice are trying to poke on me. I have to be careful now.
Alright.
Nice shot.
Canadian fired 3.
Fired
Canadian's
4.
clipping.
And this is still full HP? Okay.
They're gonna try to pick
I'm getting clipped out in the back. I can come back. I'm coming back.
Guys, we have to control this outside.
Fixer, you're right. Fixer, you're right.
This 50B's rushing me.
They're rushing us. They're rushing us over here.
I'm leaving.
Fixer.
Need to kill Dodo, Hako.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm leaving.
It's burned another repair kit.
Fuck.
That's 2 cap.
Yeah, it's the 1390.
All right, and that's the sound of Top Tier recognizing defeat. Their defense is going to fall apart. Elevate managing to get into position, and you could hear it. Top Tier couldn't tell what was going on. Elevate didn't give away enough early on, and they played it aggressive. They got in their face, and Top Tier is just starting to crumble there.
It's one of the things I talk about a lot is being complacent or just having extremely passive defenses, and Elevate showed exactly why that's a problem. They found all these different angles, they made one solid push, and they didn't allow Top Tier to rotate out. And Top Tier, because of this heavy lineup, they didn't have a lineup capable of flexing, of making any sort of push, and Elevate knew that just from the lineups from the start. They used the mobility of those 50Bs, even the Mouses, pushing them across the courtyard, just taking positions. They just made it so they could just suffocate out Top Tier and not give them anywhere to go.
Yeah, Top Tier wasn't going to play an aggressive defense. They weren't going to send all their tanks into a far spread in order to get early information. Elevate guessed on that, and it paid off. Rude Awakening, the captain wasn't able to find an opening in the backfield in order to get that free damage he's looking for. 1390s are not it's a tier 8. It's worth 8 tier points. It's not a tier 10. It can't stand up to tanks like the Mouse, the 50B, and the Bat Chat 1v1. He has to try and find damage where he can.
Don't tell that to Rude, though, because he's going to take on Canadian Impact 1v1 right now. Canadian Impact's going to go for the Ram.
Yeah, this is going to go okay until Canadian Impact is reloaded. And he
He
is.
might not get the kill. No, gets the low roll. 285.
And there it is. Elevate putting their 4th point on the board.
285. That's actually a decent roll for 1390.
Yeah, it's okay.
So
it's always underwhelming how a 1390 how hard
it's compared with tier 10.
Because when you're in a tier 10 match, you're used to being in like a bat chat, and so 1390 bat chat players, that happens a lot to us. You know, we roll out one pub battle in a bat chat, and then you switch to your 1390. You get the same tier, and then you forget for a moment that you're actually in a light tank and not a medium. So it gets a little tricky sometimes, but Rude knows what he's doing.
And the 50 Bs here for Elevate. Remember how I was talking about the flexibility being the key there to open up that defense? Those 50 Bs, 4K, 3,500, 3 kills between the two of them. Both of them almost 70 fantasy points, so not bad. Ox, who played that mouse on the hill, also did a decent job.
Yeah, he just went one of the slowest routes around the map, and he just went straight for it. No one went up to meet him from top tier. They all played that northwest defense, which really doesn't do much for tempo. And I think that's what's probably hurting top tier quite a bit. Whenever Elevate's able to grab tempo, top tier just falls apart towards the end. Well, they tear top tier apart, I should say.
Yeah, no, they have been completely dominant and really suffocating. Brett has also had a relatively quiet night tonight. He's had a couple decent games, but when you have so many talented players like this team of Elevate has, it's hard for one player to stand out constantly, because when you have players, remember, I said this earlier in the show, Vetro isn't even playing. Vetro could start realistically on any team on the league, but he feels this is his best chance of winning, sitting on this bench right now. A team that's in a prime position right now to go to the grand finals in just another month.
Yeah, and it's only going to take a few more wins to secure that, as it's up 4-1 right now. So Elevate feels good. They could even think about, finishing this one out by the time they get to Pro Europa in the next map. But we're getting ready for the next side on Himmelsdorf, where top tier is going to have to see if they can succeed on attack. But as you mentioned before, Rox, the stats are not in favor of top tier. It's really Elevate-sided on Himmelsdorf in the middle of this series.
Yep, and Elevate showing that dominance last game, they're going to try it again. And look at this lineup. Now, to be fair, this is exactly what I was talking about. This lineup doesn't leave Elevate with a lot of options. An IS-4, 3 Mouses, an E4, and 2 T95s. The Doom Turtles coming out for Elevate.
But look at the side of top tier. It's a little lighter, but workable, right? You've still got 2 Bat Chats, you've got the 1390, but you've brought an E4, a 50B, a 113, and then just 2 Mouse. But
only 2 Mouses.
Only 2, but
only 6,400 HP between 2 tanks.
Exactly.
Only,
but look at this. You've got 3 from the side of Elevate. A little more hit points there. Then you've got an IS-4. That's got 2,500. Next to that 113, 2,300. So it's that little bit more hit points, a little bit more armor, just trying to give yourself that buffer zone. You've got 17k hit points to play with, and that does come into effect.
Yep, and with Elevate having all of these big tanks, they only get 2,000 HP over top tier, which may seem like a lot, but
that's a whole tank. That's a whole T110 E4. That's almost a 50B, right?
An external gets the bounce there off the side of his turret.
That's how you play it. Drive out in the open, angle your turret, try and figure out where fire is going to be coming from, and predict. If you predict that correctly, you can force bounces all over the place, especially against French tanks.
Yep, and Rude Awakening and X-Soldier are both not spotted down here, and they're intentionally staying behind this building. And Canadian Impact's gonna push down. Rude's gonna poke out and get spotted, so now the gig is up. They could have gotten a lot of damage, and look at this, the T95 of Nits is pushed all the way down the 1 line as well.
I cannot believe that. A T95 out in the open like this. Actually, this is a dangerous position. If he gets the cover he needs. But
well, he has a nice solid building to one side of him, and he has guns that can watch the other side of him. So as long as he doesn't get too far away from that building or push too far down there, he'll be supported, so he should be fine. Fires a shot off towards Agako. Doesn't get the connection.
Yeah, it's hard to make shots there. There's so much cover. Those little defense posts get in the way and kind of hurt your ability to make shots land.
Lower your penetration by percentages.
And also cause the shell to deviate slightly.
Okay.
It's tricky. And with a T95, I think with the gold shells, you can't actually afford to go through some cover before penning a mouse. You really have to sneak that shot in there. So both teams getting into position. You're seeing top tier with the spread across the map, all the way from the southwest.
And we're actually seeing the same mouse come out of top tier. They've pushed Muriel all the way up the hill, all the way over to B0. Doesn't have a whole lot of support, but he doesn't need it. The rest of the team is spread out pretty heavily across the south.
And look at this, look at Graciega making the first bold move. He's going to cross out in the open, not get spotted whatsoever. And that's going to be a nice forward position for top tier to work from. And if he can find out what to do with it. But not a whole lot of opportunity for that 113 to deal damage or to really put any pressure on anyone yet. We're going to have to see what develops for top tier, what they're able to accomplish. Shots fired, Canadian Impact takes the first bit of damage.
But X-Soldier's stuck. These tanks have pushed all the way down, so he's not going to be able to get out. He's kind of stuck, and if they slowly start suffocating that position, they may be able to get the pick on him, and Aghako's the only heavy tank in position to cover him right now.
That is true. But if Elevate gets too aggressive and goes towards the south, that opens up a huge window in the northeast. And if top tier can actually maybe even force a play like that, that works for them. But Elevate probably understands that getting too spread out with a slow, heavy lineup like this isn't going to work out for them in the long run. It'll end up biting you. So they'll probably stay, instead of moving forward in that position, they'll just disengage, back off, make that position that X-Soldier has taken in the southwest completely irrelevant by just not being in the area.
And top tier, they haven't gotten a whole lot of info because they don't know where the mouse is, the IS-4, and now Wallhacks in this T95. So they don't really know that they could possibly find the overmatch on the other side of the map because those tanks are too slow to rotate over. But instead, Rude's going to go towards this 2-cap. He's going to back onto it. And actually, he's going to take a second and poke around, see if he can find anyone, get some eyes on stuff.
But not a whole lot right now to shoot at. So this is just going to be more of that playing around, seeing where you can find an opening. But there's the first base capture points. Shot out towards Agahako, not going to penetrate, actually just going to hit tracks. And where is that cap happening, Rox? That's
all the way over on base 2, so that's in the north. That's Rude Awakening in the south end there in that 1390. Little does he know that External and Wallhacks are sitting here on the other end of the 2-cap, waiting for a tank to push over the 0 line, which it appears that's what Elevate is waiting for. And look at all the damage that top tier has actually managed to do so far. Remember how we were talking about the 2,000 HP lead they started with?
Yes.
They're down right now. They're down 1,000, so that's top tier doing 3,000 HP to Elevate and still losing almost nothing.
That's actually good objective play. That's saying what is my opponent's advantage? What are they trying to lean on? Well, hit points. Well, we have to deal damage in order to win on Himmelsdorf. There's no question there, right? You can't get away with just playing for a cap pressure game. It's not gonna work out, right?
Yep.
So get the damage you need, and it's working. Players are just outmaneuvering their opponents, out positioning, out angling their armor, and just playing the better marksman for now. So it's working for now, but even so, it's 13k to 15k hit points. If Elevate engages in a fight face-to-face with enough tanks, this could still go either way.
Yeah, but X-Soldier getting some shots in on the mouse of Canadian Impact, but if you look at the north, on the minimap, Muriel has pushed all the way up to B8, taking the engagement in there.
And he's actually going to be pinning down External and Wallhacks. Those two tanks, for his attention, I think that's worth it, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's a tank out of the fight. Now that 95 can't go anywhere, the IS-4 is going to get caught out as well of External. So one tank, like you said, holding up 2.
And you can see tanks from top tier repositioning, same from Elevate. So we're getting ready at about the 3-minute mark, I expect, to see the major engagement. But look at that, Rude Awakening down to 102 hit points, trying to cross in the southwest. Pays a huge toll. And that evens the hit points up a little bit, but that's the one tank you can afford to let go down. Although, wait, no, Rox. That 1390 is probably the cap pressure, I forgot.
Yeah, and it actually, X-Soldier picks up the kill onto Canadian Impact. The T95 sitting here waiting for one of these tanks to pop out. Even if Rude pops out, he should be spotted, and that 95 should be able to finish him. Brett also taking the opposite angle in that E4, and E4 on Himmelsdorf, that's something we haven't actually talked about too much either. That's kind of an odd pick. Normally we see a lot of Mouses, we've seen some Type 5s, the 95s isn't the first time we've seen them, but the T1's an E4.
What do you think? I tend to like it. It's got the more mobile turret. It's a little less armored, but that's not such a problem for me.
Especially on Himmelsdorf, my take on it is simply, it's in this sort of situation, it's a bad E100, so why not just bring that? It does have the APCR shells, which are going to be a little bit better, especially shooting down the train tracks through the fences. So it makes sense in that regard, and it's a little bit more accurate. So it's not the worst choice in the world.
Yeah, it also comes down to a lot of player preference and just the E4 is a solid, good tank. I really think it's worthy of being a first-rate World of Tanks like competitive league choice, like up there with E100s, T1 to E4s. But right now, above that, more important is Mouse, because look at Hako. Look at the way he's angling. He's taking no damage.
What's even more important is the two Mouses of, well, not Mouses, the 50B of Delph and the 113 of Fixer Reloaded have pushed straight up the 5 line, and they're going to get this isolation. Fixer's going to push straight across, and they're going to have a crossfire onto wall hacks, so they should be able to pick up the kill there for free, but top tier are bleeding HP right now.
They really are, and they're having to pay quite a bit to get this engagement started. But look at the way Elevate is flexing. They're closing around, they're moving into each other, getting regrouped, and hopefully in hopes of top tier not being able to just push in and keep them split apart. Because look at that, they've driven a wedge with the Cucaracha and Delph into the middle of the positions from Elevate. They're just cutting off wall hacks, who is now dead, yes, but they were able to make top tier pay for that. And so that's Elevate showing their expertise, leading it slightly with hit points now. And top tier's paid a lot.
And X-Soldier picks up Nits over on the 1 line. Rude Awakening, who's a one-shot, has actually managed to rotate back all the way over to the other side of the map and is now on cap along with Muriel. So 2 tanks on cap, down to 24 seconds.
And they need to get resets. You've got a strong position. Delph is about reloaded. He puts shells out as well. Rude Awakening peeking out. That's a bold move, actually.
Needs to put out the damage because he knows they're going to get the resets. And this comes down to holding this crossfire. They really need to punish Elevate. Only a minute left. 3 tanks alive. Rude knows that needs to get the damage. Just pumping the shots into the eyes fort. They managed to pick up External, but Ox is still alive. 20 seconds on the cap. They come around. Ox knows that Rude has the points. He's ignoring the other tanks. He's pushing around. He just needs to get the kill here. 8 seconds. He's going to get the kill. That's going to buy him some time, but Ox is going to need to hold on here for 45 seconds if Elevate want to win this. It's not going to happen. Look at all these guns.
Top tier's doing it. They're a team which, remember, you said 40% chance of a win for top tier. They're able to pick up a win on Himmelsdorf, and
that's the first time anyone's beaten Elevate on Himmelsdorf all season long.
So just keep note of that one, guys. Top tier is here to play, and that's impressive. They've broken the record. They've shown everyone, yeah, you can beat them on Himmelsdorf.
Yep, and now they have to do the same on Prokhorovka, another map that Elevate are pretty dominant on. 87% over 16 games, and I believe 2 of those losses came to Eclipse, who've taken off more points off Elevate than anyone else. So top tier, well, that's good for them. That's a step in the right direction. They are not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, they're still 2 points behind. They're still trying to see if they can make their way back into the series. Because if this goes back and forth across Prokhorovka, Murovanka, Ruinberg, we get to a tiebreaker, or we get close to the tiebreaker, is over before that. You've got your 4 wins.
Yep,
this
and
top tier needs to get a huge comeback. They need to take an entire map off of Eclipse.
Yep, and Ox,
or Elvin.
Look at Ox there, only able to do 673 damage. Someone that's one of the top fantasy point scorer in the league, has the highest average fantasy points per round of anyone in the league by some margin. Not able to really perform, but he got all those resets, so he still put up 83 fantasy points.
Even bottom damage, he still gets the fantasy points. Never fails.
Not
always
bad
bet
at all.
on Ox. He'll pull through. But this is good for top tier. This is surprising, because this is the game you're waiting to see if they can actually unseat a champion like this. Because look at this situation. The grand finals, if Elevate were to get 4th place, they wouldn't be going.
Yep, and that happened a year ago to this final almost. Not to the day, but real close to it. However, we'll get more on that in a minute because we are ready for the next map of the series.
Prokhorovka, one of the first maps in the game. Teams start at the regular spawn points as they do in standard battles. Bases are separated from each other by the railway, so the defending team has to choose whether to send their vehicles to the left side, playing them in the centre, or to the right of the railway, occupying the hill and a part of the village. The attacking team usually attacks the first base. However, the teams often go for face-to-face confrontations, 7-on-7, in the hilly terrain at the centre. That's why both teams frequently use vehicles with good gun depression angles and sturdy turrets.
And top tier, we're going to talk about them first, because look at this lineup. 2 113s, 2 bad chats, an E50M, an Object 263, and an RU 251.
Now, the 263, the reason that's chosen is because the recent update to its model.
Yeah, it got a new HD model, so superstructure a bit smaller and thicker. The the weak spot is actually the gun mantlet right around the gun, and that got buffed as well because it's a lot smaller and harder to hit now. There is a little bit, some gaps on either side of the gun that you can hit, easily penetrate, but overall, the frontal armor is great. It's very immobile for a tank destroyer, and its frontal armor overall is great, and not to mention, that is the original laser cannon. The S-Tank has overpassed it, but this thing can deal a world of hurt anywhere on the map very, very quickly.
And it doesn't have to worry about getting in and out of siege mode.
Yep.
So there's your difference. And then also we're seeing E50Ms being brought. Nits is going to be in one, and exits as well.
We saw a lot of these last week on the EU stream during their finals, and the reason for that is because they are great anti-heavy tanks. So often we talk about tanks like E5s and 113s being great anti-medium tanks. That E50M, those heat shells, they're great for dealing with mouses and other big heavy tanks. And if you look at this, even though it's a wide open map, Elevate bringing 2 mouses, you know, that E50M is going to chew right through it.
Yeah, and on top of that, think about ramming. E50M's mobile enough that it can keep up with the bat chats. And it can also, if it finds an enemy bat chat, just smash it to pieces. For the damage equivalent, sometimes greater than. Oh, nice shell right there from Aghako, sinking some early damage.
And look at the map control. Didn't even talk about it early on. Rude Awakening just cruised right on down that 2 line. They had a feeling that they weren't going to be over there. And now they know that Elevate are on the other side of the map towards that 8-9 line. And they have the map control, and now they can start putting pressure onto that 1 cap.
Yeah, and this is a typical east side from Elevate as well. They're going to have to try and keep God Emperor Brett alive as long as possible, get everyone else into the proper positions, and then cover that mouse and make him live as long as possible. But look at the way he's taking damage, 427 right there. He's just struggling to try and find those bounces, but it's not going to go well long term if he's forced to sit here without proper support. But look at the way tanks from Elevate are moving around the flanks, and look at the prediction from top tier. They're reading their opponent's moves, they're predicting where they're going to try to attack, and they're right there waiting for them. External taking a huge amount of damage on the hill, actually, in the backfield, 455 in the last shell. He is down to a single shell's worth of damage.
He's going to bail off the hill. He's going to get into the low ground, and that's going to take him a while. And another shot goes towards him, not finding, and these 113s have to move because the crossfire is about to come in.
And there he goes down. Exits, gets the kill. That's huge. That's top tier's way in.
You can hear the excitement from top tier all the way over to our desk, across the auditorium. You can hear the nice, you can hear the excitement. They know they're in this. They are closing right now. They know Wall Hacks is back here.
And look, here's the push. Look, Ciego gets aggressive, and he's going to pay for it, losing almost half of his hit points. Aghako, as well, is incredibly low for a heavy tank. They can't keep this attack up. Top tier is going to be stopped cold by Elevate. They're going to have to back off. Elevate's going to be able to react to this. They might even be able to make some kind of counter push. It's top tier needs to figure out how they can keep control of the tempo because they just tried an attack. It didn't work. Now they've got to figure out their next option.
Well, what they're going to do is they're going to stack up 3 tanks in the south. They're going to go for this overmatch. Muriel, Exits, X-Soldier, they're all down here. They're all poking around.
But will the support fire come in? There it is, the push over Muriel. First one over, Exits follows him up, and that's the kill. They'll move on now, focus on Nits, but where he's positioned himself, Nits is actually in the low ground.
Yep, he's going to get the track shot onto that E50, but X-Soldier's going to get in behind him and actually go too far underwater to where he can't fire. Backs up,
and that's going to get
out.
A kill. Exits goes down because X-Soldier goes a little bit too far. But look at the kills. God Emperor Brett's down. You've got 1, 2, 3, 6 tanks up for top tier, next to the 3 now for Elevate. Well, sorry, 5 up for top tier. Lukukarachin, yeah.
And now
he does that a lot.
Delph actually closing that 263. He's on the high ground, trying to support the rest of his team. HP still relatively even, but 2 extra guns, not 1, 2 extra guns up for top tier. That's going to be a huge advantage. And look at this, Oxmathis, he's ammo racked right now.
But look, Aghako just took a shell that could set him up to go down in just a moment. If Aghako takes 1 more mouse shell, he's down. So he needs to get into a solid position, hunker down, don't get picked off. Look at the hit pool of your opponent. Recognize that they have options still, that you can throw this away. Top tier can't get too aggressive. They need to keep control. Elevate, on the other hand, has quite a task ahead of them. They've got healthy tanks, right, Rox? They just...
Yep. And Merle, he's going to get spotted. He's going to take a shot. No, but I agree completely, and they know where Dodoma is. He's going to get tracked on the hill. Looking for shots. Another one goes into Dodoma. Ox sitting here trying to cover him, but X-Soldier's just lighting up Dodoma. Former teammates even, and down he goes to X-Soldier.
And that's going to allow Muriel to get into the backfield. Flanking fire in just a moment onto Oxmathis or onto Canadian Impact. It's whatever he chooses. It's you know, whatever he
HP's
wants.
still even despite being 2v5. So that's just the power of the mouse and this S-Tank. And top tier, not incredibly healthy. Don't let the HP bars fool you. Rude Awakening only on 700 HP, and X-Soldier a 3-shot.
But there's the flank fire. Batchet coming in, sinking him to 36 hit points in the last shell.
A bounce.
Doesn't quite make it.
And Ox having a chance to angle, but Muriel picks up the penetrating shot, and now it is all down to Canadian Impact in that SDRV 103B. Not quite able to be effective this game.
We see his POV, looks towards Agahako, fires, and he disappears just in time. And so, Canadian's going to just try and figure out what he can do, because the S-Tank of all tanks is the kind of thing that could deal reasonable amount of damage, but he doesn't have the position, he doesn't have the ability to reset cap, because look at this, 41 seconds left. If he tries to go defend this cap right now, he's probably going to take a huge amount of flank fire.
But he's going to go for it anyways, because he knows this is his only option. If they cap out, the game's over anyway, so he might as well risk his HP and his life to try to get it.
Oh, and he sees Agahako, goes into siege mode.
He knows Delta one-shot.
Doesn't connect. Right behind him is Batchat. X-Soldier's going to be able to finish him off. And there it is. That's going to be 4-3 in favor of Elevate top tier, clawing their way back in.
And this team is coming alive. Look at the excitement on especially Rude and X-Soldier there. Fixer Reloaded, Delph, Exits. They are all just so excited right now. You can see it. They have that confidence. They know they're in this. This is 4-3 right now. They are taking rounds off Elevate.
Look at it. They're laughing. They're joking around. They're having a good time. This is where Rude wants his team to be. He knows there's some younger guys. They need to have some fun. They need to feel like everything's going okay. They're not winning right now. They're still behind. And it looks like they're going to actually call a short timeout, collect themselves, because from here on out, they need to make this a comeback. They need to go, what is it? They need to win almost 3 in a row. If they drop 1 or 2, they could watch it go to a tiebreaker. And so the fastest win on attack would then dictate who has sides on Cliff.
Well, and look at this. After Pro, so even if top tier can tie this up right now, the next 2 maps, Muravanka and Ruinberg, 2 of the maps that we almost always call 1-in-1 maps. That would put this at 6-6 on the scoreline. That would leave it down to Cliff. This is possible. This is top tier in this completely 100% right now.
Here's the question. Here's what I want to play around with now. Do you think top tier intends to go to the tiebreaker? Do they think they can win if they play Cliff?
Cliff was one of their best maps all season, and it's a map that Elevate didn't really play that much.
Yeah, but if Elevate and top tier knew what this map would be, what the tiebreaker would be a month ago. They've known for a little while what these maps would be, so they've been preparing. So both teams, I would expect, are going to have something up their sleeve if we get to that tiebreaker. Because there's no way that you're going to show up at a live final and say, nah, we won't go to the tiebreaker, we'll be fine. You say, let's prepare for the tiebreaker, because if we have to, we need to be able to get there. We need to just pick up 1 win, recognize in the series where we're going to go to a tiebreaker, not overexert ourselves. It's a best of 13. You will get fatigued, and you have to play a match later on today for finals. So you don't want to just you don't want to use all of your energy. You don't want to get everyone. You
got to pace yourself.
Exactly. If you're catching on, you're figuring out what to do.
Yep.
But
and right now, looking at this, we're waiting for the coaches to show up to help out Elevate here, have a little bit of a team discussion. But they, and they look, to be fair, they look exactly how they started the evening, very cool, calm, collected. Just Wallhacks turned around there talking to one of the admins.
Yep, and it looks like what Elevate's going for is they're going to be calling their captain, probably Comps.
Well, and Jerem, he's one of their main coaches right now. He used to be the caller for this team. He has the strategical knowledge, and he's been helping them all season, especially with Wally with the strats. So now they're up there. They're going to have a conversation, going to make sure they get on the same page, talk about what happened.
And let's take a look for a moment while they do that at some of these replays. This is one of the key moments when top tier, after failing one of their attacks to take out a mouse, decided, let's attack south, and it succeeded. Ended up taking that all the way to victory on Proc.
And so often we talk about mobility, and that's exactly what that was. They took control of the map, then they realized, all right, they have an S-Tank up here, they have 2 mouses in the middle, so let's just take our Batchats and the E50M to the south. Let's go pick that single E50M and the RU down in the south. They don't have many guns to support it, and they made that trade fantastically. They got it out, and that put them in a position to win out the rest of that game.
Exactly, it was control. At that point, once top tier took the southeast back from their opponent, they were able to actually then have 3/4 of the map, right?
Yep.
They then just closed it on their opponent, just finished it out. Just coming in from the east and the south, everyone on the west side is holding position. Elevate has nowhere to go. If you go west, you're dead. If you go south, you're dead. If you sit still, you're dead. It just takes longer.
Yep. Now, something I want to remind people is, I was talking about this earlier. A year ago, this final, so 2 finals ago,
yeah,
Noble was in position to go to the grand finals. Noble, then Apex, and then now Elevate. They were in position. They were the #1 team. They were sitting here. All they had to do was win their first game, and then Eclipse happened.
And yes, Eclipse happened, and that's where your story can change.
And you need to remember this is that was a 1 versus 4 seed, excuse me. And look at this. This is a 1 versus 4 seed. Eclipse kind of struggled through the season. They were, they kind of skated into playoffs. They managed to win their playoff game. They made it here to the finals. And then they upset everyone, and they became season champions. They went to Poland. They played in the grand finals, and they've become a powerhouse in this league ever since. Top tier right now. They are taking this to Elevate. They are making them work. They have them on the ropes right now. And
it is
we're so close to seeing a repeat of that.
It is a long tradition in the WGLNA that the first seed will get pretty much punched in the face, as it were, on their first match of the finals. They're going to walk in there, think that they're going to walk away with a 7-1 or whatever length of match it is, just completely dominate. And the team that shows up, the lowest seed, always seems to do way better than expected because they finally made it. Whatever team is in fourth, top tier might not have been here had the playoffs gone differently, or had their last few matches of the season gone a little bit different way, because the points were tight in the middle of our bracket. So it's one of the things where top tier has skated a very narrow path to get here, something that they could have easily failed at. But they've gotten this far, so they're not going to give up yet.
And you got to remember the online playoff match between them and Aquatic M60, so that was a nail biter.
Exactly, and they're going to probably make this one a nail biter again as the timeout is over, countdown is finished, we're loading into battle now, and look at these lineups, Rocks.
Elevate, a 113, an IS-7, 2 Bat Chats, an E50M, an STRV 103B, and an RU 251. Top tier, a 113, a Mouse, 3 Bat Chats, an STRV 103B, and an RU 251, and you look pretty excited, Randall.
I do. I like mobile lineups. I like seeing Bat Chats. I'm excited about seeing the E50M, a little bit more, because I forgot that it was quite as mobile. I forgot it could top speed with the Bat Chats quite so well, especially with fully on.
I don't know if I'd go that far, but it definitely can keep up.
It keeps up well.
The gun is the main thing at range. It's one of the tanks that can deal with those mouses, because the Bat Chat, between having an inaccurate gun and its APCR shells, can't deal with the mouse turret, so they have to fire the heat shells, and the heat shells in the Bat Chat aren't amazing. They're good enough, but there are a lot of downsides to them. And so that's why you start bringing that E50M. Plus, the other thing is the E50M can switch between the APCR and the heat with just one reload, where the Bat Chat has to reload a whole clip 30 seconds ahead of time.
Exactly. So opening moves now, Rox. Look at where top tier's going. Look at where Elevate is. This one looks like a little bit both teams hitting the west side. So you got 113 meeting 113 in the middle. You've got a little scouting from Wallhacks in that RU.
But look at this one line. Look at this Rude all the way out in front, and these 3 Bat Chats, this hit squad closing in. Even the Mouse is going to join the fight along the 5 line. And it looks like top tier are about to try to make a pincer play onto the east side of the map, or west side of the map, excuse me.
Exactly. So from these positions, we're going to be seeing what scouting can do. It's going to be up to Wallhacks and Rude Awakening what they're able to accomplish. If Elevate gets too aggressive in the wrong places, they're going to get spotted by Rude, and that's where we'll see damage just start raining down. Whoever gets caught out first in this scout game goes down. That's where I see the victory starting. You just wait to catch out an RU. If you take that down, okay, their eyes are gone.
And
now we can move tanks up.
Look at that one line play. They're just pushing down right now, and they're getting that S-Tank down there somewhere where he can cover the RU-251 along with the rest of these Bat Chats.
Oh, this is
and they are going for this play. And remember, at the start of the show, I said, Rude told me they're ready to play high risk, high reward. And they're on defense right now, and they are going at full speed down that one line right now.
Yeah, this is bold, because what you're doing is you're going to be leaving your tap points behind. You're just going for the engagement. Wallhacks out in the open, not taking a lot of fire, is definitely going in favor of Rude for a moment, but damage coming in on both sides. Delth being taken down. Wallhacks still on the high ground. Got him for Brett though with the S-Tank. He needs to go down fast, because he has just so much damage potential. Good, he's gone. E50M now. They're going to focus on him. External, trying to angle as best he can. He does force a few bounces.
And while all this is going on, Akako and the 113 have taken control of the high ground, and they are pincering out all these takes from Elevate we're about to have a 4-4 series, folks.
Yeah, that's right. Top Tier has managed to hold on. They put enough points on the board, did not lose focus, and they're ferocious. They're going up and over. They just did an attack on defense that almost no one would try to pull off. This is something that you don't see normally, do you, Rox? This is something that comes from the south side to the north,
It's
not from the other way around.
I say that we need to see a far more often. Teams getting aggressive on defense, taking control of the map, or when they think the other team is making a rotation and they can catch them with their pants down. That is exactly what Top Tier just did. Now, it's evened out. It's still 4-4, but HP is in favor of Top Tier, so they need to not get sloppy here. They're going to close with both Mathis, who Fixer Reloaded is going to take down, and now they're going to close with Nits. Ex-Soldier trying to pump some shots in here. He's taking a lot of damage in return. Actually picks up the Doma in the background, bounces the last kill shot onto Nits, and now Ex-Soldier's going to have to run away. Muriel, being a one-shot, smartly going to choose to back off that ridge. Muriel snaps another one off.
As Canadian Impact is going to get into the high ground, it's proper position, although look at this. Top Tier's about to get up into the high ground. They take down Nits, moving in onto Canadian Impact, and this is just a moment or two more, unless, I mean, crazy things would have to happen. And that
absurd things would have to happen. Tanks would need to be ammo wrecked.
that would be fun, but that's it. Exits, gets the kill. Top Tier evens up the series. And by the way, that's Top Tier winning both times on Prohorovka. That's them showing they're a little bit stronger on the open maps right now. And also you're seeing that confidence from them. They're attacking their opponent. There wasn't a heck of a lot of information that time.
No,
that Top Tier
that was relatively close to blind, but once again, they were doing their homework, and that was a well-thought-out push. They had the RU out in front. They had the S-Tank move over to cover the Batchats to get in there. It does have to go into siege mode, but you have the 3 Batchats with you. Can get in there, and once it's there, it's 4,000 DPM you can put out downrange. And I preluded this when it was about to happen. Those 2 heavy tanks played that ridge. They set up that crossfire, so when they pushed down that one line, the Mouse and 1-3 could cover from the high ground. They could keep tanks from covering them or supporting each other, and they put out so much damage from that opening push.
Exactly. And I think what really would have been the tell, because I'm trying to get inside of Root's head what they were going for, because normally if you were looking at that map from the perspective of Top Tier, most captains, most players wouldn't have been so quick to make an attack happen. What I think was the big tell for Root is where Wallhacks was scouting. Because if you notice the way an RU-251 is going to scout, he's not going to try to spot things in the middle of the map in a place where he can't get support fire. If there are tanks in the far southwest, like we saw from Elevate defending, they were just waiting to see spotted tanks. And that's why Wallhacks kind of went up and over on the west side. If those tanks weren't there, I expect Wallhacks would have probably spent less time on the west side and been more towards the train tracks on the east. That information said, okay, there are tanks to the south, so Root knew there was probably something going on. They were going to take a little fire to start their engagement, but they also recognized, with Root's very forward spotting position, that there wasn't a whole lot of tanks there.
Yep, it's just logical reasoning. It's just sitting here, just playing, just thinking about it in your head, going, well, they wouldn't be doing this, let's say they're doing that. And Root, the professor, just reading them perfectly, understanding exactly where they were, and just a great call. And they tied the series up 4-4. And now we get to see who's going to pull ahead as we're ready for the next round of the series.
Muravanka, a map with a great number of buildings, bushes and trees, amongst which teams hide for most of the battle. The attacking team begins the battle from the top of the village, and the defenders start from the bottom of the map. Both bases are better controlled from the hill near the first base, and from the green in the lower left corner of the map. There are many attack directions. The attacking team often attempts to gain the attention of defenders by putting pressure on the first base, whilst manoeuvring several tanks behind the second base to deliver fire into the defending's flank. Team setups are very diverse, but the players often choose the fastest tanks, even for heavy setups. They could even bring SPGs.
And here we go onto Muravanka. Elevate an IS-7, 2 Mouses, 3 Batchats, or 2 Batchats and 2 Tier 9 Batchats. Meanwhile, Top Tier coming in with 2 113s, a 57, 3 Batchats, and a T-54 lightweight.
I like this. Root Awakening is known for playing as lightweight. He's stuck with this tank for well, as long as I can remember, honestly. Since the T-54 lightweight came out, I feel like Muravanka and Root Awakening and the T-54 lightweight just have this agreement. We're just going to do that every time, and it seems to work out for them.
And look at the trap that Top Tier is setting right now. These 113s are pushing down. The Batchats are actually going to be out in front.
Oh no, I know how this feels, Root. Root, just run away. Just run away. This does not work out. You do not run up the middle of Muro blind and then it works. It just doesn't. Trust me.
You wouldn't know anything about that,
I would know exactly
you,
what this feels like. This is the worst moment of your life. If you just stay, leave, Root, leave. and he's going to start running, but he's one shell from death, 258 hit points as he just scurries away. And, oh, he's just, okay, there we go. He's safe. Lightweight is
this
safe.
push isn't spotted. Two bad chats and two 113s have pushed all the way down the 9 line for top tier, and they may catch out some of these tanks.
They might just, but is this going to work out in the end for top tier?
They're pushing into an overmatch. They don't understand that they have fewer guns in the area.
Yeah, hopefully they figure out soon, because they spotted a mouse and an IS-7. Now they've spotted a two bat chats, and they're going to focus in. Now Canadian and Dodoma open up, but not all of those shells. There's a bounce on the front of Mariel, and that's going to mean Wallhacks goes down, but Mariel and X-Soldier are still alive. Never mind, X-Soldier's going to go down, so it's a 1-for-1 trade in the advantage of Elevate. Hit points way in Elevate's favor.
Now the mouse is going to come in here. Externals here as well. And the T-57, the Batchat, and the T-54 Lightweight are out of the fight. This is every advantage to Elevate right now, and they are punishing these tanks from top tier. Shot after shot after shot going into these tanks. Fixer Reloaded is going to be the next one to go down. External and got him for Brett hot on his tail. Kako trying to get in here to slow them down.
There's not a whole lot that you can slow down here. Elevate has momentum. They have a massive hit pool lead, and tanks alive as well. Everything is in favor for Elevate. They're going to be able to put their 5th point on the board if they manage to follow through. They should be able to. The Kukurachsego's going to try to get away. I like seeing Akako covering his battle buddy, trying to keep him alive, but Delth in the bat chat is just out on his own. He doesn't have support. The focus fire is there from Elevate. They're working together, and they're able to pick up the kills.
Fixer comes around, tries to put a shot off. He gets it, but ends up costing him his life. Got in for Brett, chasing down these tanks as quickly as he can. Not exactly easy for him, seeing as he isn't a mouse, but doing it nonetheless.
All the same. Now, Exits isn't going to be able to probably accomplish too much. He is able to put out some damage, but a lot of missed shells. Could have finished off Canadian Impact, could have gotten rid of that bat chat, but 3 tanks alive, and each one of them is incredibly low. So a foiled attack by top tier. Elevate set themselves up properly early on, and this is where things can turn around. Murrow can get really slow. If this switches around and Elevate next battle decides to play things and just halt the assault of top tier, play for the long battle, waste as much as 10 minutes as possible, we could start turning this one in their favor, getting into the heads of top tier, letting a loss just kind of sit on them.
Yeah, but you have to, once again, you have to remember this is a 1-on-1 map, and that was top tier losing on defense. So now they have to attack, and Elevate know that. So they're gonna, sit down nice and passive. I'm guessing they'll have something up their sleeve, but they're gonna sit there and they're gonna know that they don't need to force anything. That as long as they win this one, they're gonna be 1 point away from walking away with the series. So they know they need to make this defense count.
Exactly, and that comes down to a lot of the tank picking, I think, this next battle. Because what we saw was IS-7 and a mouse move to the quickest positions towards the Magical Forest on the east side. But they didn't go all the way to the east. They didn't waste time. They didn't get themselves out in the open. They were ready to flex west if necessary. Rude Awakening, getting himself spotted early or putting himself in that forward position. He's going for an aggressive and ultimately one of my favorite scout runs. But the problem with it is if your opponent decides to do exactly what we just saw from Elevate.
And also drive straight down the middle of the road?
Yes. It tends not to go well. You're quite exposed. You can get quite a bit of spotting. You can see all sorts of enemy tanks, but it's risky.
They're going to be tanks that are not going to be happy to see you when you get spotted.
They won't. They won't. They're going to shoot you, and it's going to hurt because there's so much cover between your allies and your position that support fires hard early in the battle. You have to wait a minute before you can get guns on target.
Well, and especially in a light tank like that, you're going to outrun the rest of your team no matter what they are, except for maybe some bat chats who won't be loaded at that point. So there's not a whole lot they can do when you do find those tanks. So. Yeah. Now, it's good to have early intel because you know exactly where they're going. You can figure out which direction they're going and maybe use that to influence the rest of your decisions that round. But
that run down the middle, the price you're paying is if your opponent makes the right choice, if your opponent decides to send some tanks towards the middle, you're going to have a rough time. And that's what Rude had. Now, luckily for him, he was able to get
out of there and run away. Because Elevate decided to choose that moment to shoot like stormtroopers at him. Managed to get out of there. Lucky to be alive.
But
should have gone down.
The follow-up was where top tier made the mistake. I think Rude was probably focusing on his own survival at the moment, and the rest of the bat chats didn't quite pick up on the implications of those tank positions. Why is a mouse in the middle? Why is an IS-7 in the middle of the map? Those are not typical heavy positions. What's going on in the area? Cover fire. Bat jets are going to be in the area as well. They're going to be circling somewhere behind that.
And also, because of the lack of intel they had, and also the split, they had 3 tanks over on the 2 line, and they were pushing in with 4 tanks, and they really only knew where that IS-7 and mouse were in the middle. And then they spotted the 1 mouse over in the north, but that was still 4 tanks that were sitting back there ready for that push to come through, and then the IS-7 and the mouse in the middle were easily able to rotate over there and get into that fight, and that's really where that went wrong for top tier. Just didn't bring enough guns to the fight.
Exactly. So next time, this flipping around, top tier's done well when they've been aggressive and they've been finding their way in. Because if you just start a fight, win in the brawls, catch someone off guard, that's where you're going to make it work. Looking at the lineups, Rocks, you're going to see some 140s from Elevate, along with a single mouse, 3 bat chats, and then they're going to throw an RU-251 for scouting as expected.
And then top tier not going to change up too much. A 113, a mouse, a T-57, 3 bat jets, and once again, Root going for that T-54 lightweight. Now, the one thing that T-54 lightweight does have a lot of weight over the other light tanks, so especially against an RU-251, one of the things we used to see a whole lot is just go for the rams. Act like you're a mini E-50. So if they run into a 1-on-1, even though he has worse DPM than an RU, the ram can do a significant amount of damage, and normally that's enough to put it in your favor.
Exactly. That's why I like seeing it. Also, the armor, you can actually play the angle game and force bounces here and there.
Especially if you're hold down, the turret can be tricky. Has some awkward angles on it.
Exactly, and that really can work out, and we've seen it save a tank here or there. So opening run from Root, going to spot towards the middle. Wallhack's doing much the same, and that's going to be Aghako, I believe, in the mouse spotted for top tier. So big tell early on, and this is going to be similar to what we just saw from Elevate, but the same play by top tier. And we're just going to wait and see what's going on. Want to see what top tier is going to go for, if they're going to stay on this east side in the Magical Forest, or if they're going to maybe flip things around and head, northwest and try and come in with that northern attack, pull your opponent's tanks out of the northwest positions, and then open up that northern approach. Because if you can distract guns from looking north, you can slip a Batchat into a more forward position. From there, Elevate has to give ground, or else someone's going to get cut off, and then you can start inching your way towards that 1 cap. And then play the pressure game there. But the 2 cap, Rocks. The 2 cap in the southeast is tricky because you have to try and get a tank in the open to not get spotted and then put cap pressure on.
Now, but one thing Root has done multiple times this season is show us exactly how to coordinate taking passive tanks down in the field. And I have a feeling we're about to see a class on how to do exactly that.
Yep, you're going to have to see plenty of blind fire. So what they're going to do is top tier might be looking to set up a series of crossfires. If they decide to go for the southeast cap, it's not worth it to clear out the positions if you're not going to put cap pressure on, by the way. It's just too much of a waste of time.
Well, and look at this. I like this. Instead of trying to go for the passive tanks in the south, they're rotating everything but 1 Batchat and the mouse up to the north. The mouse is going to hold down the middle of the map. He can get shots over to that F line, and they're going to use the other 4 tanks to rotate all the way back over to the 2 line, maybe try to stack that 1 cap.
Yeah, because early on, that entire move down to the southeast, the whole point of that was to put 1 tank in a position.
And the reason you take all your guns down there is so you don't push yourself into an overmatch. If you push 1 tank by itself, if you find the whole other team that's a tank dead. If you go with all your tanks, you know that, all right, all my tanks are here. So even if they have, at least 1 gun here, we're going to have the overmatch in our favor. So you get down there, you get them safe, you let them sit there, and then you rotate out.
Exactly, and that's going to be a solo Delth in the Batchat. He'll see what he can accomplish, try and play it slow, not get too aggressive. He might even be keeping his head down until everyone shows up on another part of the map. Yeah, looks like it. He's going to just play this passive, not get too aggressive. So I can appreciate that play. That's a strong choice. A lot of Batchat players in the south side will end up getting aggressive early on, taking a lot of damage, and that tends to not work out long term. You need to keep that Batchat on a flank alive so that if he finds someone to engage with, he's got hit points to play with, he's not wasted shells, because he'll need all 5 to 1v1 another bat, or a 140, for example.
Exactly. And Fixed Reloaded's actually snuck all the way down this 4 line and gotten under all these guns.
All right, and we are going to go ahead, head on into a listen-in with Elevate. I want to hear how they're going to react to this as top tier begins their assault.
3. They're spread on the map. We're gonna have to push.
They're gonna do it. They're gonna push a. They're gonna push a YOLO. How many bats were south?
1. Only 1 was shooting me. I don't know what else was there.
what they're gonna do is they're gonna send the YOLO 54 and get 3 on cap.
They're gonna kill me.
Well, he's
We're gonna
been
need
hit.
to push north, I think.
Can we push on them? We need to go. We have to go, like, now.
We should put the mouse over here. We push everything else
Lightweight's
up
getting
here.
on cap.
We need to do it then.
Yeah, let's do something. Let's go.
Let's
talking. Let's
Can we kill lightweight too?
No, we're not. We're not ready for
So
that.
we're pushing north. We're pushing north into 57.
Yeah.
I can make him shoot a couple times.
It's just pretty obvious though that we're doing
Okay.
this.
57 shot
We
one.
need people to
We won't
go
get
here.
lit.
We need someone to go here.
I'll go.
Yeah,
I only have 4 shots. I can only go.
Hold on, I can go that way. We should just all pick the 57 right now. No, we should just go for 57.
Just all go together.
They're rotating north right now, I think.
Just pull over on
Take
him. Let's
him.
go.
He already shot once.
He's reloading.
He's loading. He's loading. Perfect.
Watch out for the mouse. The mouse is shooting.
Come back south. Come back south.
They're gonna
There's a
push the
back.
mouse. They're pushing mouse.
No.
I need help.
They're gonna push back into us, I think.
I'm holding 3.
I'm loading for
Here comes
25.
Mario.
I'm dead.
We kill Mario.
Yeah, get the bat. Can we get the bat?
Can we get this
We
back?
can just push over.
No, we
but-
can't.
Okay,
can't push over. We
just
cannot
take
push
them.
over.
Hold the bridge. Hold the bridge. There are 9 positions. We gotta pick. 57 for you. Hold the bridge. Don't lose damage.
Impact. I have 3. I can help. Are you clipping?
No. Hold the ridge.
All right.
We should get out of middle. Get out of middle.
Yeah.
I'm leaving, I'm
We're
leaving.
pick right now in mid. They're gonna
We have
take
to-
this.
You have to take G1. We have to. If they take anything over here, we have to push on.
I'm gonna have to clip.
We need damage on the mouse, like now.
I'm in a really bad spot.
Carefully, Sal. We're down.
Bring the bats out
Box,
and then
push
push
it.
it. Push this.
They pushed him.
Bring the bats out. Push the inside.
Fuck, I'm loading. I have 24.
Where did he go?
Ox, you have to push.
They're pushing into me.
No. Just play defensive, Alex. Play
We have
defensive.
to play defensive.
We're
You guys should be able to crush that.
We need this. We need this. Is dead.
12. You guys have to go.
Guys,
They
Let's
have
go.
2 tanks down.
They're all.
Brett,
No,
stay alive. Brett, stay alive.
we're not focusing.
I can't. But like they're up top as well. Just
No.
focus fire. You guys win that.
Come on.
Impact's dead.
No.
Help me, Rude, please.
I've got 1 shot.
And here we go. It's going to be a close fight. It's in favor of Top Tier right now. They have a huge hit point lead. Ox Mathis is pinned away from the rest of his tanks, and momentum is starting to fall away. But Mariel goes down. 1 kill there in exchange for Ox Mathis.
Totoma misses on the ex-soldier.
That hurts. That hurts a lot. So Elevate's going to start retreating. They're going to have to give ground and hope that they can find some way of finding an opening. But there, Nitz takes a hit. He can't take anything else. Dodoma's got 1,200, but he can't move in. And there, Canadian Impact is down. Top Tier is going to be able to tie this one back up 5-5 in just a moment. They just need a moment more, and they should be able to do it. They're going to give up on cap pressure, and instead of wasting any time, because with 3 minutes left, there's still an opportunity for Nitz and Dodoma to delay
But Nitz is
enough.
spotted, and Fixer Reloaded is going to come right towards him. Dodoma trying to play the corpse here. Delp's going to come straight over. They're going to trade. Fixer picks up Nitz. Dodoma's going to trade out. Fixer's going to ram him. Delp's going to put a shot into him. Kill shot come in here in just a second. And Top Tier tying the series up 5-5.
There we go. You heard all of that confidence from Elevate before the series started. Top Tier as well in our in the media piece we showed you guys earlier. Elevate's probably regretting their words a little bit right now because Top Tier is really playing the top of their game. They're making this happen. They need just a little bit more. They need that 7th win, so 2 more wins.
We've been calling Rude the professor all day.
Yeah.
After that, he's an artist. That was just so beautiful to watch. Just the coordination between all the tanks, the positioning of the mouse and the bat chat early, the repositioning of the tanks, the crossfires they held, the understanding of it. They had all their guns ready to cover each other all the time. It's just beautiful. That's all I can say about it.
It is a pleasure to watch, isn't it? And the way that Elevate's been playing as well, we cannot deny that they're also a top-tier team. They've managed to be in this as well, 5-5 right now. So both ways, I've seen amazing plays. You see how both teams understand, how every player understands how to work together, how to flow. Bat chats are just in tandem the entire time, focusing targets. Even when we're hearing listen-ins, you hear the focus. A name comes out once or twice, maybe, and then it's gone already.
Yeah, these teams have done this so often, they have it drilled into them. And another thing to remind people real quick, just because we're at that point, is normal matches for the Wargaming League are best of 9s, and this would be over already. But this, being our finals, is a best of 13. It is first to 7. One of these teams needs to get 2 more points to get the win. So let's see what happens as we go into our next map of the series.
Runeberg, a mixed type map. The defending team starts the battle on the green, and the attacking team starts at the centre square of the town. Bases are located quite far from each other. Both bases are better controlled from the village when playing a heavy setup. It's better to attack the first base through the top direction with the help of several well-armoured heavy tanks. For the attack on the second base, it's better to use a more mobile setup and either play through the centre or split forces. In general, the map is not easy to play on. Teams often use blind shots and risky shifting of the forces from one flank to another.
And here we go. Elevate coming in with 3 113s, a 50B, a 215B, a mouse, and a T54 lightweight. Meanwhile, top tier, 4 mouses, 2 Batchats, and an AMX 1390.
Rox, I gotta say, I don't understand the Elevate strat. I need an explanation here, buddy.
They're on defense, so you gotta look at that first, and then looking at this lineup. And just looking at this initial deployment, 113 and 50B going north. Mouse heading towards the north as well. That Mouse is gonna play up and down that 6th line. He's gonna shut down the 6th line in the south. He'll open up another angle onto that 2 cap if that's the play that top tier go for. Or he can very quickly get back up to that Beast 5 corner and shut down the cross and or help get resets in a position where that Mouse doesn't have to rotate a lot. Now he is a little bit vulnerable from crossfires depending upon what top tier do with their lineup. However, that requires a lot of mobility and a lot of speed to make it happen. Looking at this top tier lineup, 4 mouses, 2 Batchats, and a 1390, that doesn't give them a whole lot of options.
Yeah, the armor is there, the hit points are there, the damage is there, but with against 113s, how are these going to fare crossing out to the open and trying to make an engagement from a lower position in elevation, I say?
I don't even know, but just look at this wall of just German steel rolling in here. They'll be able to eat a lot of those shells. That's what's going to happen.
Are they going to create a literal wall of Mouse and just put Rude Awakening in there and a 1390 and just kind of keep him safe? That seems like a legitimately what they're going for. Just the way they're rolling out.
It sounds strange. I wouldn't put it past Rude.
Exactly. I think that's a reasonable thing to expect in this battle. I liked Exits moving back to rejoin the group. He was about to head into the open, turning right, but he decides, okay, let's just stick together. Now look at this, we've got a flank coming in. Dodoma's moving around on Elevate. With him is Canadian Impact, and in the backfield, Wallhacks is gonna try and catch up. So we're gonna catch up with those guys in just a moment as we jump back over to the main fight, where you're going to see the Mouses approaching the cap.
Now this is really risky. Now there's a crucial moment right here for Elevate to get in position. Once they are, they should be able to just suffocate top tier out of this middle area. Should have the crossfire to take care of these Mouses. However,
here come the Batchats. Batchats, Mareel, and X-Soldier move in and begin an engagement onto Nitz. He's taken only a little bit of damage so far, so a full press by top tier may be able to get rid of that 113, but right now top tier is considering whether or not that attack is worth it, whether or not it's going to pay off. Little do they know, there's a 50B and a 113 showing up in the backfield right now.
The best thing to do when you're surrounded is just pick a direction and go, and no one gave the memo to top tier because they're stuck in the low ground. Guns are on all sides of them. Ox picks up Rude Awakening. Muriel trying to get out of here. He's heading towards Canadian Impact. He should be able to start putting some shots on target.
Yep,
ends up trading 1 for 1.
And Canadians got 1 shell left before Wallhacks and Dodoma move in and start focusing on Muriel. Now, you've got a slightly split fight from both teams. So there's going to be a Mouse versus Mouth in the northwest. You've got External got down as the 113 in the east. And you could see a split out of top tier. That's where they're going to get taken apart. Elevate needs to keep them separated so they can get the 50Bs on target. Canadian is just about loaded, and that's going to allow him to finish off the Mouse in the north. X-Soldier goes down in the south, and at this point, top tier is surrounded. They need to break out of this position and get the kills. But look at the hit points, Rox. 6K. Ox Mathis is at full health in an FB215B. I don't know, Rox. This is looking like an Elevate win to me.
This was extremely risky from Elevate, pushing those tanks in around. If they had been spotted just a few seconds sooner, top tier may have been able to dump into an overmatch that they had. Instead, they were too slow because of the lineup. They had the Mouses. They didn't have the intel. Elevate got in behind them, and it didn't leave them anywhere to go. If they try to push the 50B and the 113, the tanks on the high ground can shoot into their back. The Mouses and the Batchats try to push up into the 0 line. The 113 and 50B can crossfire them out. It didn't leave top tier anywhere to go. And now it's going to be Elevate that have to attack on Ruinberg to secure their place in our finals and their trip to the grand finals. However, it's an attack on Ruinberg. Top tier playing like they have. They just have to defend and hold on for 10 minutes, and they can force overtime against Elevate, something no one saw coming.
All right, now Aghako's job is to delay as long as possible so top tier can collect their thoughts, start focusing on the flip side of this battle, because that was a good strategy from top tier. They made the right moves, but they got caught out. The reaction from Elevate was swift, and it was effective, because that was a win where 5 tanks were left alive at reasonable health for Elevate. Looking at those post-game stats, Rox, just look at them. You've got huge amount of damage put up by Ox Mathis in that FV215B. That's a tank we don't see nearly enough on every single map, in my opinion, because it has just so much damage potential, and it's just underestimated.
Got great DPM, it's laser accurate. Its only downside is its armor is pretty subpar. It can take a lot of damage, especially to the engine. But look at all these fantasy points. 72 for Ox, over 100 for God Emperor Brett that game. Not bad at all. Doma, another 54. Canadian Impact, 61. Muriel, all the way down at 40 points, along with Aghako and Exits.
Yeah, and then on the second page, look at it. Wallhack's external, Nits, putting up solid damage. But look, Rude Awakening in 1390 didn't get to deal much damage at all. Ex-Soldier in the Bat Chat, only 775 before he was evaporated. And then Delth as well was taken down effectively. Both the mount, I think where I noticed this start to go in the favor of Elevate, and tell me if you agree or disagree, but the Mouse little platoon squad, whatever you want to call it, that attack didn't really succeed. They kind of got into positions, but it lost all momentum. It didn't feel like the goal was very clear for top tier's tanks after they just began some kind of engagement.
The biggest flaw with that strat, it's not so much the tanks or where they went, it was the lack of intel. So the Batchats and RE251, they didn't know where all the tanks were. They were assuming that all the tanks were on the 0 line somewhere in front of them. So they didn't want to take that fight. They were trying to just hold on to the cap and maybe try to work their way in there, use the Batchats to get around behind late. But the problem is that's not what happened. The 113 and 50B came in behind, and the second that Dodoma and Canadian Impact showed up behind them, that was the second that game was over.
So Elevate was depending on top tier's hesitation. Top tier did, they hesitated,
and even then, if you just assume, all right, they have 4 mouses, they are slow, so we do have the time to rotate in behind them, it would have been a little bit off, but you could still see the whole thought process there. And looking at the lineups here, as we head into what could be match point for Elevate, 2 113s, a mouse, 2 Batchats, and 2 tier 9 Batchats, a fairly light lineup for a Ruinberg offense. Meanwhile, top tier trying to hold on right now. A 113, 2 mouses, Type 5 heavy, E4, a Batchat, and an AMX 1390.
That's going to mean east side to me, Rox. That says the only way you succeed and get the win is east side cap pressure, take the village, force your opponent to just give ground or find those openings, right? Because to me, I don't see a way for you to move across the west side. And because of that, top tier's probably going to be able to guess their way into a solid defense. They're going to be able to send the majority of their tanks south, hold their positions, maybe have someone watch the backside, and from there, see what happens. But look at this. Look at the way Canadian is avoiding the cap. He's not going to get on.
Batchats are going to come down here, and I don't like this setup from top tier just because the 2 slowest tanks are all the way out of the fight. And if these Batchats decide to take this engagement, those tanks aren't going to show up. But Doma's getting lit up. He's down to a 1-shot. Rude Awakening getting traded out, though. He's also down to no HP, and he's dead. Wallhack picks it up, and now they're trying to trade out.
And Elevate needs to push. If they can take positions, Aghako and Delta are out of position way in the backfield, so you have the superiority in guns. You take the village right now, you pay the cost, and you can win. But top tier, if given enough time, may be able to hold on, get Aghako and Delta into the correct positions. The Type 5 just needs time. The Type 5 only needs time in order to deal damage. Otherwise, this is something where if Elevate can keep up the pressure, they can force top tier to fall apart. But if they don't, if they stop, if they hesitate, if they slow down and kind of try and force cap pressure, I think that creates more of an opportunity for top tier to respond.
Oh, and they're going to put 3 tanks onto cap and hope that's enough. Mathis is going to hold down that middle road to try to hold off Aghako. We haven't really talked too much about Aghako today. Been a little bit quiet, still performing well, but not putting up some insane numbers. External actually picks up the kill onto Ex-Soldier, and that's 3 tanks down for top tier.
That could be the first bell right there, Rox. This is slowly closing as 4 tanks are alive for top tier. They're relatively healthy, but every single gun is still up for Elevate. And look at that. Exits goes down. Was that an ammo rack?
I believe it was. And now Fixer Reloaded getting focused on by all these bat chats. 3 guns left alive for top tier. Elevate struggling a little bit. Top tier playing out of their minds so far today. Playing fantastic, but it's not going to be enough to take down the #1 place team right now.
And
it looks like Elevate are going to be able to close this out. 7-5 though, not something any of us saw coming, something no one on our analyst desk saw coming, not anyone on Twitter saw coming. This is crazy.
That's what it's all about. Top tier showing up and proving to us that they really deserve to be here. And they were able to take a best of 13 all the way to 5 wins against 7. That is incredibly close for a 1st seed versus a 4th seed. It's not over yet though. Delph and Ughako are fighting it out. Delph hasn't taken a bit of damage yet, and External and Dodome are finally going to move in for the kill.
Yep. So Elevate are going to be able to close out the win here. They are going to secure their spot to a trip to the Grand Finals in Moscow to represent North America. Now the question is, who is going to join them? We're going to find that out in just a few minutes.
Yep. Phenomenal play right there. And that's the series, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to Elevate, and also congratulations to Top Tier. Condolences for the loss, but just bravo to them. Elevate, though, they are going to be in our finals. They just showed us why they are the best team in this league.
And they're going to keep their chance alive to play for $95,000 for our 1st place prize.
Yep, at this point, they know they're going to Moscow. They know it's in the bag. It's 100%. So a great job by them just to remind us all just why they're the best team here.
However, Top Tier should have their heads held high. They played great. No one expected them to be able to go this far. A lot of people early on were saying it was going to be lopsided. It was going to be 7-1, 7-2. The Elevate was just going to sweep them under the rug. However, they stayed here, even going down early. They put up a fight. They had some great games. Those games on Prokhorovka, those were near beautiful.
Exactly. So what we're going to be seeing now is, well, these guys are going to start packing up. We're going to see what they're able to do later on today as we get ready for the Eclipse match versus Dare Rising. But I think overall we can say that from this, looking at the post-match stats, this is all damage, everything from the match this far. Ughako from Top Tier is going to be #1, 32k damage.
No, 612 fantasy points. Fixer Reloaded, another 540. You guys have to remember, this was over a best of 13, unlike the normal best of 9, so that's extra rounds, more damage done.
And there, as expected, you have Ox Mathis on the leaderboard for Elevate. Nitz is up there with him, usually not above Brett, but Brett falling down to 5th place.
Yeah, still doing a lot of fantasy points, though.
This is just evidence of how close the match was, because it really was difficult for Elevate. Top Tier gave them everything they had, every possible little trick they could pull, they did, and it didn't work out. But Elevate staying focused, not getting tilted, not letting a few losses here and there distract them from being able to get the win.
Now, whoever ends up playing Top Tier next, well, whoever plays either of these 2 teams next, I'm worried about, because Elevate's going to be mad about how that performance went, because they felt, pretty early on that they were in control and that they should walk away with that. So they're going to be mad. They're going to be ready to prove something. And Top Tier, they know they just took Elevate to near match point. They're going to know that we can play with anyone, and it's not going to be fun. However, we're going to have Josh on the stage right now, joined by Wallhacks for a winner's interview.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Congratulations to Elevate. I'm joined by Wallhacks here. Let's talk about the beginning of the series. You guys looked very solid on the get-go, but then you suffered a loss on Mines, and then you took a hit on Himmelsdorf. The first ever loss you suffered on Himmelsdorf all season long. Were there any changes to your strategy or tank lineups after that?
Really, it was no change in strategy. We knew what we were doing. They played well, and we made a lot of mistakes on the losses. And really, we just kept doing what we practiced. Can't really change up at this point. And I guess that's it.
Were you surprised by the performance coming out of Top Tier?
No, they play really well. We know that they're good. We didn't overestimate them. We thought that they would put up a good fight, and they did. They punished us a lot, and they did some stuff that we never expected them to. So they did a good job.
Now you just secured another $30,000. You're guaranteed at least $66,000, and you are going to Moscow to represent North America at the Grand Finals. Is there any sense of relief that you guys have done that today so far?
after almost going to tiebreaker, yeah, it's some relief. So we could relax a little bit, watch the next match, you know, take a lot of notes and go over a lot of our mistakes and take it from there.
All right, are there any shout-outs you want to give to your fans as you guys prepare for your next matchup? You'll be facing the winner of Dare Rising versus Eclipse.
Well, thanks for everybody coming. It was actually pretty good turnout. Thanks to Elevate for, you know, sponsoring us, and thanks to our sponsors, G Fuel, all the stuff on the shirt. I don't know if you.
Well, good. I'll turn around. Thanks to all the sponsors here for Elevate. There you go, folks. Thanks to all the sponsors representing and supporting these World of Tanks players. Congratulations, Wall Hacks, and we'll see you at the finals in a little bit. Very well done. Very well done.
Thank you.
All right, I'm joined by Rude Awakening from Top Tier. You guys fought like hell and almost took this series. Tell me the emotions right now after suffering this tough loss.
Well, I mean, it always kind of sucks to lose, but we don't really think of it in terms of winning or losing. We just take everything one battle at a time. Losing one game, losing 2 games, losing 3 games in a row, which happened earlier. I don't think we got really affected by it. I think what ended up happening was just we played well, but they played slightly better today.
Let's talk about the beginning of the series, because you guys did lose the first 2 battles on the first map, and then you took Mines, and then you took a game on Himmelsdorf. They didn't have to change their strategy because they were locked in, but did you guys start to change anything or shift around the amount of heavy tanks they were bringing compared to your lighter tanks, or being able to push faster and stronger on the lighter maps? Overall, did you feel you guys played your top game at least midway through the series?
I think we played pretty well in the beginning, but I know we can play better. Like, for example, on Mines attack, we really do well on that because we're flexible, we move around, and we have good communication in terms of who to get when. But I felt like we had just a few bad luck shots, and also I think Dodo kind of won him the game there by lighting me when I was leaving. That really kind of hurt us.
Well, you guys have already secured $36,000. You'll be fighting in the 3rd, 4th place match, and that's for a $10,000 extra prize money. You have a chance to take home $46K here. Overall, how would you rate the performance of your team, and are you proud of what the guys have done so far this season?
Well, of course I'm proud of what they've done. I mean, it's not easy to be a new team and put up a fight against a good team like Elevate. I feel like whoever we fight for the 3rd, 4th match, I think it's also going to be close, and we're going to try our best. We have plenty of strategies we can choose from, and you know, I feel confident in our 3rd, 4th place fight.
All right, and that's going to be against the loser of Dare Rising versus Eclipse, so best of luck for you guys. Any shout-outs you'd like to give?
I just want to say shout out to all my players and all the fans. Thanks for supporting us, and next year we're going to be much, much stronger.
All right, give it up for Top Tier, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to be fighting for the 3rd, 4th place match in just a little bit. We're going to be taking a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be Dare Rising versus Eclipse, and they'll be fighting to find out who will face Elevate in the finals. Stay tuned. The WGLNA Season 2 finals continue after this.
Hit me high, 'cause I'm about to crack. 1, 2, 3, turn around. Don't you watch me now? Walk right through that door.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the WGLNA Season 2 Finals. We just witnessed quite an opening matchup. Elevate did take the victory against Top Tier, but it was a hard-fought victory, 7-5. I'm joined by Meadowhawk and B-Ted. Gentlemen, surprised to see that performance from Top Tier, but not surprised to see Elevate take the win.
It was a very impressive game. I mean, obviously, Top Tier has continued that trend of increasing and getting better.
Yep.
They are now officially only the second team in the league to take more than one game away from Elevate during the whole season. Only other team to do that, Eclipse.
They took 5 matches, which is more than what Eclipse did, because it went to overtime last time.
That's true.
And, I mean, Top Tier did not hit them with the kitchen sink. They hit them with the whole house. They played as hard as they possibly could. They did everything they possibly could and more. I really think Root is incredibly proud of them because they pushed. They surprised them. They surprised everybody. So when you're coming up on this replay now, you're going to see some interesting Ghost Town. And early down, it looked like this would be Elevate domination. When you say Meadow?
Yeah, I mean, obviously this first match here and Ghost Town kind of foreshadowed the whole match. I mean, it was a very close game. And then here we have a nice pen on, Zitz, just highlighting the Type 5 as how powerful the Type 5 is. It hits something that's soft and
it goes boom.
Goodbye by exits.
Yep.
We got to see a lot more of the mouse choices coming from Elevate at the beginning. And then we started to see the open maps in favor of Top Tier because of their aggression. You could see it in the eyes of Rude Awakening last night. He said this is going to be a high risk, high reward type play coming out of Top Tier, and it definitely was beneficial. But the mouse performance from Elevate, especially the amount of bounce shots and just the presence those mouse tanks have, it was tough for Top Tier to fight against that. Do you guys think that sometimes these teams maybe rely a little bit too much on the heavier tanks and get set in their ways, allowing for that faster, more mobile type lineup to be their downfall?
It can be. Obviously, we saw Top Tier in the first couple of matches bring out very light lineups. I mean, I'm not sure if Rude was going for obviously more flexibility with the lights. It didn't work for him on Ghost Town the second match where he brought some bat chats. He tried to flex around the south of the map, but as soon as Wallhacks saw that those bat chats got light, he pushed in, and they just didn't have the ability to clean up the rest of the match.
HP difference
exactly
as well, because if you don't have that HP difference, your margin for error is tiny.
Yeah.
And on that specific map, Elevate saw it, took advantage of it, and that ended it.
Yep. Well, let's talk about Prohorovka. That's one of my favorite maps in the history of World of Tanks, and we got to see down-the-line pushes coming from Top Tier, and they secured both those victories. It seemed like Elevate, in their communication, was calm, clear, and collective, but when you suffer 2 losses on Prohorovka, after you just suffered the first loss ever the whole season on Himmelsdorf, it seemed it was kind of a little bit of a scary time for them until we saw the next win on Morovanka, as you see on the screen now.
Well, even in loss, this is a loss for Elevate. You saw a really strong isolation. They got a hold of Zitz. They eliminated him. They took him out early. No, I'm sorry. That was who was on 257. They isolated it. They took it down. But watching how Rude responded to that, he used that momentum. He forced them to get into the bowl, to the fire sack, and that pretty much ended it right there.
Yeah, it was good. And on the Prokhorov matches, I mean, we saw for the first time, maybe the first time, a 2-6-3. Not really a tank destroyer that you see very often. And then I believe it was on the defense where they pushed down the 1-2-3 line. Yeah. And you could see where Wally almost anticipated it. I don't think that he managed to spot them in time, but that was kind of a downfall, and then they cleaned up with everything. But
and that's the tough part about Ruhenberg. When you try to cross out in the open and you get peppered a couple shots, 1, 2, or sometimes 3, your HPs take such a hit. And we found that happening with Top Tier multiple occasions where they were trying to set up their attack pattern, their attack plan, but in order to get into that proper location to set up, they took too many hits, had the HP disadvantage, and so for their next attack, they're already going in at a disadvantage. So tough there. But you could also say the same thing about Elevate. Sometimes they were caught off guard. I want to talk about the Artie usage. We did see some Artie played.
Yes.
The play style with Artie has always been kind of an up-in-the-air conversation or debate. Is it ever, a strength when you're losing so much on mobility or accuracy? Your guys' thoughts on Artie? Is this just kind of, it's still there in the meta here and there, people try to use it when they want to, or is it still viable, especially here at the finals?
Map-based. I think it's very map-specific.
Indeed, very map-based. Obviously, Mines is a very big map that you'll see Artie on. Usually because when you have your heavies, they're going to be either on this, they're going to be on other sides of the hills. So if you can light them and use your Artie to, take their HP down, it makes your medium push a lot easier, because then they can clean up that heavy and not have to worry about constantly being shot by a heavy while they're trying to clean up the enemy's mediums.
And also, you saw some boosts played by the Bat Chats. A good way to counter that sometimes, or at least distract them, is to lob an Artie shell at them every now and again, as we saw at the end of that match.
Yeah, we saw it was I think it was Delph was playing the Artie.
Yeah.
And they timed that perfectly. They saw, I think it was external pushing down by the 0 line boost. They realized that the mouse was there to screen for the Bat Chat boosting up, and then they actually hit that Artie shot. Now, it only hit for 700. It would have been much more spectacular if he had penned.
Well, another effect of Artie is when you get that Artie shot off and the shot lands, if it just landed on you, you have to take a minute to look at how much damage you took. It affects everyone around you. You understand, what happened. And if you take it the wrong way, it can throw your play for, a few seconds?
Yeah, easily.
Especially if you need to repair.
Yes.
That's where Artie really comes into play. And that when you can bunker down somebody or hold them in that position, allow the rest of your team to move in that spot, that's how Artie becomes such an effective play style, where it doesn't necessarily have to keep doing damage. It just keeps your opponents in check. And hopefully we'll see some more Artie play throughout the rest of this tournament. So we have one victory already. We have Elevate, who took the series 7-5. And now we're going to see who's going to be up against them in the finals. But another key note is that players from around the world are also watching the competition and seeing what North America is going to bring to the grand finals. Elevate's going to represent North America, and we'll find out who that second team's going to be in just a little bit. But it's still anybody's game for the rest of today's tournament, and we'll see that Dare Rising versus Eclipse in just a little bit as those players are getting set up. But when Elevate had that victory, they mentioned their sponsors, and all the sponsors that are on their jerseys. And one of the really cool things about World of Tanks over the many years that we've been doing esports for World of Tanks is we see a variety of sponsors coming into the scene and supporting these players. So let's see what some of these players and teams had to say about their sponsors.
I would have to say the biggest advantage of having a sponsor is the gear, them with a big Twitter account and their social media and all their connections is really nice. I mean, and you're publicizing them too. It's like a win-win on both sides.
The biggest advantage having a sponsor is just having a name to back you, basically having that reach, having the social media support. It's great overall.
We kind of want to bring the game some life, get some new fan base, bring our fan base to the game and help them. They can help us and boost them up.
They're backing us 100% of the way. Their partners are also providing support for us. And it's just the peace of mind, basically, of going into the finals, having extra people supporting us.
So the additional pressure created from having a sponsorship is pretty obvious in my eyes. You have to win pretty much, or bad things will happen.
I think it's just the extra pressure of maybe representing their brand, but as a team, we don't have any extra pressure whatsoever. The more sponsors that enter the league is just beneficial for everyone. Tanks fans, Tanks players, it just brings more attention to the esport, and it can only result in a greater visibility to the rest of the league.
All right, so thank you to everybody that does support the World of Tanks esports scene. Gentlemen, I want to talk about the map lineup that we have. We will see a lot of different dynamics when it comes to either the open map or the city maps, but we also have some stats available as well to see how these different teams measure up when it comes to their map play. We know about Himmelsdorf, we know about Elevate and Himmelsdorf. They just suffered their first loss all season, but let's talk about Cliff and the rest of these maps here. Battles on Cliff, average duration, attack win, defend win, that's the stats you're going to see on the board.
The biggest one to notice here, obviously, we just saw it, was the defense win on Runeberg. Obviously, Elevate managed to push through. I thought that game was going to go to overtime. They managed to take both matches off top tier. And the other one is Muravanka, which I believe, did top tier win both? They split that.
They split that.
They split that, which is what it was. So that's really the turning point of that match there. The thing with that match too is that had top tier managed to win the defense that they should have won, they would have been going to Cliff, and they had top tier has a 91% win rate on Cliff, whereas Elevate only had 50. So
there's a reason it was banned.
There's a reason it was banned, and it would have been probably in top tier's favor had they gone that far.
It's terrifying. Some maps the teams play, and they're so good at those specific maps. Steps is very much a strong map for Elevate. On the other hand, they didn't want anything to do with top tier getting a chance to go to Cliffs. Because you imagine if the last match, instead of being on Rinberg, was on Cliffs. we could have seen a whole different story right there lit up. And if we saw that story, we can imagine what's going to happen in the second match, because each one of those teams have a different specific strength. I can tell you, Eclipse wants nothing to do on Mines. They want nothing to do with Mines, and guess which map they banned? Mines. Yeah.
And you get to see a bit of that personality come through with those different teams and players. I think one of the coolest things about a map like Cliff or a map like Mines is you kind of have a set meta that people are used to. They have an expectation of what type of tanks you're going to bring out, or what type of lineup or strategy, or even what's going to happen in the first 2 minutes. What happens most often, though, is we see these teams, at least mid-season in the WGLNA, is they got so used to each other's meta that they're trying to either out-strategize or stay to the exact same thing but change up the tank lineup just slightly to either augment the damage or add some more mobility. The neatest thing, the coolest thing about the finals is that a lot of these teams put together strategies that they keep hidden. They don't want to reveal in their streams. They want to barely even scrimmage it with some of their sister teams that they practice with. But it really comes down to how can they outthink and outperform their opponents. And we will see a lot of that type of dramatic action here in comparison to the rest of the season. Now, those stats that you saw were for the entire season for all those teams. But we're going to see how that's going to measure out overall for today's finals. Our next matchup is going to be Eclipse versus Dare Rising. They're still getting set up, and as we wait for the players to verify that all their setups are good to go, we'll throw it to the commentators and then get the match underway. Eclipse was the team that a lot of us were like, okay, how are they going to perform in a setting with a live audience once again? I mean, some of these guys are veterans when it comes to playing in front of a live audience. We talked about that between Elevate and Top Tier, and we were sitting all the way back here, and you could hear Rude Awakening with his call-outs, with amping up his team, and with trying to strategize. Do you guys think that we're going to feel that same type of tension and confidence coming out of Eclipse?
Oh, I guarantee the audience is going to hear Tigers.
Yeah,
I know what Tigers is calling. He's a very loud guy.
Tigers wants to make sure everyone on his team is hearing specifically what he wants them to hear. He's enthusiastic. If they lose, he'll try to pump people up. He's not a kind of guy that's going to take anything lying down. He'll throw everything he has into his calling and into his play style, and they need to. This is an important match. They've lost 2 players in Vetro, and then they lost to Eclipse, to Elevate, of course, as well as losing Exo, and because of that, a lot of people don't think that they can do it. They have a lot to prove to themselves and to the league, I think. Yeah,
but I mean, obviously they struggled with Wally and Ox, kind of oddly enough, and once they got Tigers back, I mean, they got Tigers, and they also took Letta from us. There's no salt there for me. But
I can
once
feel
they got
the
that,
salt.
They've really improved. So I mean, they are, on the rise here. I mean, obviously, I wasn't expecting the last match to be so close. I was expecting this match to be very close.
Yes.
So I would be very surprised if this match doesn't go to overtime, if that last one almost.
And you look at Dare Rising, they have a really solid team. They have My Little Putin, who's excellent in 1v1s. We've seen that before. You have MacTap Putin and Aggressor, both veterans. Aggressor, the 3rd highest damage dealer, I believe, this season. MacTap, former captain of #RU, who's a few season backs champion. He's been to the Global Grand Finals. He brings a lot of that to him. Other guys like Nationwide, Durgil, Burden Fungus, they're all solid team players, and any one of them can be a standout player, I think, today.
Indeed. I mean, if I said before that Top Tier was the most improved team, I thought, throughout the season, Dare, I would have to say, was the most consistent. They didn't really, decrease in skill, and they haven't really improved in skill. They've kind of, maintained an even keel, which, it's double-edged sword. That's not necessarily good. It's not necessarily bad. So,
well, they had a blip just after the middle of the season. They lost some matches. But what impressed me is they came back, and they came back enough to challenge for 2nd place. They ended up getting 3rd place. I think they're a really good team, and they're my pick in this match. I think that Dare Rising will manage to find a way to defeat Eclipse.
I'm going to have to go with my buddies, Ledif and Exo, despite them leaving. I really hope that Eclipse can win this one.
All right, well, thanks, gentlemen, for your thoughts on that. We're still waiting for confirmation for our players here to be absolutely ready to go. 7-on-7, 7x68. We're using Tier 10 tanks. If you look at the history of the WGLNA, I mean, back in the day, it was T32s, no cons. And all sorts of tank lineups. I mean, from the T49 to you have those medium finishers. When it comes to the different nations and what they bring, we saw a lot of the Russian teams in the grand finals bring a certain amount of tanks, and they love their Josef Stalin tanks. We saw a lot of usage of the IS-7. For somebody who is moving up in the ranks, let's say in World of Tanks and unlocking more and more of these tanks, what are some of the top Tier 10 tanks they should be vying for, trying to unlock if they want to compete in the Bronze League or the Silver League?
The RU meads are always a good choice. Obviously, things get tweaked every now and again. Obviously right now, a mouse would be a great one. However, that's due to a patch. Don't expect that to last long. How the patches normally work is, they release tanks. The pro players get their hands on them for a bit, and they realize that, oh boy, these tanks might be a bit too good, so they kind of tone them back. But like the RU meads have been a constant staple in clan wars, in top tier play, tournaments.
Mediums as well, especially the Bat Chat. The Bat Chat is anyone who's watched WGLNA has seen the Bat Chat be used consistently, and when it's used well, it's an amazing thing to watch. However, with the mouse coming in, it changed that meta. We saw 4 mouses for top tier rolling into Runeberg. In the past, we've seen 3 or 4 Bat Chats, possibly altering that, changing speed, changing the dynamic. I think the last patch really changed a lot of things, especially with the WGLNA, because we went when there used to be the tier 10 Swedish Kravnagen that was used a lot, and I might have butchered that pronunciation, sorry. But it was used a lot, but the minute the mouse came in, it didn't have the pen to do it anymore, and you don't see it anymore. But if you look at the stats of the league, it was one of the most used lineups, included it. But the minute that meta changed, the players got on it because they're very aware of it, and they figured out what's the best one, and they're still flexing with it, and I think they're going to flex with it all the way to the finals. And we have another patch coming, too.
We do have a patch. We don't know when it's going to drop. Things have dropped, patches have dropped before finals, which kind of messes with the meta right before. But going back to like the mouse meta, teams will, once a patch comes in, they'll experiment with the new tanks, and then they're going to find ways to deal with those new tanks. Obviously, I believe the 260 was brought in to deal with the mouse, because you're going to see a mouse or two on proc. Right now, a great tank that EU and RU is using to deal with mice on proc is the E50. It's kind of it's a medium/heavy. It has a great gun to deal with a mouse at long range. Bat Chats can have problems with mice at long range unless you're shooting heat shells. So
even the accuracy, though, on a 50M is better than that on a Bat Chat from any sort of distance.
Exactly. Yeah. So the meta will change. The meta is going to change. Teams will start using the OP teams, and then the meta is going to change again once teams start realizing which tanks are going to be best for dealing with those other overpowered tanks.
Another important thing when it comes to playing World of Tanks is also the quality of your PC. So I want to give a shout out to Legion. World-class gaming PCs, Legion by Lenovo. That's the PC that players are playing on today, both here and also in the warm-up rooms. And we'll be giving away 4 tablets to you lucky fans. All you have to do on social media, use a hashtag WGLNA Legion and correctly predict what will be the final score for today's grand finals. We'll pick 4 random correct entries, and you'll find out the winners on our Twitter account at WGLNA. A big thank you to Legion by Lenovo for that. Again, we're still waiting for final confirmation for our players here. I want to talk a little bit more about this mouse tank, because the awesomeness of seeing this tank on the battle is pretty huge, but it's the bounces, trying to penetrate against the armor of the mouse. How do these players surround either that tank or try to avoid it? What can they do if there's 4 mice on the field?
When the mouse first came into it with the change in the meta, you would see 2 Bat Chats, and we had a match where 2 Bat Chats emptied their clips as they circled it, and I think between those 2 they got 3 penetrations. And because they got the 3 penetrations, over that time it now turned into 6 penetrations because the players now more specifically know where to hit it.
All right, folks, we're ready. We're ready for Eclipse versus Dare Rising. Let's send it over to our commentators, Rockstar and Rookhill.
Thank you very much, Clutch. We had a great first match of the day, something that not many of us saw coming.
A real treat, absolutely. And now we're getting ready for our next match. Right now we're doing the test battles, so we're going to be making sure everyone's hardware is going to be working, everyone's fully set up, and in a moment we'll see the stage start to clear. So what we're doing right now is we're just making sure we're watching to see kind of who's going to be sitting down. We've got Zim, Photo Finish, No Nick No Skill, Drawcab, Ledif, T1 Diabetic, and Tigers, of course, on the side of Eclipse. We've been hearing a little bit of talk about Tigers. We know him to be loud and proud as a caller. We're probably going to hear him loud and clear across the room over where we are.
And what happened was he didn't start the season playing. He started on the bench during the offseason while Hax obviously left Eclipse and went over to join Elevate. And so you would think that would be the cue for Tigers, the former caller, to step back in. But instead, the team opted to go for more of a team calling atmosphere. It had tried to go with a different direction. T1 was doing a lot of the calling.
But it didn't work out.
It did not work out at
all.
all.
They went back to Tigers, man.
They were down to like 5th place at one point, and then they brought Tigers in. And the difference between that and bringing Tigers in was night and day. They started performing a lot better. Now, still had a good bit of room to grow. They still lost to Elevate in the regular season, though they took them to overtime. But it was miles better than anything they had done at that point in the season.
Yeah, so Elevate has gotten back on top of their game after some struggling. And on the other side, Dare has really impressed us this season, and we're looking forward to their performance today. But before the match starts, we have
Josh on the stage with T1 Diabetic and Aggressive. And that would be Chase.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. You guys have made it this far. You're fighting to find out who's going to face Elevate in the finals. You've already secured $36,000. But Eclipse, what does it mean for you to be on this stage ready to compete?
Just another finals. We've been in here a lot. Third event now. Haven't missed an event yet. So just looking forward to getting to first or second and going to another grand finals.
All right, and for you, Dare Rising, you guys have fought hard to be here. You ready for this matchup?
Yes, sir. We've been practicing a lot lately. This is our second event, so one here would be very important for grand finals.
Anything you'd like to say to your opponents before we start?
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun. Gentlemen, please shake hands. Good luck and have fun. Back to the commentators. Let's get this match underway.
Thank you very much, Josh. Now we are back here, and we're just a minute away from starting our next battle, finishing up the little test here, almost over, and then we'll be in our way. Now this battle, we've had the analyst desk sit here and talk about this match for a little bit. Let's go ahead and go over our predictions for it, just because I want to hear your thoughts on this match from the get-go.
From the get-go. So generally, I would think Eclipse is favored in this series, just because of the history, because of generally how they've performed this season, though. I was worried early on, and I think that's impacted a lot of my opinion of how they'll perform here, because they haven't had the most consistent season, even though they've only gotten better. Dare, on the other hand, I feel like has improved by a grand margin next to what they were. And I'm looking to see if they're going to do much with something similar to what Top Tier did in our previous match, and really do their homework and have it pay off against an opponent who is expected to be better, probably believes themselves to be in the better position, and that can actually be your downfall, because you don't know how to deal with a team that is not as good as you. You're like, okay, I can deal with that strat, we can deal with that strat, little overconfidence, missing some of the main points you need to practice away.
Yep. Well, before we get underway with our first battle, let's go ahead and take a minute to get to know these teams better.
Dare should feel very afraid. We're looking to secure our spot in the grand finals. We're going to do everything in our power to make sure that we win this set of matches.
We're the favorite. We don't think they can match our player skill, and if we execute our strats well, that's us.
Dare should feel really intimidated. I think, they already lost to us at the end of the season, and I don't think they figured us out at all.
I think the other team should feel terrible coming to this matchup. I think they know that they're going to lose.
We are looking for revenge though, is getting second place in last season finals. So we'd like to come in first this time around.
We don't think Eclipse has matched our preparation. We've scrimmed the two other teams that are present today. We've scrimmed teams from other regions. Like, we're ready. We're not messing around. We're going to slaughter Eclipse.
Aggressor having some fighting words there.
Oh, Aggressor is just cheeky through and through.
Oh, yeah.
He's a fun guy. He likes to poke fun at other people. He likes to get under your skin a little bit. He doesn't mean any harm by it. He just likes to play around.
I can remember a few listen-ins from earlier in the season.
Exactly. He's just a fun guy. He's got a lot of personality. And so he's one of those people that you like, that definitely a team kind of can focus around a little bit in that way. But when I look at Dare, I'm thinking a little bit more about this more subtle player, which is My Little Putin. He's not loud. He almost mumbles most of the time, but he's an excellent caller, and he's really getting a hang of calling for this team.
Well, speaking of these teams, we are ready for our first battle of the series, so let's see what happens.
Prokhorovka, one of the first maps in the game. Teams start at the regular spawn points as they do in standard battles. Bases are separated from each other by the railway, so the defending team has to choose whether to send their vehicles to the left side, playing them in the centre, or to the right of the railway, occupying the hill and a part of the village. The attacking team usually attacks the first base. However, the teams often go for face-to-face confrontations, 7-on-7, in the hilly terrain at the centre. That's why both teams frequently use vehicles with good gun depression angles and sturdy turrets.
And here we go. The first battle between Eclipse and Dare Rising. Eclipse coming in with 2 113s, 2 Batchats, 2 Object 263s, and an RU-251. Meanwhile, Dare Rising, 3 Mouses, 2 Batchats, an STRV-103B, and an RU-251.
Well, Eclipse guessed right. We've talked about the Object 263 being a strong counter to the Mouse, and they brought 2 of them. This is good for Eclipse. Dare, just as well. They've got the Mouse going on. They've got plenty of mobility in their own Batchats. So this really can go either way. It's whether or not these mice are going to get torn apart by Object 263s, or whether or not we're going to see those 263s get taken down quickly by solid maneuvering. That's what Dare's going to have to pull off.
And very similar to the S-Tank or the E3. It does not have a turret. Its gun is fixed forward. So tanks like the Batchats can get around.
Opening scout runs are aggressive. Chase Potato and Dark God Zim meet in the middle of the map, split off, shots going left and right everywhere, but no connections. So lucky for the RU-251s. Now, I speak too soon. Dark God Zim takes 430 on a return run. I think that was a little predictable. I think you just kind of walked into that one, but worth it at this point because he gets more spotting. However, I think both teams have enough information to know, let's probably not take a fight in the middle. Enough tanks are going in that direction that maybe we should reposition. Find some crossfire. Maybe go west.
Now I'm curious to see if these teams were watching earlier, because this 263 is down at K2 by himself.
And Nonik is spotted up on the high ground. Might be able to take some fire. It's good positioning for Chase Potato in the east side. He's over in Delta 7-8, right near his own cap. And from where he is on the map currently, he's going to actually be able to keep control for a lot of his team on that east side, while almost everyone else is west side of the tracks. So that RU is going to be able to keep spotting on Dark God Zim if he tries to sneak around on the east side. If we see any Batchats trying to fire from that high ground, we're going to be able to return fire if we are Dare. So Dare, those mice in the middle, are able to actually fire back. Batchat normally wouldn't be spotted, and it would be very difficult to deal with that because there's so much cover up there. It's hard to guess exactly where he's firing from.
Yep, and another thing to look at here is one of the top fantasy point scorer from the regular season, Ledif, normally plays Batchat. He's playing a 1-1-3 on Prokhorovka. That's definitely interesting.
What do you think why do you think that is?
I think it's because of the tanks that they have. Bringing those 263s, need people that can play those. They only bring a couple of bats, and if you look at the people in the bats, No Skill has been fantastic in Batchat all season, and then Tigers, so Ledif drawing the short straw to play with Photo Finish, who's one of the best heavy tank players in the league.
Absolutely. We've seen numerous highlights of him playing excellently at IS4 Himmelsdorf before, and then we're going to see how he fares here in the 113 on Proc. But this is off to a slow start, I'd say. Both teams polarized to the north and the south. It looks like, though, that our red team, Eclipse, is going to start heading towards east side, deciding that, well, let's not go face first into the defenses of Dare. Let's try and get our own area of control. Try and secure our own cap.
And what I don't like is right now, Dare are set up to do the exact same thing that we saw top tier do earlier on Pro with that one-line push, use the tanks on the middle ridge. The only difference is look at all the guns over on the 9-0. They'll be able to punish the tanks on top of the ridge. But that 263 in the south, the T1 Diabetic, he's still toast.
Oh, look at that draw cat spotted, actually. And that is telling because he takes 431 damage. They know he's up there. That's a huge deal. That 263, if he'd been able to get into position without being spotted, that would have meant he could possibly sneak some damage into the Mouse down below. But as he is now spotted, now not, he takes fire instead. And his armor's okay, Rox, but it's not that good. He can't just withstand.
Frontally, it is superb. Anywhere else, even if it's angled, the side armor is paper thin, plus the ammo racks are along the sides of the turret basket. So it's not a tank that you want to be shot at. While you can definitely bounce shots, you can easily bounce JPE shells from the front, you still do not want to risk being shot at, especially if there's RD on their team. This is a tank designed to catch RD shells, essentially.
Yeah, because it's just got nice and open on top.
It's a big basket.
Just waiting to catch those. So we're going to see a big shift actually from Dare. Look at the way they've gotten the RU out of the east side where he was just spotting tanks. I really don't know what to think of that because there was actually about a good 1,000, almost 2,000 damage has been dealt, and that's no.
We're about to see a head-to-head brawl go down on this one line. Teams squaring off versus each other, and neither know they're there. 263 out in front. Tigers taking damage, but the tanks from Dare were waiting and wait. They're pumping out so much damage. Tigers taking a lot. T1 Diabetic down to half HP.
And look at the hit pools, 8,000 to 13K. Dare in a huge lead right now. Eclipse has just gone face first into the defensive positions of Dare.
And look at the heads-up play from Bird. He knew he was going to go down, so he turned himself sideways in front of Durgel to give him some hold-down cover. So now Durgel is just going to be able to pump out shot after shot. He takes out T1 Diabetic, and he should be able to kill Tigers, and this looks to be an early lead in favor of Dare.
Oh, this is absolutely phenomenal for Dare. Eclipse really missed a main part of what they should have been able to scout out. They guessed, well, Dare guessed that Eclipse was going to go east side. They positioned to then shift and take the west side of the map. Little did they know, Eclipse decided, let's actually go back to the west side because they got in their own head with this one, thinking that their opponent was going to move to the east as well, and it turns out everyone just threw everything to the west, and now we've got a brawl that has gone clearly into the favor of Dare. And you just saw an S-Tank pump out how much damage. Post-game stats are going to have to tell, but
oh, yeah.
he had a field day.
Exactly, in the bat chats. And the 263, well, it is great frontally. It is still not a tank that you want to be close with or that you want to lead a push with. It is not impenetrable. It is great armor for long-range shots against other tank destroyers or other heavy tanks, but it is by no means a point-blank brawl tank or something where you want to push in with 6 guns staring at you ahead of time.
Yeah, exactly. So not the best start for Eclipse. I gotta give it to Dare. I think they got lucky with this one. It doesn't seem like the kind of play where they were trying to block anything. It looks like they just handled a situation that was presented to them rather well, rather easily in some ways.
What this really comes down to, I think, is that this was more Eclipse losing this game than Dare winning it. Now, I'm not trying to take anything away from Dare. They handled that perfectly. Their focus fire was superb. However, the push from Eclipse was a little bit hasty, a little bit premature.
A little ill-informed, but it's just getting started. Could be a little bit of nerves.
Yep.
And this is best of 13, so.
Yep. And like Wallhacks, I was telling you, like Wallhacks said, best of 13 really makes sure that the cream of the crop comes to the top.
Yep. Just get them warmed up. Dare, we saw them waiting during the Elevate top tier match earlier. Same with Eclipse. They're sitting there just, cold hands for a bit. They had to rush up onto the stage, get set up. So they could, a few players might still be warming up or getting comfortable, So we'll see how Eclipse is able to kind of bounce off this one, whether or not it's going to shake them, or if it's really just going to be a wake-up call. Because Dare looks like they're feeling okay, but let's see if they can get if they won't be overconfident or how they'll react off of a win like that.
Yeah, and Drock, someone that was on the bench until towards the end of the season, coming in here doing almost 4,000 damage in that 263.
Yep, that's exactly why you bring it.
Yep, but then look at Durgel, another 1,800. Aggressor and Nationwide, both of those mouses able to actually be really effective in those mouses despite being on Prokhorovka, putting up good consistent damage. Max tap from Putin.
Yeah, it's the high profile really gives you something to work with.
And plus with the turret armor being buffed, it's a great tank to work the ridge and it has good gun depression. Not great, but good.
Yeah.
And it's enough to work these ridges very well and pump out a lot of damage. And poor T1 Diabetic, who led that push, only got one really penetrating shot off.
Yeah, the focus fire was on point. Dare did exactly what they were supposed to do.
Now, like many other tanks, the 263, its lower plate is still a weak spot. Now, it's stronger than a lot of other tanks. It's still penetrable by most tanks, especially the S tank with those 350 millimeter penetration shells.
Yeah,
just go right through it.
As far as an S tank versus an Object 263, we've brought both of these tanks up, but we really haven't directly talked about how they compare.
Yep.
So the S tank in siege mode, in my understanding, is a little bit better.
It has better DPM. It's a little bit more accurate. But the thing to look at though is the velocity of the shells is near the same. They're both laser cannons. The penetration on both of them is great. The biggest difference is the S tank has to go into siege mode, which has to stop for a couple seconds to enable, where the other tank, the 263, can just roll up, shoot, keep moving, and it doesn't get stuck like that.
Exactly. So you trade off a little bit to have siege mode, but it does work out when you have
It gives you the increased DPM and also the increased camo.
Ah, yes, that's one thing that a lot of us forget. It almost doesn't matter. It's such a stealthy tank in the first place,
Yep.
but lineups, rocks,
Lineups,
have them up.
Eclipse, a 113, a mouse, three bat shots. An S-Tank, an RU-251. Clips now defending. Dare coming in here with an I-7, a Kronwagen, a 263 of their own, 3 bat shots, and an RU-251.
And for opening scout runs, it looks like Dare's going to go more towards the track side, while Eclipse will do what looks very much like a standard defensive posture to start off the map. So Scout moves up, goes through the city, loops back through, and at the same time you've got a 113 for coverage in the mid, RU covering all the way down this line. If that works out, you've got a solid defense and control over a good portion of the map. That's just the northwest half is all yours and very easy to hold if you're Eclipse right now. But Dare can still put pressure on the 2-cap on the east side quite easily. And I think with that mouse position out of Eclipse, you see that what I'm talking about up in the north and about Alpha 6? That mouse should be the one that's able to at least get some kind of resets if necessary or hold the north. So that mouse is going to be important. And the reason they've left him here is because he can flex to the 1 or 2 cap without having to cross an incredible distance.
There's not too many places you can put a mouse on this map where he's not going to get caught out of position. Because say the mouse gets all the way down for some bizarre reason, like down the 1 line. If they decide to start attacking that 2 cap and they put 3 on, that's 30 seconds. That mouse isn't going to get across to be effective or be in that fight really. So you have to keep him somewhere central, somewhere where the rest of the guns can support him, and somewhere where he can be useful.
And we'll see how this one pans out in a moment or two. It looks like things are going to slow down, Rox. So we're going to see shifting back and forth. Look at that from Dare in the south. We've got a My Little Putin, Aggressor, and Bird in the Kronwagen, which I'm glad the guys brought up earlier, because the Kronwagen really has fallen off in popularity, mostly because of the mouse.
Mostly because of the mouse, and the Kronwagen only has 300mm pen heat shells, so it's not really enough to really consistently deal with the mouse. It still can pen it when the mouse is looking straight at it. However, it's a lot less reliable, and that really the DPM is already poor. So when you're not penetrating shots in your clip consistently, that lowers the DPM even further, and it becomes a lot less viable. However, on a map like Proc, where there's normally not a lot of mouses, it can still certainly be useful.
Yeah, that's something a lot of people haven't quite noticed yet or haven't settled super hard on, is there's a bit of a triangle going on. The mouse has a huge amount of armor and hit points, which is great against tanks that don't actually have high DPM but have good burst. The Kronwagen is great when you focus fire on tanks or when you want to quickly get out, like a lot of French tanks.
Right.
Problem is, of course, when the hit pool is incredibly high, we saw this when the mouse first got buffed, is you just bring a few of them, E100s even as well, and it doesn't matter if the Kronwagens pen every single shell. Their DPM is so low that you can just roll slowly over them, and just they can't stop you, because most of them will be on reload so much that the DPM of the current mouse, the DPM of a lot of other heavies, is just that high. Now look at that. Tiger's getting a shell into Nationwide, and he's going to have to back off, give a little bit of ground. And I'm not sure this is an unusual position for Nationwide, going into the city like he
I almost wonder if he's bait. I almost wonder if pushing him over here is trying to trigger a push out of Eclipse down that 1 line into those bat shots.
He also could just try to play risky. Getting into uncommon positions is a great way to throw your opponent off, because in professional play, we see a lot of very typical positions. People go to the same places every time. They know the strongest, most effective position to haul down in an IS-7 and get cross shots. You know what I'm talking about. They go to the typical spots. But what very often has thrown off some of the best teams, and we've even seen this in the grand finals, I'm looking at you, APAC teams, have thrown off some of our North American, even Russian teams, who are considered pretty much the pinnacle of the world right now. And it all comes down to those crazy strats, things that your opponent hasn't accounted for, and because of that, you can catch them off guard. It may be crazy, but if it works,
why not?
Exactly.
And the other thing to look at here is Burden Fungus in this Kronwagen that we were talking about. He hasn't been spotted all game. He's staying in the low ground unspotted. They have no idea where he is. So I'm pretty sure this is a deliberate attempt by Dare to start baiting tanks to make some sort of response, whether that's Eclipse repush the 1-2 line to retake over there, or it's to push all the way over to the 7-8-9 line to retake that 2 cap. They're trying to do something, and they're insanely split right now. But once again, the lack of intel from Eclipse is making it really hard for them to figure out what to do.
And look at the west side of the map, Rox. We're going to be waiting to see if the RU-251
I got lit.
Gets hit as we're going into this.
They know 263's here.
I have no idea. Did I miss you throw?
All right, well, anyways, Eclipse still sitting here in their same spot, and they've gotten 2 tanks down. They got the free pick onto that IS-7 and that RU-251. And the Batchat's now opting to pull out of the 1 line because they know that that's no longer an option, and they're going to try to either, looks like maybe go up and over in the mid here or get aggressive.
Possibly so. My little Putin getting aggressive, but Master Putin is close by, and just behind him, you've got Aggressor. So that could be a trap. We'll see if the 113's willing to move forward, but the S-Tank from Eclipse right now, that's going to be T1 Diabetic. His position all the way up north is going to be crucial to whether or not Eclipse's defense holds or not. If Dare attacks on the east side, I think they have a better chance than if they decide to go up the 1 line. 1 line is complete suicide. It would end just like the last battle where Eclipse ran face first into Dare. I'm seeing 2-Cap being the best option right now. If 2-Cap could get some pressure, if Dare can pull a few tanks away from that and make overmatch something, pick off an RU-251, they might be able to distract, make something happen, but there's 3 minutes and 20
They're already 2 tanks down, and here's the problem. Is 263, well, I like what he's doing over being in the high ground there, and he's going to keep that mouse kind of pinned. The problem is there being already 2 tanks down. It only leaves 4 tanks to retake the rest of the map from the 6 remaining tanks of Eclipse, so, you know, even without being great at math, you can still figure out that's not a good situation to be in.
No, it's not. Dare does not have a lot to work with. And at this point, do they see victory is kind of the question. Because 2 minutes 48, there's 11k damage to be dealt by 5 tanks. The Grandwagen, we've noted before, doesn't have incredibly high DPM. The 263 might make up for that, but this, it looks like
they're going to go up and over into photo.
Moves up and over. Aggressor kind of skirting back for a moment, allowing my little Putin to take a little bit of the shared damage, and the focus is finally hitting in. Photo was on fire for a moment. He goes down to Master Putin, but the toll has been high. Master Putin is 2 shells from death for sure. Aggressor is a nice high roll from death. There goes Darkot Zim in the RU. That's 2 tanks down. Aggressor is not out yet. He has just 16 hit points before he's able to find some kind of cover. In the meantime, Grandwagen, elsewhere on the map, is very, very low.
They need to make that counter push right now.
And we want to get over to see where Burned is. He's able to actually disengage from Nonik. At the same time, Durgel is engaging with Drawcap. T1 in the S-Tank moves up, and this is the counter push you were talking about by Eclipse. Dare getting torn apart. My little Putin is not reloaded yet. Aggressor is not reloaded yet. And that's going to be it. I think there's too many hit points, not enough time, and a huge advantage for Eclipse. They're able to hold on defense.
Aggressor is getting a lot of shots there in cover, able to pump out a lot of damage. But Eclipse holding on here. They're about to tie the series up 1-1.
Just give them a moment and they should be able to make it happen. I think the Kronwagen pick really bit Dare for this one. Eclipse position typically.
I don't think the Kronwagen really factored into how this game played out. I think it was more the IS-7 taking a lot of shots over the middle ridge, being isolated.
I don't know. I really don't know if I agree with the pick. It doesn't flow as well anymore. Not with the hit pools, not with what you're seeing there. I
don't disagree that it's not as doesn't fit into the meta as well right now. But my point is, I don't know that in that particular case, this was the reason they lost that round. I think more of it comes down to the IS-7 taking a lot of damage for no reason and then getting isolated on the far side, getting picked off easily. And then the other thing comes down to they were trying to go for the bait like I thought they were. They were trying to get them to shift over one direction or the other, and they ended up not being able to do it.
Yeah, and so if Dare had probably gone with something a little bit more conservative or more focused, they probably would have gotten some larger measure of success in their attack.
Yep, and Brock in that mouse though, almost 80 fantasy points. No Nick, no skill, almost another 80. Tigers, another 2,400 as well. The guys from Dare Rising doing decent, but as you can imagine, not able to get really in there. And it's actually Burton Fungus in that Kronwagen top damage dealer at 2,300 damage. Aggressor, one of the top damage dealers though, having a lackluster round right there. The photo finish, especially one of the heavy tank players, getting caught out pretty early on by those Batchats.
Yeah, actually, I do want to retract my statement from earlier. The Kronwagen did his job. Yep. He did it well. I don't know if I would agree with picking it. I think there's other choices. But here and then, he performed his job sufficiently.
Yeah. Well, my main point comes down to, I think they undersold the bait is the best term I'm going for. They didn't really give Eclipse too much of a reason to think they had to move around, and Eclipse got the picks that they needed to relatively easy. However, we are ready for the second battle, or second map of the series. So let's go ahead and see what happens.
Steps, the most open map in the league. The attacking team appears near the rocks at the bottom of the map, and the defending team starts at the top. Bases are located near the railway and on the green. The best way to control them is to use the lowland near the second base. The attacking team usually begins the attack from the rocks and the railway, but sometimes they can attack through the green. Teams often drag vehicles from flank to flank, so both teams usually pick light vehicles with a good camouflage rating, but sometimes use tanks with a strong turret and even SPGs.
And here we go into battle number 3 of the series. Eclipse, 113, 4 bat chats, and 2 tier 9 bat chats. Meanwhile, Dare Rising, 2 IS-7s, 3 bat chats, an Object 140, and an RU-251. It is Dare Rising attacking right now on Steps.
Yep. And I like double IS-7. The IS-7 is a tank that is so good, but it really is, I think, just underestimated enough that it really falls by the wayside a lot of the time. Most people choose just the one, you know, and they say, just the one IS-7 is what we need. We'll go with 113 or something else if we want that. But 2 IS-7s is not as common as we'll see the 113
they are
finish and other things.
They are good hold down tanks, and their guns do hit pretty hard, but they're inaccurate. DPM's fairly average, not poor, but fairly average. The thing is, they are pretty mobile for heavy tanks, but when you put them next to, say, bat chats and whatnot, they are fairly immobile.
Fair enough. Although I do like the side skirts. I do like the effectiveness there. Now, as we get started into this one, I want to take a listen in with Dare, see what their strategy is, what they think's going on, and where they're going to attack.
With binocs?
Not yet. Wait for our sounds. Are you? This is clear, right?
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay, Batches.
I'm lit.
Flex 1 bet north. Oh, whatever.
Flexing.
No.
Spotted me.
Yeah, flex 1 bet. Flex 1 bet south.
I'll go. Okay, Nation, go. Yeah.
They got
turn
info
off
that
in-game
I...
comms. Jojo, in-game comms.
Are you stat clear and out north?
They have 3 bats on this side.
Yeah, they're probably flexing south, guys. Be careful. Be very careful. No flexing north. This bet flex north again.
Do you want me at 8-3? Where are
they
you?
They probably will go over. I7, start pushing like this. I7s, don't stop.
We're
140, start it like this.
Okay. I'm just waiting for Durgel.
I'm going on the railroad to cover Chase when they cross.
Yes. You see what they're doing, right?
They're pushing
they probably go over the rails,
I'm
guys.
getting shot on this right now, Bert.
Don't sit in front of a bush. Careful.
Chase left, so...
They're pushing.
Yep.
Run, Mac, just run. Running.
Get 2 I7s on second cap. Get 2 I7s on cap.
Go over.
Run.
Should I stay in the boost? No, I'm gonna run.
Run! These guys just run. Well, how many bets are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm gonna clip. Chase. 3.
They're all tanks. No boost. Get on second cap. Come on.
How about 140?
Looks like we need to cut them off here. One on boost. We need to cut them off here in the back.
Yes, cut them off. Go middle, guys. That's fine. 2 I7s on cap. There's only Bash on cap. He has only 1 clip. Come on.
You want 140 on cap as well? Or aggressors, sit closer to me.
No, guys are coming middle to cut us off.
Come on, middle, guys. Repush it.
Yeah, we will. We can't repush. We just have to hold this side.
Okay,
2 bats. We can't
repush.
Let's stay for this. Don't get spotted over here. Don't get spotted, Mac. Don't get spotted.
Track me.
Guys, you have to hold in the
They're going in. We gotta clip
113.
We gotta clip all these bats.
Yeah. Yes.
Hey, Dark God Zim's coming. I need help with Dark God Zim. Yeah, we can't.
No, Nick, no skills up top.
No, Nick.
I'll finish.
Where's our team?
Track.
Bat check coming in on the left. Track.
And there it is. There's the counter push. 13 seconds left on the base 2 capture. Durgel will go down, but is this going to work out for Eclipse, or is Dare going to be able to bring back some damage once these bat chats lose their momentum? Because look, 2 bat chats and an RU-251 were going to be on their way, and will reloads be effective enough?
Too many guns out of the fight, but as long as they take Bird down pretty quickly, I don't think they're going to be effective enough to turn this back around. This should be Eclipse pulling a win
right away.
Going 1 game up from Dare.
Yep. Dare was too split. Batchats were out of position. They weren't ready to support. And because of that, Master Putin and Nationwide are two completely healthy Batchats who are just going to join the fight late against 5,676 hit points. In one clip, they cannot get all of the kills necessary to win.
And T1 Diabetic still full HP, up on the 0 line boost as well. And now Dark God Zim opening up on MacTap. He's going to get one shot off there. He doesn't get lit, and he's saving his shots right now. MacTap trying to force the corpse of his fallen brother away.
Nationwide just shaking his turret at Photo. It looks like he recognizes that defeat is imminent. They're just wasting a little time, and Master Putin will be the last one alive. Fighting for his life. T1 up on the high ground. Trying to trade with him. Not going to pick out there. And just give him a second, and that's going to be a win, yes, for Eclipse. And a nice start for Steps.
Absolutely, and I love the defense from Eclipse, very reactive. They understood, all right, these two tanks are here. We're going to move with everything over to this direction because if they are split, we'll get the overmatch. If not, we're going to retake the map. They never stopped moving. They made sure they got back in time to slow that cap down. They had the tank up on the boost, so they were in control for most of that game. I do have to say I do like the idea there out of Dare, though. I like trying to sell the split. We're selling they're not split, that all their tanks are there. Leaving that 140 with the I-7s, I think, is a nice touch. Kind of says, like, one of our mediums is here. Kind of hides the fact that the rest of the Batchats are across the rest of the map.
But
it ended up backfiring. I like I give them points for the idea, though.
Yeah, but creativity only gets you so far.
Yeah, you have to be able to execute it.
Yeah,
and
you have to stick to some of these core aspects of the format where you need to have tanks within a vicinity that if the entire enemy team is there, you need to make them pay for it. Either cap fast, make that happen, put pressure on both caps at the same time. Maybe that's something that can work. But look at the way Eclipse got together. All of their mediums, all those bats just got all into the middle row, just cut the map in half, split that RU-251 onto the west side. He wasn't able to support very well. He got great spotting, wasn't able to support properly. Those Batchats, even so, weren't able to support quite as well. They
left themselves open to the overmatch. T1 Diabetic on the boost was able to get his gun into the fight as well. And it just didn't go well from Dare from that point on.
Yeah.
And one other thing I want to point out is for those of you that picked Drock for your fantasy team, he has had 2 monstrous games so far today.
He has.
He put up a bunch of damage last game. So definitely something to keep an eye on, having over 100 fantasy points, 2 kills, 2,200 damage. So he's been performing really consistent so far, despite, once again, being on the bench until Vetro left the team.
That is a good note. He's stepping up, as it were. Now, as we're getting ready for the next battle on Steps, we're going to flip sides. Eclipse is going to be on attack, Dare on defense. So while usually Steps defenses go in favor of the defender, sometimes you're able to see someone steal away one of those. And this is going to be where Eclipse can start to get ahead of Dare, or Dare can just keep things evened up.
And look at these lineups. Eclipse going in here with a mouse, 4 Batchats, a tier 9 bat, and Dark God Zim breaking up the M53-55. Dare Rising, a Kronwagen, 4 Batchats, an S-Tank, and an RU2 at D1. Dare has been known to really like to boost those S-Tanks on this map in particular, so we'll have to keep an eye out for that.
It's really hard to deal with an S-Tank on the high ground, let alone in the northeast of Steps. Come on, how many shells would you pen if you had just all day or an entire battle to fire at that tank on the high ground? You might not even be able to reasonably find enough damage.
Right.
It's just so effective in that position.
And we're actually seeing Dare run a strat very similar to what we've seen Top Tier do in the past, taking control of the north using the Kronwagen and the S-Tank, using the Swedish tanks basically over here, along with a couple bats to really shut this down. The Kronwagen is one of those situations where the Kronwagen can be extremely powerful, playing this hole down, poking up and over. The 12 degrees of gun depression, it can really sit there and abuse, especially some of these Batchats and other tanks.
Yeah, and complement that with Durgel and the S-Tank.
The raw DPM that it brings.
Oh yeah, it makes up for the weakness that the Kronwagen has, which is really just the DPM overall. So if you're Eclipse right now, you're going to look at this S-Tank and this Kronwagen, and you're going to say, okay, I can't attack that. But if it was just a Kronwagen, you know that you could probably try and find a way of eating the shells or distracting him and then just focusing it out. But with an S-Tank there, you can't do that. You know there's too much damage. And I love this. Look at where Durgel has gotten himself. Durgel is up against a wall. And what he's going to be doing is he's going to be proxy lighting T1 Diabetic, who is well, T1's also kind of there as well to proxy light a little bit, but they're both there for each other. They just can't look.
T1 is in a spot where you can get a lot of intel. You can spot the north, and you can spot tanks like Durgel, who's around this corner. But you're at very little risk because they have to boost a tank up here to get you down. There really isn't any way to kill you unless you bring Artie from that boost. So it will certainly shut down this side of the map for a little bit. However, the problem is, look at this mouse. We have a mouse driving across the middle field.
What?
On the on steps right now. I can't even put it into words.
Okay.
Like, I can't believe what I'm seeing.
This is a thing. He's spotted. My little Putin knows he's there. And I'm pretty sure what Dare is probably talking about right now is they're trying to figure out if Eclipse has lost their minds or if they're geniuses. Because Drak is bouncing quite a few shells.
They are driving a mouse across the field.
Aggressor can't resist.
Steps.
Aggressor can't resist firing at this mouse, and he's failed to deal any real damage. Chase Potato is now actually taking damage in the RE251. He's gone. Ledif is able to get him out of there.
Randall, they are driving a mouse across the field on steps.
Yes, this is completely insane. This should not work. But guess what? It turns out to be genius. Why? Because Bat Chats of all tanks can't snipe. They can't do it. People say you can make shots at 500 meters. You really can't depend on that against a mouse, especially if Aggressor had to have APCR loaded with the way he was bouncing like that. So he cannot depend on shells penetrating. Drak have, genius or crazy, predicted that, and it's just paid off. He's at full health. No one on Eclipse has taken even a cent of damage, and they're on cap. 5 seconds left until they're able to win. 3, 2.
Backtap bounces a shot. He needs to get it. They get
there's
one.
One reset. Okay, they're able to stay into this one. But
another
for
one
how long?
comes in, but they're doing so much damage. They are forcing Dare to come back, and they are doing the damage. They are putting them through the washing machine right now, and Dare down 5,000 HP. Dark God Zip picks up the kill onto my little Putin.
This is a complete slaughter. Dare got baited just so hard right there. Aggressor wastes his shells. He's on reload. Can't join the engagement in time. They just try to run in there and get resets, but the mouse against a Bat Chat lineup like this is actually going to be able to avoid quite a few thousand hit points in damage. Trading back and forth now, you've only lost Ledif and the Kronwagen, a tank which doesn't perform exceptionally well against a mouse, is also going to end up kind of biting them. At the entire time this battle was going on, Durgel, I don't know what's happening with Durgel, but he's over here on the other side of the map, and T1 is just having his way with him now. Although, nope, there's siege mode. That should be siege mode. That should get it. Now he can win against T1. But that's not going to last too long.
Pretty much what that came down to off on the side was Durgel said, look, I can keep him prox lit. I know exactly where he is. It's a one-for-one trade.
Look at those track shots. He doesn't stand a chance. He's down. Eclipse wins in style.
Eclipse knew that they couldn't rotate that S-Tank out with T1 there, and so anyways, Dare did. And so if Dare had rotated him out, he would have come down off the boost and killed him. If he stays there, at least he keeps him isolated and probably won't want to take the fight.
It's just a little funny to see an S-Tank pinned in that regard, where you're just sitting there and you know you can't move, and the other guy knows he can't move, because both of you have pinned each other just by being there. And so you have to just avoid dealing damage.
He created an isolation, and look at the damage that No Nick, No Skill, the Ukrainian, doing almost 80 fantasy points, 4,000 damage. Drak in the mouse, another 2,700 and another 80 fantasy points. He is going off so far tonight. Photo finish, not normally a heavy tank player, or normally a heavy tank player, playing a Bat Chat, 1,600 damage and another 66 fantasy points. And then MacTap, top damage dealer for his team, also got some base resets there, got 100 fantasy points.
Look at this page. Look at page number 2. Damage dealt by Aggressor, Chase Potato, and My Little Putin. They didn't get to deal any damage.
They had to push in outside of Chase. Chase got caught out, but the other two had to push in. They had to go for it to get the resets.
I don't blame them. They had to do what they had to do, but it really hurts when you're forced to make those kinds of plays, you know? Because you know it's a throwaway. You know you have to just pile on and hope for the best. But in that case, Eclipse was ready.
Yep, well, let's find out if Eclipse is ready for our next map of the series.
Himmelsdorf, a small city map. The teams start the battle in opposite corners. Both bases are located close to each other, but in a way that you can't stay on the defensive all the time. The main attack routes pass through the hill, the alley and the railroad, but in general, the attack can be successfully executed through any part of the map. Heavy tanks and tank destroyers with powerful guns run the show here. However, a lot depends on the mobile light tanks.
And here we go, Eclipse, a 113, 2 Mouses, 2 Bat Chats, a T10, and a WZ111. Meanwhile, Dare Rising, an AMX50B, an IS4, 2 Mouses, a Type 5, an E3, and an RU251.
The RU251 choice by my little Putin. I'm always skeptical of light tanks on Himmelsdorf, man. 1390 I can make some sense of. The RU, though, just so soft, easy to HE out of positions. It can work out if you can play mobility, if you can get the scouting you need, or sneak into a position. Of course, 2-cap pressure is assumed, but I really tend to favor this Eclipse lineup. It's a little heavier.
Yeah,
they are
on defense, and it does have consistent fire and the heat shells, which are better for dealing with those Mouses than the 1390. So in terms of a light tank, it's probably the optimal one to bring on this map. We see a lot of 1390s, and they're solid, but the RU, especially on defense, the consistent fire and the heat shells, I think it's a decent choice for a light tank.
Oh, I like this opening run from Tigers. He's going to pay for it, 488 damage, but he's able to spot Bird. Oh, and that shell does not connect. Durgel as well, Chase Potato, and Aggressor. Huge information right there by Eclipse.
Yep. Well, let's go ahead and listen to Eclipse as they try to execute this attack right now.
Sim.
I know.
I can maybe RU.
Watch RU.
I can maybe look to get shots.
Right,
They
okay.
have nothing fast to go hill.
That's cool.
I'm gonna see if I can try to shoot the eyes for it all.
Okay.
No, RU is dropping towards the south. Watch this RU coming in.
Because they will kill me.
Do you want a mouse to back you up or no?
I
You
can
guys
try
just
to
kill
kill
the
the
RU.
Let us
Just
careful Type 5.
Guys, just push that guy
Type
together. That's it.
If Type 5 won't...
Type 5
No.
shot.
Okay.
Guys, push. Go.
Yeah, we're going. We're
Fuck. Zim, you
Mouse
need
is
to not...
easy for mouse.
Mouse
I'm
is right
stuck here. I'm in a bad position.
Yeah, Tiger's is gonna get messed up. Zim, or draw. I think one of us needs to go into here.
You guys need to just push one too hard, please.
Oh,
They're gonna push 8 line. They're gonna push 8 line.
They're gonna push 8 line.
I know they will. I know.
Mouse is right there. Mouse is right there.
He did a boost, guys.
It's okay.
You guys just need to keep pushing
Nice,
up this, okay?
good job. It's fine.
I'm gonna try and
Okay,
get out in a second.
They might push 8
They
line.
want to push hill.
Keep going this way, okay?
I'm leaving.
Okay.
I'm coming down.
Maybe Noni can go heal.
Yeah. Photo and Nonik can flex now, and the mice can just.
Tigers has to get out though.
I got
Give me a minute. I
Can
think
we maybe...
this is a decent position.
Banana. No, we won't kill this. We need to go back.
Go back, Banana. Go back, Banana. Yeah.
Going back.
Go heal. Noni, go heal.
Yeah,
With
I'm
this
going.
VZ, if you can run with them. Go
I'm going
heal,
for the
push here and push here.
Oh, no,
scuffed
man.
E3. Come on, no. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm going.
7:30, yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, 50B is 1-2. 1-2-3.
Okay. Just run from one to
Understood.
Good. You should leave, Wada.
Nice.
Fuck, I got lit.
Oh, it's fine. Just try to get out. You might take a hit, but if you can get out, you're fine.
Yeah, VZ and Batchet will push here. You need to kill these guys.
Good. Oh, I might take E3 shot. Oh, no. Scuffed.
No,
I used
Alright, guys, that's fine.
It's fine.
We're good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna push hill.
But they might be rotating. We have to be worried about that because we got.
We need to do it fast. These guys need just to go.
Yeah.
These guys
I'll watch.
need to
You
go.
can cross, I'll watch.
Guys, go. Just cross this way.
We're going. You're getting lit.
Truck.
You get shot.
I'm not lit. Just cross.
We're mice.
We're mice,
Not
dude.
bad.
I know.
That means
he's gonna get a shot anyways. Go at once.
No,
his load is not fast
If you
enough.
cover, you can have a lower chance.
I'm just gonna push hill with you guys.
Moving. We're going 8 line.
And I think all the heavies just push like this, because the E3 is not even watching like this. So
We
you guys
gotta wait.
They're
We
gonna
have to wait
rotate
on
now,
hill.
though. They're
We have to
gonna
wait on
rotate.
hill.
They can rotate, but the E3 can't rotate that fast. Just go quickly here. This is the fast one.
mouse. We're
The E3 rotates as fast as our mouse.
Of course they can rotate, but they can't abandon completely. They're gonna have at least one guy in the 1-2-3 line. So we
if
can
I get
pincer
lit
this.
crossing 5 or something.
It's too late to try something else. This is the strategy.
No,
so you guys
that's
have something better in mind. See, it's over there. Just push this together. 113. Wait.
Gonna shoot at photo, right?
Wait for the mice. Wait for the mice so that we're willing to strat early. The mice will get here.
You can go this shit and scare him, but don't die.
Yes.
IS4's not in that cubby anymore. Because Photo didn't light him.
T1, can you start moving down?
Blind fired on hill.
5 minutes.
Yeah, I can start moving.
Okay. Mice, just make sure you're together.
I'm gonna cross with the
I don't think you should. We need to wait for the mice a little bit, T1. We don't want to reveal it. No, Nick. No. Don't reveal.
No, the E3's here anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, that's fine. But
okay.
Well, maybe I can try and 1v1 this type 5.
E3 shot.
You can't 1v1.
But wait, if you will take 5 lines, you can camp.
Yeah, just kill lines 4.
I kill lines.
5.
Don't push like this.
I took a hit from a mouse.
5 wins. We can.
Okay, can we kill Ice 4 from here or not?
Yes, you can.
Yes,
Go.
okay, just go kill him.
Everyone hold.
We are going. We're gonna need.
Be careful, I can push behind.
They will push us. Yeah.
Somebody needs to go D-line. Just shoot from hill.
I'll go D-line. I will.
Because you have Tigers, you need to go from shoot and protect this.
Make sure you have heat. You have time.
Because 50B can go.
Of course I have heat.
Both mouses are here. E3 miss.
Some pretty heated discussions going on there in the Eclipse camp, trying to decide how to go about closing out this round. They are down on HP by about 4,000, so it's not a good situation to be in. Type 5 is going to get a shot there into that mouse.
427.
Takes a shot in return, though, so even trade.
Even trade. But that's what you do with the Type 5. You deal 500-ish damage to the front of a mouse, wait for reload, do it over again. Dare's going to be hoping for Eclipse to lose a lot of momentum here. They're going to be looking to stall them out, aren't they, Russ? They're going to be looking for that to make the Type 5 work. But what else do they have on their plate as far as an option on defense here?
Well, right now, Dare is sitting in a decent spot, but I think they may have over-rotated a little bit. These Batchets are going to get in behind and open up this 1-2 line, and they haven't committed to these mouses. They're far enough back to where they're going to be hard to get the overmatch on. So Eclipse are not out of this. Now, Dare, though, well, I think they have over-rotated a little bit. They're in a pretty good position. Looks like they're going to try to retake this 6 cap, but I don't think they realize exactly where all the tanks are for Eclipse. So this could turn to work against them.
Yeah, I can see Chase Potato getting into position in the middle to look down that 5-6 line, then splits their base in half, making sure no one's going to move around for a flank if they need to kind of cross over and delay the cap. And I like the note about the Batchets because, yes, that's exactly right. You can see it right now. Tigers and Nonik moving around to that southwest. Are they going to get on the 1 cap? Is that a better play, or is it just time to sneak as deep into the backfield as you can?
From E1, they can get straight shots into that B4 cubby, maybe isolate the 50B, who I don't think has even spotted them at this point, and or come in behind the Type 5. And now the first Batchat spotted, he's going to turn to the right. And now these Batchats are there, and now this is where Eclipse can start to close this noose a little bit and maybe turns this around. Yep. But Dare are in a comfortable position. They've made good trades early on. They got that T10 down. So they're doing well right now, but not out of the woods.
Exactly. What's going to be tricky here is Dare can decide to group up and push in a certain direction. Just choose a direction and push. Take that and make that an overmatch. Your opponent won't be able to chase up immediately, and you might be able to break out of the out of this flanked position, right? Because if you go, everyone goes west, you're going to find 2 Batchets and a 113. If everyone goes east, it's a easy 111 and 2 Mouse. You can overmatch that. You can outplay them in that respect. But if you sit still, that's where the crossfires start to settle. That's where Eclipse finds those weak points and sneaks a free damage in here or there until you're all whittled down to nothing.
Yep.
And
Photo Finish is actually going one-on-one with Maktat Putin right now, and the Type 5 doesn't have the DPM to keep up with him, and he hasn't been able to penetrate any of his shots. Another 400 damage, but Photo is going to get 2 or 3 shots off, and the time it takes him to reload, which should be Maktat going down.
Exactly. Although at the same time, look at this. The Tigers and Nonik haven't fired but 1 shell each. And I'm a little concerned about that because of how slowly they're impacting this battle and allowing for Dare to kind of figure out what their next move is. And so there they are. Tigers moves in on Durgel, Nonik in as well, bounces a shell even, and this focus fire should be able to take down Durgel, but no! It's not going to work!
Focus fire, and the Type 5 turns around before Photo could get the kill. And that may have just sealed the deal for Dare.
Man, beautiful play, sir. And now, Type 5, yeah, he's finally going to go down, but after how much damage did he get to deal, right? Eclipse is now about 4,300 hit points, and Dare's sitting on a good 6K. So Dare should be able to hold on, but if Eclipse can find a way in, they might be able to focus something down, although they're kind of split. 2 Mouse, or Mouse 113 and WZ 111 and a Mouse against the kind of rather coordinated positions from Dare. It should be something they can hold, but anything can happen. Let's see if these guys can show us what they got.
Bird takes down T1 Diabetic. Photo's going to take another shot from Aggressor here. Photo just trying to live as long as he can. Bird picks up another kill onto the Mouse, and that's going to pull a round back for Dare Rising, making the series 3-2.
Just about Durgel peeking out, actually. Trying to make his 50B do work against a Mouse. There it is. Drock goes down. Photo goes down. Dare putting a point on the board. Solid defense on Himmelsdorf. Your assessment, that attack from Eclipse, what were they going for? What failed?
Well, the T10 getting picked before they really got into position to do anything was the main thing there. It's a tier 9 down. Tier 9 is normally as effective as a tier 10. And, you know, tier 9 heavy tank, it's not anything you want to throw away. A tier 8 light, well, you still don't want to throw it away. It's not the end of the world. Losing a tier 9 heavy, though, that definitely hurts a good bit more. And Dare were really able to exploit that after it. They were able to just drop back and sit back. They got a little bit aggressive, and then they fell back, got into their spots. They knew that if they just sat there and held where they wanted to, they had the HP lead at that point. I'm fine with being complacent once you know you have a nice HP lead and you know where all the other tanks are. The problem is when it's just blind and you're sitting there off against each other, you're both on on an even field, that's where you don't want to do it. But when you can push out, get yourself an advantage, and then drop back, you don't have a reason to really want to push out at that point. You've done enough to secure your win. You've made it so even if they push in, they're going to pay a toll, and on top of what they already have, the damage they've already taken.
So what about when the Bat Chats pushed in around the west side flank? I thought that was an opportunity for Eclipse to find a way in. But to me, it seemed like they didn't attack quickly enough.
I would agree with that, but they did get spotted before they got all the way over there. And they did isolate the 50B and the Type 5 a good bit. And then when the 113 came in here, or 113 for Eclipse came in, it made it so Dare really couldn't rotate around either side. So while they weren't doing damage, they were keeping them isolated, and they did have the 3-on-2 overmatch. But the problem was because they didn't engage soon enough, Aggressor came over in that mouth, and then the Type 5 was able to stay alive for a good while, and they were able to really capitalize on the fact that they knew where those tanks were coming from. Overall, I don't necessarily disagree with the play from Eclipse, other than the fact that I think they should have taken the engagement a little bit sooner. I can understand slowing it down, making sure everyone's there and coordinated, but they slowed it down for an additional minute that I don't feel they needed to.
I felt like it lost the element of surprise.
Exactly.
Your opponent got to adjust, and giving more and more time to Dare is never a good thing.
Yep. And well,
they figure it out.
And when you have these heavy lineups, they take longer to adjust. So while you do have more time than normal, you don't have forever. So, and I think that's where that kind of fell short for Eclipse. Meanwhile, we're ready for battle number 6. It is 3-2 in favor of Eclipse, but they just lost a round, so we'll have to see what they can do. They're coming in right now with 3 mouses, 2 E3s, a Bat Chat, and an RHM. Meanwhile, Dare coming in here with 3 mouses, a 113, a 50B, a Bat Chat. And for the second time in 24 hours, we're going to see a team in the Wargaming League bring the Su-14-2. Now this, I'm guessing, is for completely different reasons, but we'll have to find out. Last night on the APAC Finals, they brought on Muravanka, turned it sideways on cap, and used it as a bunker for a Bat Chat on the 2-cap in the field.
Why this as opposed to any other tank in the game, though?
Look at its size at a tier 8.
But there are so many other options as well. Why an artillery piece and not a heavy or some of the taller mediums that you can
Because this is a tier 8 and it's a moving bunker.
Well, yeah, there's other things that are big.
I'd
like
rather
5100s, you've got the old
But you
AMX.
gotta flip the 5100 on its side. This is taller than a mouse.
But are you losing out on anything for this?
Well, you lose out on your tier 8 for it.
Yeah, that kind of costs. So a lot of the tier 8s
on Himmelsdorf?
There's some tier 8s, Russian ones, and some of the Chinese.
If you can use that,
tanks.
if you can use that to successfully execute a cap and use that to really force them to come back, it's worth the trade for that tier 8. It'll do, instead of the tier 8 being the tank doing damage, it can bait the other team into damage the rest of the guns are doing, and that in itself can make that tier 8 worth it.
Perfect. Okay. That makes a ton of sense. We'll see if they can execute, because this seems like something that's a little oddball, but everyone likes someone a little bit crazy,
I'm kind of curious if he has a shot on anything right now.
Because that's what I've always thought about. I don't know if you can really say artillery is going to be hugely effective. This is HE sniping. Are we really seeing? I just noticed this. Rocks, we skipped past the part where HE sniping.
They're lobbing softballs at each other.
Oh, great.
And it looks like Chase Potato's about to hit Drock. Up in the north, he has like the tiniest of angles. He snaps it off.
And it actually damages Dark Gun Zim and Drock, because Dark in the Waffle Tiger decides to hop into that position.
The Magic School Bus doing some damage right now.
Yep. A common nickname for the Su-14-2 is Magic School Bus. For those of you who haven't maybe heard that one before, it goes back to when the game was even in beta.
I don't think we've actually ever seen this already in League, at least in North America, before tonight.
Not this season, no. It's been a very long time since the Su-14-2. Well, the Su-14-2 hasn't been in the game as long as the Su-14, the old version of it.
Right.
Yeah. Well, it's been changed around a little bit, so I can understand. But that was actually my preference over the Unicorn, the S-51, for a long time, just because the potential it had for damage was so much higher for just a bit. There we go. We're going to see artillery played on Himmelsdorf. If If he gets over 1,000 damage, I'm gonna be surprised.
Well,
he's got a good 500.
No, he hit the mouse for 860.
No, that was a combo hit. I thought that was HE from other people, and then some.
I'm pretty sure that was just from the artillery, unless I'm mistaken.
No, I could be mistaken as well. It makes sense though if he'd done that, but I would have expected him to deal a little bit less damage to a mouse. We'll see later after the match. But
yeah, we'll find out in just a few minutes.
I'll change my bet to 2,000. How's that?
Okay, sounds fair.
All right.
And Chase still looking for a shot, trying to arc one in there. He knows where the shot will go through, but he's waiting for Letef to try to get into the position. He takes the shot, tries to arc it through the window. Doesn't get the connection, though, and that is a tight shot to take in an artillery.
Yeah, you're just hoping at that point.
And to be fair, if there is one player in our league that has made a lot of ridiculous shots with Artie, it is certainly Chase Potato.
Absolutely. I have to agree on that. He's sunk some shells. Mines comes to mind.
Well, not even just necessarily ridiculous shots in Artie, but just ridiculous plays in general. The Ghost Town defense versus Eclipse earlier in this season. The shot from the boost to save the game for his team.
And look at this, Rocks. We've got the push starting. Aggressor taking 734 to the face. Photo finish showing exactly why he's one of the best heavy slash tank destroyer players in the league. He knows how to position. He's a great marksman, understands exactly what to do. And you saw him not waste a single second from when he fired to moving out of that position and now finding
Dark God Zim needs to
one.
make a decision because this wall of German steel is coming around this corner and he's going to have nowhere to go.
Exactly. What's the SU-14-2 going to end up doing later in the game? Is it mobile enough that once everyone from Dare is in the northeast trying to pressure the cap, that he's going to be able to join them? Or is
well, this just comes down to Dare being Dare and doing the ridiculous. I would assume they were going to use it for a bunker, but 5 minutes in, he's still sitting in the same spot, still trying to get damage. A shot out right now. Does another 750 to that E3, and he's just moving up like he's about to be counter-batteried, maybe trying to find a different angle.
Actually, just trying to move around in a tank like that or an artillery piece like that, often enough you end up just kind of moving that way anyway. You kind of have to do some weird stuff.
Yeah, he just moved a few feet over right after he fired his last shot, so I'm assuming he's just trying to find a new angle.
Oh, it could be reflex too. A lot of, like, in artillery, I can't help but move after every shell. I can't stay still. It just doesn't happen. I fire and I have to move. Like, W just goes down after the left click. Some people are like that. It could be kind of a thing for him.
Yeah, and he's
been playing the game long enough that I can understand it. Like, it's not even voluntary at that point. It just happens, automatically avoiding counter battery. And we've seen, I mean, you can direct fire counter battery with the right tank on this map. You could probably get a shot to arc over into cap.
Yeah, and here he is looking for another shot. I haven't seen Artie used on Himmelsdorf in attack defense since Clan League over a year ago.
Oh, I think I remember which the matches you talked about.
People bringing some conks.
Oh, photo finish is psychic. Because he just moved right out of that position, hold down, decides, you know what, let's not risk it. Artie shell comes in not but 3 seconds after he's clear of its splash radius. And strong plays right now. But Dare doesn't really seem to have enough control. They've got a mouse, My Little Putin down in the south. Now that's a good shot, actually.
Well, and the angle,
I'm wondering,
the angle that Chase has, he can hit the corner when these tanks try to come around to get the reset. So this is
skeptical.
inventive.
I'm skeptical of Dare's ability to succeed here. But it still might just work. But why are you pushing Dark God like that?
And look at the south, Batchat and 50B's going at it. Durzel's down to a one-shot. He should go down in just a second.
Artie's looking right on that position. I don't think.
And now here's why the RHM is coming out. Look at T1 Diabetic. He's pushing Dark God Zim around the corner for hold down cover.
And there's the Artie shell Drock taking it straight to the face. Dark God, I don't know. He should be going down in just a moment. That is not a tank to take lightly. Because they could just get rid of the waffles and move on, but they left it a little while, and he was able to deal a full shell's worth of damage. When otherwise, I would have expected that tank to die.
Now Letev's trying to come help out T1 Diabetic. He's trying to sip for his side. Backtap Putin's going to start unloading, but these mouses are going to have none of it. T1 Diabetic trying to find the shot here. He's going to get... No! Drock's going to pick up the kill. And now Eclipse are sitting in a great position.
Oh, this is theirs. They have this in the bag. Bird and Chase, full health. Aggressor is damaged a little bit, but there's too many guns alive, Rocks.
I like the thinking there from Dare. You can tell they had done their homework. Chase knew all the lanes where he could fire. He knew where he needed to sit to get the shots off. But the one final flaw that brings is that means you have to leave tanks in the south for him to get shots off, and that's going to be tank split, and Eclipse were very quickly able to understand that and make the correct rotations they needed to make to defend that cap, get the overmatch, and get the win here.
Yeah, I can understand actually trying to take advantage of players forgetting what arty cover is like, because you get used to that after a while.
Well, and Himmelsdorf is a map where you almost never see arty on Himmelsdorf.
Well, because you already naturally have a lot of arty cover.
Right.
So players very often just kind of get into positions they know don't matter because arty's not there. But when arty finally does show up, you just don't go around some of the same corners. You just decide to stay safer in other ways.
Chase Potato might get the shotgun here. He sees Tigers. Tigers doesn't know he's there. He snaps it off.
7-16.
Yeah, well,
nicely done. Unfortunately, a little underwhelming when he doesn't
Chase
blow
is going to have done around 3,000 damage this game, which isn't bad for a tier 8 artillery on Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, we'll have to check out the post-game stats for sure on that one, because SU-14 doesn't work out, but is it the SU-14 that didn't work, or was it everything else?
He was
the top damage dealer on his team. Chase Potato just got 3,397 damage, which is well over 1,000 more than the next person on his team, and is the highest in that battle as an artillery piece on Himmelsdorf.
But T1 Diabetic, someone that was relatively quiet early in the season, doing another 3,100 and another 75 fantasy points.
You've just taken the stereotype of Himmelsdorf where this doesn't happen. Chase Potato shouldn't be able to do that kind of damage. Someone else should have gotten 3,000, 4,000
already on Himmelsdorf.
But come on.
Come on. He made that work. Don't get me wrong. And Dark God Zim playing the RHM, did another 1,500. Got two big penetrating shots off into those mouses, so not bad. But yeah, definitely creative. Definitely out there. No, but once again, the drawback to it is you can't leave that arty by itself in the south.
And there he is, Chase Potato. That amazing artillery player. You can see his focus. He doesn't look rattled at all. And there he is, photo finish, one of the best heavy players in the game, not looking shaken. This is a veteran you're looking at from years of the WGL. I don't think I can remember a season without him.
Yep, but now we are ready for the next map in the series.
Ghost Town. The first absolutely symmetrical map made especially for 7 versus 7 games. The teams start the battle on opposite sides. There are numerous ways to attack here. One of the bases is located in the central square, the other one at the top of the city. The hardest battles are usually fought for the top base, and this calls for the use of heavy tanks. Sometimes the teams choose fast tanks for spotting and base capturing.
And here we are, battle number 7, Eclipse on Ghost Town, bringing 3 mouses, 2 bat chats, WZ, and an AMX-30, the tier 9. Meanwhile, Dare Rising saying, let's bring some more mouses.
Yep.
Going with 5 of them.
Smells like cheese to me.
Also bringing a bat chat in an RU-251 chase, not bringing the artillery this time. But anyways, my last point on that last game is the biggest problem with arty on Himmelsdorf. It isn't so much that you can't get the shots, it's that you need someone to protect it, you need someone to stay back with it, and that left the opening for Eclipse to seal that round last game.
All right, now this game, opening moves from a full mouse setup. That says 2 cap, right? There's no way you can get to the north side and successfully do a cap. With the lineup we're seeing out of Dare, it's going to be group up and just roll over
This
opponent,
should
right?
be the press W key and go kill things strat, yes.
Okay. But what are we seeing right here? What tells you whether or not that's going to happen or not? It looks like we're going to have a battle buddy setup where you're going to have Aggressor paired off with My Little Putin. You're going to have Durgel paired off with Bird. And between them, they're going to have to complement each other, block for each other's weak points, and try and just see what they can do to outplay whatever other tanks they come across. Now, what are the options for Eclipse with a more mobile, lighter lineup? Also bringing in AMX-30. Do you think that's going to be a strong choice here? Is it going to work out?
The AMX-30 is something we saw a lot before the UDIS was introduced. We saw it used a lot to go up onto that boost at A1. For tier 9, it's got a pretty accurate gun, pretty hard hitting, good penetration.
But why is it back here then?
Because the UDIS has kind of fallen out of play. It's having the siege mode. It's very easy to figure out what they're going to do. This is a bit more flexible overall, not just on the boost, but in other places it can flex around.
It's a medium
gun
tank,
into
right?
the fight. Exactly.
Yeah,
now it's a glass medium tank, but still a medium tank.
I mean, half of the tier 10 medium tanks are made of paper. The other have some armor somewhere. but not everywhere. You know, it's most of them you can expect to pen rather consistently, with the knowledge that you're expecting out of players here. So Cap's going to begin. 27 seconds left. Bilo and Aggressor are the ones sitting on Cap, and they're going to worry about trying to just keep the attention of their opponent, try and not take really that much damage, as Durzel's going to get on the Cap as well. And I'm waiting to see if we're going to see a screen out of Dare tanks, or if this is just going to be a hold the line situation, as Nationwide is going to be on one flank, I think a little bit cut out of the position of everyone else. Bird also getting on Cap, and I don't really know how to read this one, Rox, because it's just shoot things now for the Mice. Eclipse is going to have to figure out how not to lose out in this boxing match of a tank battle.
Really what it is, just a slugfest. Tanks going down every which way. Aggressor picks up the kill onto Dark God Zim. Now another shot going into Drock. He's down to close to a one-shot. Probably take one more after this. Lennox bouncing a shot in that mouse. Tiger's coming in the bat chat.
And I'm going to see Chase Potato way outside on the east. Master Putin on reload. Once that bat chat comes in, I think that's where Dare can probably try and tip the scales. It'll be another, 20 seconds before that bat chat's able to come in. That's all that Dare needs to do. Hold on for 20 seconds, and you'll catch up on the damage you need to deal.
And it looks like Dare are winning the trades right now. They are winning this slugfest as Aggressor pushes down, trying to get a new angle on Ledif.
But their Tigers is loaded. He's dealing damage to something, not really hitting.
Durzel takes down Brock finally.
Bird not quite penning on Photo. Aggressor bouncing again. And there, Master Putin is down. That's bat chat off the battlefield.
Oh, is he gonna go for the Goomba? Is he gonna go for the insult to injury? He is. And Lennox gonna pull forward because he sees it coming, but he still gets it. He lands on top of him.
And there we go, 229 damage traded for dropping your tank on another tank. That's style points, right? Love seeing that stuff. Now, Nonik, last tank alive for Eclipse. He's gonna back himself up. And he's gonna get flipped
on his
side.
Tries to tactically side scrape, doesn't make it though.
Oh, I love seeing stuff like that. Dare winning with style points.
And that's gonna be Dare pulling another round back.
Yep.
It's still 4-3 in favor of Eclipse. So Dare continuing to trail so far tonight.
Yes, but
still in the fight.
Still in the fight. Just like top tier against Elevate we saw before. We saw the team that was expected to come out with a lead start with a short lead, right? But that's around mid-match is when people start to catch a little fatigue. Because at this point, this is when you'd be wrapping up a normal best of 9.
Right.
Normally, you wouldn't have Ruinberg and Muravanka on this. Ghost Town would be where we're about to finish.
I think this is the first time I've ever seen this. Mouse, 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 mouse.
What's the
all
plural
on the
of
front
mouse?
page? Moisen, I believe.
It is Moisen.
And fantasy points galore coming out that game. Fantasy points too. That was down at the bottom. I didn't catch the name. But meanwhile, MacTap doing another 34 fantasy points, 1,600 in that bat chat. T1 Diabetic at 1,500. The bat chat's just not really able to get in there, and Tigers only got off really 2 penetrating shots, so not quite able to be as effective this game.
It's difficult to be an effective bat chat player. You don't have high penetration. You have very soft armor. You don't have a lot of hit points. Mobility is there, but it's almost excessive mobility next to what a mouse can do, right?
Right.
The mouse moves so slowly that you can generally outmaneuver him, but it's almost too much. You almost have more horsepower than you can handle, and a lot of players tend to forget what they've got working for them, and the fact that you can just zip in, fire once or twice, zip out, and you need to keep coming in and out and just distracting, getting fire onto the proper tanks. Because focus fire in a mouse squad is just difficult.
Right.
There's so many hit points, a few bounces here or there changes the entire dynamic of that fight. It's just weird. It's just hard to keep up with.
Yep, and right now, we're ready for battle number 8, and we are not done seeing mouses yet today. Eclipse coming in with 5 mouses, a bat chat, and an RU-51, the same lineup they just brought, if I'm not mistaken. Meanwhile, Dare, 4 mouses, 2 bat chats, and Chase Potato breaking out Bert the Avenger.
Bert the Avenger?
Never heard that nickname?
Oh, I've heard of it.
The movie Shoebox?
What's, and where's that come from, sir?
Comes from a lot of different places.
Okay.
It just looks like a shoe. Look at this thing.
Would you wear shoes with tracks on them?
Is
that like the next
shoes.
version of the wheelie heely thingies? I don't know what they're called.
Is he gonna do the boost in the 304.
Why? Yep, he did.
So now he's safe, and he can reset the north cap for forever.
Yep. Although, did he need to go into the boost in order to accomplish that?
Well, he could have got the reset from forever, but no, this way he's not vulnerable to ground attack now.
Fair enough.
He can sit in the low ground, and no one's going to be able to get a shot onto him. Until someone boosts to come kill him, he can sit up here for forever. And he's in a raised position, so he should be able to get some shots onto the 2 cap as well.
Fair enough, because there's actually a position I'm thinking about right now, and that's actually the corners kind of where you're seeing white squares right now that could be a little bit tricky to hit, that are probably opened up a little bit more just by having that elevation.
But the problem is neither of those corners are on cap.
Yes.
You can't get the cap pressure from those corners. So
of course, but you can hide a mouse excellently there.
We'll have to see what happens. Malputin just sticking his neck out almost takes a shot from it. That was really close. I don't know if they had planned that or not, but a few feet back, and that might have been a shell into Malputin.
Oh.
Now a different angle, you can see the
I know
shot
what you're talking about.
over.
The classic scenario where you drive, where you've
drive
done
in
this
front of your
pubs,
artillery.
yeah. And then he's not looking, of course, because he's in
already
mode.
Yep.
Yeah, and then he fires, and you're just like, oh, maybe I shouldn't drive in front of artillery cannons. Maybe I should just go behind.
Yep, where you get the real memesters that decide to put their gun barrel in your gun barrel while you're firing.
Are you one of those people?
I am not, but I've seen it done.
Good. I've had that happen. It's funny for everybody else.
Not so fun when you're the artillery.
Not so fun when you're the artillery. Especially when you've got, what is it, about $10,000 on the line.
You've had that happen to you?
No, that's what's on the line here.
Right.
That would suck.
Oh yeah. Well, especially if the 304 hit that bat shot.
Yeah. Because winning this puts you in the running for $95,000 or $66,000.
The winner of this match guarantees their spot to Moscow.
Yep.
That was confirmed earlier. So.
Yep. And so if you're losing, if you go third, fourth match, you're looking at $46,000 for third place, and for fourth place it's $36,000. So.
A lot of money and a huge trip to Moscow for a chance to play for even more.
Oh, yeah.
Not to mention to play with the world's best teams.
So this one's going to be a slower match. We're going to have to see what Eclipse is going to try and do with such a heavy mouse lineup. I'm not a fan of how separated most of the mice from Eclipse are. I don't like seeing Photo finish by himself in the mid there. It feels delicate and difficult to flex. It feels very vulnerable to some kind of fast attack for bat chats or something like that. But of course, we've just been discussing up till now how tricky it can be to be effective in a bat chat versus this many Moisen.
These mouses just holding the ramps. Remember that turret armor did get buffed, so they can hold down here and be not impenetrable, but pretty close to it.
Yeah, if you watch mouse versus mouse fights, you'll see the subtlety of it. It's all about angling your turret, peeking, and kind of juking as much as you can juke in a mouse.
A mouse hold down is near as good as a T-32 was back in the day.
Yeah, relatively to everything else like that. Yeah, and that's why we've seen a lot of HE coming out here and there. But unlike the T-32, the mouse does have a few cons. The mouse is a little bit slower, a lot less maneuverable. It's a rear-mounted turret, which does have some advantages, but
can be a drawback.
Can be a drawback, especially when you're fighting up and down a hill as opposed to reverse angling like you see Aggressor doing right now. So Aggressor is putting the front, well, was putting the front weak point into cover, so that what he could do is he could just let shells, splash right off the side of his tank. Instead, he does look like he wants to move forward, but he's also trying to go for a similar angle to force bounces, but does expose a weak point.
Eclipse are starting to make this 3-4 line play. Batchat all the way out on the 1 line with the RU-251. Remember, the RU it's not really an extra gun, but it's going to be an extra direct fire gun where they're going to have to rely on that 304 to try to get some shots off. And the 304 is the definition of death by paper cuts.
Yeah, and I'm remembering something from a lot of our interviews yesterday, and Dare's been talking a lot about the individual skill of their players next to that of the players from Eclipse, and where their confidence comes from there. So right now you're seeing something that I think we should point out. Look at the Moisen on Eclipse. They've all taken a bit of damage trading. There's been a lot less put onto the Dare mice. They've taken a lot less damage just playing those hill and corner games. So right now you've seen that advantage taken by Dare. They've got 12,000 hit points though now, as Dergel is getting torn apart. And what's going on? Why is he getting torn apart so much? Is he just playing too aggressively out in the open like that?
He just got caught out by the tanks. Look at the crossfire they set up. They got into that corner, they sat there, they're side scraping right where Nonik and Ledif aren't. And now they have Dark God Zim out wide, so they're really making it hard on Nationwide and Burton now. And Tigers is even trying to flank at a mouse. I always say it, one of the slowest flanks you'll ever see.
Yep.
Photo finishes in behind, and they're
just getting torn apart. Just completely torn apart.
They have the isolation on these two. There's not a whole lot they can do about it. They're going to push around and try to get the isolation. This is what we talk about. When you're surrounded, you try to just group up everything you can and go to one side. They're doing that right now with these two mouses.
Oh, Ledif jumps up and down. That's something you can actually do in the mouse that's pretty cool, is the fact that you can just go from that top of that cliff to the bottom. You don't have to worry like a lot of lighter tanks have to about hitting the ground and destroying everything.
But Tigers picks up the kill on the Nationwide. Bird bounces a shot off of Nonik. Nonik playing that near perfectly. Ledif looking for the shot, gets the penetrating 448, excuse me. Another shot goes into Bird. He's down to a one shot, and now it's just Aggressor and Chase Potato left alive.
Yeah, this is an Eclipse win on attack. Mouse meta not working for Dare this time. They bring Chase Potato in the FV. I gotta say, it didn't work out this time, and I'm a little bit confused by the choice. I don't get it. I think Dare's going to be kicking themselves after this one for the strat. Probably going to want to shift up and really get their heads back on straight if they're going to make their way through the rest of this series, because this is a really one-sided win for Eclipse. It says a lot about where the two teams are.
Yep, and looking at this, like I said at the start of the game, Chase Potato's near impossible to get to at this point unless someone boosts up to get him. So 2-1 Diabetics doing that, and they're stacking tanks on cap. Now, if he was really lucky and they failed to boost a bunch of times, he could probably get a couple resets just blind, because T1 Diabetics failed the boost for the second time, to where Dark God Zim has come over to show him how it's done. But he's still alive, at least for the moment. And Dark God Zim gets it first time. Chase Potato has no idea the RU-251's about to come screaming into him.
Oh,
Hope he goes for the ram.
He's found him. Does he need to be afraid of taking a direct fire? He
can't kill him unless he ammo racks.
Yeah. There he goes, the final kill, and that's going to be it. Another point on the board for Eclipse. That's going to bring them up to 5. And with that one, 2 more wins. That's all they need.
2 more wins, and they guarantee themselves a trip to the Grand Finals in Moscow. They get into that first place match. They have to go up against Elevate next.
And then we'd see a repeat of last season, and just, well.
Speaking of repeats, no one has defended a title in the WGLNA since Fulcrum and Fnatic did it in Season 1 and 2.
And looking at Eclipse right now, do you think they're the ones that could do it? The ones that could be our first place team and win? Or do you think Dare still has a chance?
If Elevate had played like they did through most of the season, I'd say no, because I don't think Eclipse are playing at that level they need to be at to play Elevate on their best. But after watching that top tier game against Elevate earlier, they're struggling a little bit, even with Eclipse struggling. I think it's going to be a pretty even match, but they still need to win 2 more rounds, and Dare are still completely in this. They're only 2 rounds back. They can still turn this around. We watched top tier fight back, so they are by no means out of this fight yet, but definitely something to think about and keep in the back of your head as we move on.
Absolutely. Although, Dare is the kind of team that I think in the past we've seen in longer series, they've tended to fall short. That's why when they faced against Aquatic M60s, a team that participated in our regular season, didn't make it quite to the finals. They were the long form team versus Dare as the short team. But we're actually about to head into Ruinberg. It's going to be what could be our final map.
Ruinberg, a mixed type map. The defending team starts the battle on the green, and the attacking team starts at the centre square of the town. Bases are located quite far from each other. Both bases are better controlled from the village when playing a heavy setup. It's better to attack the first base through the top direction with the help of several well-armoured heavy tanks. For the attack on the second base, it's better to use a more mobile setup and either play through the centre or split forces. In general, the map is not easy to play on. Teams often use blind shots and risky shifting of the forces from one flank to another.
And here we go into battle number 9. Eclipse sticking with the mouses. 5 mouses and 2 tier 9 bat chats. Dare Rising 3 113s, a 50B, a Mouse, a Batchat, and a T54 lightweight.
Mouse attack, okay. North cap, go to the number 1, just create a wall.
Around one of your tier 9 Batchats, try screen for it.
You don't even need to create a wall. With that many of them, you could create a green zone. You know what I'm saying? Like you could really get some space covered with those. There's a lot. You could probably cut off a road, a whole road.
They're actually going to split their Mouses. A couple going south, a couple going north. Unorthodox, but we'll have to see if it works.
And they're actually nationwide spotted early on in the 50B. This is an aggressive play. He's trying to go all the way to the northwest. Usually it's something we'd see out of the light tank, like the T-54 lightweight chase potato or a Batchat.
It's actually a really smart play because if you look at it, those Mouses are going to take a long time to get in position to get the shots. And the tier 9 Batchats were not going to be loaded to punish him in time, and just because of the lineup, they knew that they could get him over there for free.
And now, also this, 4 shells in a 50B, very fast reload. If you put a Batchat there, he fires a few shells, he's probably not going to get to use them very well, right?
Right.
He's going to have to reload early or something.
Well, especially deal with Mouses, he has to reload key clips and whatnot, and etc.
Exactly, so there's a number of reasons this can be a good play. It's a little scary to look at first because it's a 50B, it's a heavy tank, it's large profile, not super fast, so it can get caught out, but he only paid of 1 shell's worth of hit points for that, so I think it's worth it. What do you think of this middle position Drock's taking? This is something we don't see very often.
It'll shut down the middle road. It'll make it hard for them to get in behind, and he can quickly rotate north if they need to. However, they're probably second-guessing whether or not they even want to try to make this play with that 50B in that pocket, because they're going to pay a pretty heavy toll to get that 50B down.
Absolutely, but I'm just waiting to see what we're going to see out of the clips. It's tricky, because they've got 2 mice in south, right? And they've got the one over in B3. They've got a batch at AP up there, but they've also got a but Eclipse also has a batch at AP all the way in the south. So this is a super slow attack. Something we don't see very often at all. I don't think I've seen someone play this like holding back, not going for the objective, quite like this in some time. Everyone always decides, okay, we're going north or we're going southeast, right? That's almost what we see every single time, as if everyone was just trained to hit W on Ruinberg. It's curious.
Well, and right now they've turned their Mouses in the south around and they're trying to flex back to the north.
I haven't seen strategies like this since 7x42. Back when you used to see teams take west side and then someone would take the east side and then everyone fire down 3 lanes trying to snipe each other to death until the end of time. You remember those days, right?
Yeah, in IS3s you could kind of sometimes get lucky and hit the shot on the top of the turret.
Same thing in Clan Wars as well, which was also tier 10. Just people have tended to west side, east side because the length of the corridors going horizontally along the map across the letter lines, across up in the north you got the B line.
Traditionally, because of how the map is balanced, the south has the better town play, whether they want to passive camp down in that J1 pocket, which there have been some very famous moments in the league on, and then they can also push towards the north. They have the better angles, in my opinion, to work the north end of town. But over on the 6, 7, 8, 9 line, I think the north has the better positions. They can get into that village easier. They have the crossfire from A7. I think it's just an easier place to secure. Now, as this push starts, let's go ahead and listen to the comms of Eclipse as they try to take this first cap.
Good shit.
They know we're here.
Yeah, of course. No, go for the 50B. Just cross. Kill the 50B if you can, okay? Bait shots against
Keep going, Tigers. Keep going.
Yeah, Nonik, go for the 50B. You have to bait shots.
Nonik, just push across.
Just push across. Push here. Push. Push into the 50B.
Just take a couple hits and then we can kill him. Is he here? He's here.
Yes, he's here. Mouse, just bait.
Let's just
go. And then cross, okay?
I got him.
Now just cross after. Let's
watch out. Oh,
we can even just hold. We should just hold.
I'll go camp.
113.
Shots just hold. My gunner's gone.
Everyone hold.
Go back.
We should send one Batchat back. One Batchat go back, okay? Okay, everyone hold. We're good.
If we can.
Yeah, hit those.
I can 3 shots. Lit still. Oh, never mind. I can't.
Alright, side screen.
Farm. Maybe Timon can go camp.
No, I died.
Oh,
stuck behind the 50.
Okay. Well, that's alright.
They're like, I don't think we need to hold. The 113 is gonna farm us.
Well, I don't know what
He
you want.
shot me once. I'm clipping.
Well,
113 is coming behind.
113 will shoot you.
113 is coming behind.
He tried to 113? 54 will kill me.
We need to push into him. We need to push into him. The 113 is fine. We need to go.
How are we gonna
go? Going in. Yeah, we need to go in. Kill one.
Go in and kill him.
Kill the back.
And the make or break moment for Eclipse. This is the last chance they're going to have to turn this around. They are pushing out into the field. They are focusing down MacTap Putin. They should move on to Burnt Fungus next, or Durgil out in the field. However, MacTap's going to drive away, make them break turrets, turn everything around, get a couple more shots off before he goes down. And now their focus is going to be directed towards Durgil, but Draco's down. 2 Mouses left out in the open, and the tanks from Dare are closing from the town. They are slowly making sure that they get in behind here. Their guns are on the tanks they need to be. They have reset the cap plenty. The tanks from Eclipse have left, and this should be Dare's win.
Yep, this is a classic defense. Dare executed it well. They sent tanks around to the flank, created two lanes of fire on their opponent. They couldn't get any single tank safe. They all got reset. And so they decided, as Eclipse should, to move forward. But it was too late. There was enough damage dealt. Dare did everything they should, and it worked out exactly like just by the book. This is textbook for them. This has been the way that you defend North Cap on Ruinberg since before Ruinberg even had this as a game mode, right? This is what you do. And they know this inside and out. Execution was good. It was perfect.
Yep, and Aggressor's going to pick up the kill onto Tigers. Photo gets the second track shot onto Aggressor. He's going to take some more damage. And once again, this should be Dare bringing the series to 5-4. And that's going to do it. And Dare putting another point on the board.
Well played. All right. It's going to keep him in here. Keep him in the series. But when we flip sides, that's where it gets tricky.
Remember, that was defense on Ruinberg, one of the most one-sided maps we have in the league.
Yep.
But something I want to point out, with all of those Mouses brought, meant that there was a lot of HP on the field. And that's a lot of HP for Dare to farm. And they had 2 players over 5,000 damage last game.
5,000? Which 2?
Aggressor and Milo Putin.
Makes perfect sense. Those are 2 top performers from the team. They know how to play the mouse at the highest level.
And look at all those fantasy points. Milo Putin, 130 fantasy points. Aggressor, 105. Burden Fungus, another 114. So great performances there from those 3. Tigers, top damage dealer at 4. Eclipse, only able to do 3,600 though. And then Photo Finish, the next highest damage dealer for Eclipse.
All right. We'll have to see what they do as they... Oh, it looks... I'm being told actually a timeout's been called. So we're going to see a small break. It looks like... I think that was Dare calling that one. I think I saw Aggressor's hand shoot up right after the match. And we'll have 2 minutes for these guys to discuss what's going to happen next. So just wondering what they're going to go for as they flip sides. Attack on Ruinberg is what's coming up next for Dare. So that's probably what they're going for. They're trying to figure out what strat they're going to be able to pull. But also, they're going to kind of... They might be icing themselves in a way, because they could have ridden the momentum of a win like that. Although Eclipse probably might not be even phased. What do you think? By a loss on Attack on Ruinberg, maybe you just shake it off, or does it get to you?
Well, that's what I'm gathering. That might have been a technical timeout, fix some computer issues.
Was it? Oh.
But either way, well, Eclipse did pretty well in Ghost Town. That Ruinberg offense was definitely different and thinking outside the box, trying to rely on the Mouses to get that cap done. It just wasn't effective, and Dare did a great job at responding to it. They understood the angles they needed to get to. They got in behind, which was the biggest flaw of that strat from Eclipse, even once they got that 50B down. So just overall good stuff from Dare, but once again, it's on one of the one-sided maps that was Dare defending, so now they have to try some way to attack. And one of the things that Dare have done all season is that north strat with the 5100, flip it on its side, work the cap, and that's something that they've done time and time again rather successfully, so we'll have to see if they try to run it again and if Eclipse have done their homework and have some sort of counter strat set up for it.
Yeah, I don't know. If we stay into the mouse meta, I really am starting to feel like Dare has a bit of an edge there, just because of the way that these huge mouse strats have tended to kind of lean towards Dare most of the time. So I'm thinking if we see something with a lineup with a lot of mouse, we'll be able to see if that changes anything. But how do you deal with just bringing mouse, five of them? How do you deal with that? What's the countered pick? What tank do you bring?
Well, either you bring more mouses, which is what a lot of teams are opting for these days, or you start looking at some of the other options. We've seen 263s come out today. We've seen E4s come out. There are a few other ones, high penetration.
Tank destroyers.
Tank destroyers. I personally would like to see more 268s, I think, in the current meta, because the penetration those shells have, it would deal with the mouse pretty effectively. However, there's a lot of downsides to bringing a 268. Obviously, I'm not oblivious to the fact that it's not the most mobile of tanks anymore. Its frontal armor is not fantastic, but the gun hits pretty hard. It has extremely high penetration, so I definitely like to see how that would fit in against these mouses. However, look at some of these other choices that Eclipse are bringing right now. 2-113s, a 2-1-5B, a mouse, an E4, a Batchat, and a T95. Really spread out lineup, a lot of different options there. 2-1-5B, also a tank I'd like to see more to deal with these mouses. High pen, laser accurate, great DPM. Mouse for Dare Rising, along with Batchat AP and a Skoda T50.
That was the first thing I focused on as well. Skoda T50, does it really have a place here?
I have never really been a fan of the Skoda T50. I think the TVP is just enough to be viable with the 4 shots. The Skoda T50 only having 3 with the 320 alpha. Its DPM is pretty low. I just have never been a huge fan of it.
It feels more appropriate in lighter lineups, something where it doesn't need to deal a huge amount of damage.
I'm not even a fan of it in that case. I really don't even like it on mines.
Oh, okay.
I think TVPs are the way to go. The Skoda T50s at tier 9, I just don't think it's... I don't want to say it's not viable, but I'm just not a particular fan of it between the 3 shots, because it's only the biggest thing about its weakness is it's 3 shots, 320 alpha, so it's 900 damage it can put out. It is not a tank that can be off by itself. Now, yes, you can use other tanks with it to cover it and have it be a support tank, but if it ends up in a 1v1 situation, which, you know, there's always the chance it can, it's not going to be able to handle itself. The tier 9 Batchat will cheer at the shreds. Most tier 8s can withstand 3 shots for that, and they'll have plenty of time to chew through it. So I just think there are better options at tier 9.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. We'll have to see how they employ this tank here, because I think one thing that we can all say is, like, we definitely get used to underestimating certain tanks, right, Rox? Yeah. That happens all the time. It's one of the things that pro players and those of us who've been playing the game for a long time can fall into as a trap, right? You see a tank that you've known to be not super effective at one point. A patch comes out, and you don't really think about its effectiveness relative to
the mouse, type
the
5.
mouse, or something new that's come out. Maybe one aspect of the game changes, and all of a sudden you realize this tank that used to not really be that great actually has a little window to be.
Oh, and then the tier 10 light tanks coming out. A lot of people are saying that they won't be as effective, and while I don't disagree,
some people think they'll be greater than medium tanks and make
those
those irrelevant.
With the view range that they have right now on the test server, if it makes it to the live server, they can do a lot with that.
Okay, now we're looking at a north attack from Dare. They're moving Nationwide Durgel and Master Putin into position to start screening for a Batchat AP.
And it looks like Dare are going to go for a very similar strat that we just saw out of Eclipse, but they have 2 mouses in the south to complete this pincer. The mouse of... who is that over there? It looks like Ledif is going to get caught out in the open. Now, No Nick No Skill is going to get some resets. The T1 Diabetic and the T95 is going to come around the corner. They should be able to slow down this cap for a while, but they need to figure out what they're going to do about these 2 mouses in the south.
Skoda T50 getting on cap as well. Possibly one of the reasons it was brought, for its profile being able to fit behind a mouse.
Well,
maybe.
More to act as a second wall on the backside to block for the tier 9 Batchat, because it is larger for that if they push a tank in behind. Certainly, because he's the 4th tank on cap. They're not relying on him on cap pressure.
But there goes Nationwide. That's a lot of hit points that just went down. And 19 seconds left on the cap. Bird and Master Putin need to avoid taking damage. They're sitting very close to walls and cover, which can actually be used to splash HE shells off of and just get that reset right when it's needed. But 10 seconds just about left. There goes Durgel, and there are 2 mice all the way in the south out of this fight. This is going to be a successful defense. There they go. Ledif putting one into Master Putin, and now the whole 60 seconds back on the clock for cap. And damage going into the favor of Eclipse. Yes, Dare is still making them pay for it, but I don't think they can keep this one up for long, Rox.
Well, and it looks like Eclipse are about to win this, and if they do, the next map is Muravanka with Eclipse on defense. this is going to put them on match point if they can hold on here. Now it is 4-4, 5-4, excuse me. They have one extra gun up right now. Aggressor looking for the shot onto Ledif, takes him down to a one-shot. But 2,000 HP in favor of Eclipse, so they should be able to hold on here. Just 3 Mouses left alive for Dare Rising.
This should be easy. This should be straightforward for them to solve and just finish up. Dark God Zim's about reloaded, so I think he'll probably just jump onto Aggressor in a moment, but looks like he's going to wait for backup before doing that. My Little Putin looks like he'll be one of the next targets. He's trying to square off against Drawcap, and doing so rather well, actually bouncing 2 shells from T1 Diabetic in the T95, and then from the T110 Drawcap, he's able to time it out so that he can avoid about, what is that? It's over 1,000 hit points in damage.
Mm-hmm. And bounces one shot there. Malputin looking for the return shot onto T1, doesn't get it though.
I'm not super surprised that a T95 is going to start bouncing against a mouse. It makes a lot of sense. It's tricky.
And Photo Finish actually bounces the shot off the back of the mouse. Chase Potato picks it up. Dark God Zim gets in behind Aggressor, and Drock picks up the kill. 4-2 left at this point. Both are one-shots, provided there's a high roll onto Milo Putin.
And there, 379, that's coming from Chase Potato.
T1 Diabetic bounces another one off of Milo Putin.
And you know what? It would be kind of crazy to see them try and come back in something like this. It would be really strange, but they're bouncing so much damage right now. It's the thing about the mouse. It's tricky tank. And we'll have to see.
Eclipse know that they can play this slow and safe because they are on defense. 4 more minutes and they'll get the win. So they're letting their close. T1 Diabetic does take a HP shot, but Dark God Zim actually gets in position and picks up Chase Potato in the south. Great shot there from Dark God Zim. And now it's just down to Milo Putin, and this should be 6-4 in favor of Eclipse. They are now on match point.
And they've got a 2-point lead. All right, slow finish to Ruinberg. Low energy right there from both teams, not really going straight at each other and playing a little conservative. They don't want to throw away a perfectly good win, I think is what we're seeing out of Eclipse. Instead of just during regular season, you'll see a lot of the time when a battle gets to that point, players will start to just kind of just throw their tanks at each other until they eventually win. But here, they're definitely slowing down and saying, hold up a second, this is mouse meta. You can't just decide to get super aggressive once you think it's over.
And look at Ledif, 124 fantasy points, 3,700 damage and 1 kill, 100% accuracy. Not a bad round for him. He's had a relatively quiet day, but last time I said that, they were the top damage dealer of the series. So Photo Finish doing another 3,300 damage, 45 fantasy points. T1 Diabetic having a pretty solid game in that T95, 3,200 damage, 75 fantasy points. On the second page here, Rock, Tigers, Dark God Zim, and then Burden. Let's go to 1,400 damage. Not really able to make much of an impact. I'm not going to say it was at fault for the loss, but it definitely didn't help.
Yeah,
the Mouses, not really able to get in there.
The fast cap didn't work. I think we'll have to talk more about Skoda the next time we see it, if we see it ever again. But we're about to head into the final map. After this one, it would be a tiebreaker. So we're going to head to Muravanka.
Muravanka, a map with a great number of buildings, bushes and trees, amongst which teams hide for most of the battle. The attacking team begins the battle from the top of the village, and the defenders start from the bottom of the map. Both bases are better controlled from the hill near the first base, and from the green in the lower left corner of the map. There are many attack directions. The attacking team often attempts to gain the attention of defenders by putting pressure on the first base, whilst manoeuvring several tanks behind the second base to deliver fire into the defending's flank. Team setups are very diverse, but the players often choose the fastest tanks, even for heavy setups. They could even bring SPGs.
Here we go. Eclipse coming in here at 113, a Mouse, 3 Batchats and 2 Tier 9 Batchats. Meanwhile, Dare, 2 113s, a Mouse, 3 Batchats, and an RU 251.
What happens next? Everyone's going out for their opening scout runs. And it's just going to be a very standard split. T1 Diabetic going west. Dark God Zim heading up the middle road. RU251 of Chase Potato from Dare. Going to scout out the east side, see if the defenders are sending anything out there. and not a lot of spotting, but one crucial tank. The 113 of Aggressor from Dare is lit by the Bat Chat of Eclipse, telling that
going
this
for the
is
fast
going
cap.
for a fast cap.
They
Yep.
got 3 tanks on.
If Dare can get a fast cap, that might throw their opponent off just enough. It doesn't look like Eclipse is prepared to defend against a fast cap. If Dare can stop the Bat Chat AP of T1 right now, if they can just get him to put his head down, keep his head down, they might be able to finish off this cap.
1-1-3, and the Bat Chats are all closing through the town, trying to get an angle to get those resets.
10 seconds, but look, Aggressor's trying to block, get in the way. You see the mouse finally sliding into position as another blocker, and the 113, that is My Little Putin.
Chase Potato taking a lot of damage,
Oh.
down to 281.
They're gonna get off the cap and decide forward is the best direction. They're coming in behind us, take out the tanks to the south. Tigers should go down next. After that, if they can, they'll go for draw cap, but I expect a disengagement.
Tigers gets tracked out in the open.
That's it.
He goes down. Burton picks him up. Tigers didn't get nationwide before he went down though. MacTap pushing in. He's taking a lot of damage. He's down to a 1-shot. Drock should be able to pick up the kill, and Dare might be out. This might be Eclipse securing their spot to the grand finals right now.
Maybe so, but it's going to be close. This is very dependent on how these autoloaders are able to play off. We've got Bird and Still Alive on Dare's side. The other side, though, Nonik and Ledif are on reload. There's still a small chance for Photo and Drock to maybe get taken care of somewhere for Dare to try and find their way back into this. I think disengaging with Bird, sending him out of this fight right now would be good for Dare to stay alive in this fight. They can slow things down.
Trying to trade with this mouse of Durgel, but coming out the worst of it.
Oh no.
One more shot and he should go down.
317, Durgel can get the kill shot. He zeroes it, connects.
So that's a 3-on-3 HP in favor of Eclipse, but ever so slightly, and this is getting flipped on its head. Ledif versus Bird right now. Bird is a 1-shot. Ledif can eat the shell.
But he has the high ground. Don't underestimate the high ground.
He puts the shot into the dirt. Ledif looks for the shot. Bounces one off his gun. Ledif misses.
And there,
Bird gets the connection.
One more.
And Ledif picks it up. 3-2. Milo Putin still has almost 1,800 HP. Drock down to a 2-shot. Durgel coming around. They're trying to trade it out.
Durgel knows he can't go around this corner. He'll expose just the side of his tank. Drock has the advantage right now as a heavy tank. Durgel needs to know that this is not
Milo
really...
Putin's pushing around on the 3 line.
Oh no!
Trying to get him
he's
behind.
trying to bait him shooting his front drive wheel. That's what he's waiting for. Now he realizes Drock's going to try and come around behind. My Little Putin's on the high ground.
And they spot him, so Drock knows not to go around. Ledif trying to work this outside angle.
And My Little Putin's going to be looking to try and complement that position from Durgel. If he can, he'll try and connect it. Drock doesn't. It bounces.
Dark God Zim got one connection there onto Durgel, put him down to 188.
Now he just wants to get one connection. That's all My Little Putin needs, and that'll free Durgel up to deal with these French tanks. Ledif and Dark God Zim. Those are 2 tanks not super effective against a mouse. So that's where Dare has a chance. They can hold on here. Eclipse should be able to get this, but that's it. My Little Putin says, screw this. I'm going in. I'm closing the distance. We just need to finish this off right here, right now.
Drock knows it. He's going to start pushing forward. Not enough to kill him, though.
Right there.
Durgel looking for the shot. He puts one into him for 572. Durgel looking for the kill shot, puts it into the pillar of the building. Dark God Zim bounces one off the side of the turret. Milo Putin finally picks up the kill. And now this is a 2v2, HP almost dead even. Dare saying we're not out of this yet.
Yes, and Dare only knows where Dark God Zim is right now. They do not know the current location of Ledif. Ledif could come in from the north, south, east, west. They would not know. So until that happens, Dare's probably going to want to sit still. Keep these positions, or try and get a disengagement altogether and run off to like the southwest corner for a minute and then try and maybe do something with that. But there's no cap opportunity, really. You're against a faster, more mobile lineup, autoloaders. They can reset the cap every day. Right now, the Defender Eclipse, this should be in the bag just on that part of the game. But as far as a fight goes, if Eclipse try and take a fight against Dare, and Dare's got guns pointed in their direction, it doesn't go their way. If Eclipse can catch those tanks off guard, flank them, and then, yes, maybe put a shell or 2 into their sides, they have a chance. But Batchet AP doesn't, it's not effective against a mouse very much. 113, sure.
Ledif is a 1-shot. Dark God Zim only 2, so they have that 1 shot straight away. Durgel trying to back up towards Cap. You know, someone might come in the middle there with the Cap pressure started. So just making sure he doesn't take any damage. But little does he know, it looks like they're both going to try to take up positions on the 1 line.
And there, mouse is spotted.
Ledif spotted as well, though. So no, Dark God Zim is the one that's the surprise. They don't know where he is.
I bet. Let's see if they're able to predict his location, see where he's coming from. We'll have to see. Letif goes dark. So right now he's not spotted. Cap pressure's on. Minute and 9 seconds. And all that has to happen now, Rox, the Clips can just get these kills. That's all they need. Good spotting. Is Dark God Zim able to get that one?
Dark God's gonna go over. He's gonna find
Found both.
one shot. Doesn't get the penetration though. And he's gonna poke over, take another one. I don't know why he did that. He knew that he had time. And now Dark God's tracked, but Durko misses.
He had him. He had him right into sights. Didn't let it zero quite enough, and that just goes into dirt.
And now Letif looking for the shot. He snaps one off, doesn't get the connection.
Oh, these guys are playing really risky shots. They're not waiting for things to zero. They're rushing right now. They need to focus. Sometimes, yes, you can let the RNG shell go, but sometimes it's also worth it just to zero.
And Milo Putin's trying to catch Dark God Zim. Dark God Zim is running. He's heading towards the building.
He's playing it right. He understands how to get out. Now he can use that building as cover in order to escape. From there, he's got the right line. So 113 approaches the building.
Letif is spotted again now, but they know he's leaving. They're just working this clock down ever so slightly.
Yep, and now with the delay, with the reset towards cap, there are 3 minutes left, so they can keep doing this, rinse and repeat over and over and over again. There you go, more shots fired towards Dark God Zim. He's gonna, though, reposition, and they're gonna try this one again. Dare's got another chance at trying to make the cap happen. Eclipse is gonna have another chance at making the delay. My Little Putin is healthy enough, 738 hit points. It's about, depending on how you roll, 2 to 3 shells.
Right now,
this is
the Bat Chats are just trying to spread out again. They're going to reapproach from new angles. Dark God Zim pushing once again in the south.
Let's also talk about critical damage real quick. Notice the ammo rack from Letif.
Damage gun as well. But he's going to get one connecting shot. He doesn't need to peek out anymore. He has 2 shots left.
It bounced, just bounced.
They don't know Dark God Zim is back over here.
Did Letif even load heat?
Yeah, he was firing heat. That's why the second shot didn't even get through.
It hit tracks.
No, I did a fence on the way in.
Oh, that's too bad. And there, My Little Putin spotted for Dark God Zim. But My Little Putin is hidden to Letif. He doesn't know the angle for that. And this, again. And that's it! Durzel gets the hit. Letif is down.
And now it's just down to Dark God Zim. He does get the kill, though.
He gets Durzel and a Batchet AP, by the way.
He needs one reset, and then he can drive away and secure the win. He is spotted, though. He knows it.
So does My Little Putin. He knows his options. He understands what angles he can come in from. He knows not to chase. Good call. My Little Putin can stay on the cap, and he can still win this. If he gets off cap, then Dark God Zim can simply drive off into the distance.
Dark God's going to poke from a new angle. This is risky.
They could go for it. We'll see what they can do.
He's trying to find this push.
My Little Putin is spotted. Shots fired.
He misses. Now he's spotted.
Dark God is lit. My Little Putin, though, backing off like this. I understand. It makes a lot of sense. He can't risk missing the shell. He needs to force Dark God to get
come
closer.
Around, trying to get the shot.
That's
He gets it.
That's it. Eclipse wins. And that's it. You can see it right now. Fine.
And that's going to bring this one game back for Dare.
I just realized I got it wrong. I just thought that was Eclipse. That was my bad.
No, that's Dare.
Yeah, that's Dare winning. Sorry.
That's Milo Putin getting the kill shot.
Yeah.
And now Eclipse still on match point, but Dare saying they're not done yet. And right now, Eclipse looking a little bit down right now. But look at the damage. And look at My Little Putin and what he was able to do that game, putting the team on his shoulders. 3,500 damage, 134 fantasy points. Letif, another 2,500, 90 fantasy points. Dark God Zim doing what he can, getting a couple resets there, but not enough to carry his team.
And there we go, all the way down to the bottom. Chase Potato unable to get any damage at all. Really, really hate seeing that out of an RU on a map like this. So, this one's going to stay alive. Excuse me for that earlier outburst. I got excited for a moment there, but it does look like Dare's going to be able to keep himself in this one.
And now, Clips need to regroup. They need to try to pull things back together. hold on to this. Dare not out of this yet, though. They bring it one back. They still, now they have to defend on Murrow, and now it's going to be Eclipse. We thought Eclipse was going to have that defense under control. But now it's going to be in the hands of Dare to try to force overtime and send this to OT and Cliff. It's going to give Eclipse 2 more chances to secure their spot in Moscow.
We'll have to see. What are they going to try and pull on this one, Rox?
I don't know. Looking at these lineups, 2 Mouses, 3 Batchats, 2 Tier 9 Batchats. Dare coming in here, 4 113s, 2 Batchats, and an Amex 1390. And looking at this, Mouses to me says 1 cap play, but we'll have to see. I don't really see them doing anything other with that lineup. The Mouses just aren't flexible enough to go anywhere else. Not that many of them, anyways.
Yeah, the 113 lineup's a lot stronger. And opening moves.
They're going to start sending all their heavy tanks from both teams over towards that 1-2 line. Tier 9 Batchat going down. And actually, it looks like Eclipse are splitting their tanks up. One's playing that 3 line, and one more is playing the 6 line there.
Yep. So west side for Dare on defense. Eclipse deciding to go to east side.
And the 113s, they're all just pushing straight through to that 2 cap.
And we'll have to give it a minute because I don't think this is really going to progress much.
They're going to sit here and hold the Batchat all the way up at E1. Just trying to get some shots towards the Mouse and that Tier 9 Batchat. And the 4 Batchats for Eclipse have actually pushed all the way over towards 9 line. They're sitting back there in an ambush position like we saw Elevate do earlier. And now they're actually going to back out. They're going to start flexing over towards the 1-2 line.
And we're going to go ahead and listen in with Eclipse because I want to know what's going on here, Rox.
What, he's shooting the E1 guys from where he is.
Yeah, I'm
fine right now.
But we need you to get rotated to the 1 line anyways, and we're wasting time, right? Are you really going to get any more shots right now?
I'm the bush. Like, I don't know.
They're not poking the bush anymore.
Okay.
Rotate back and take the 1 line.
What's the bats play when we're over here?
No, this mouse can stay.
Once the mouse is rotated, mouse, stay here. Once this mouse is rotated, the bats can leave. All we're doing is protecting the mouse while the
Understood.
rotate.
That's
Take the long route. Take the long route, please. Everyone just hold and rotate.
We got damage on their bats. They're Tier 10 bats.
What is the HP of their bats?
I got 1 shot and Zim also got 1 shot. So we just took damage on our AP. It's positive. I wouldn't say positive. Well,
yeah, okay,
they only have 2 Tier
When this mouse will be here, we can leave and take all these.
Yep. This mouse, continue working your way down here. Don't lose the timing of this.
113.
Yeah, they're not pushing. Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
We can leave.
They're gonna counter push. That's like their play, right?
We don't know what the play is.
They're gonna get strangled out.
Yeah, well, let's just rotate the bats. We're fine.
Okay.
This bat AP, I think you should play this because from here you can support this and you can support this.
Yeah, I will when Jock gets here.
Zim, why don't you go ahead and come with us?
Where?
So,
follow.
It's gonna be mouse, bat AP, mouse underneath. Bats will win this, okay? Let's go. Come on, Zim.
They can have a trap underneath there with 113.
Wait, where do you want me?
Come with us. Help us win this.
Yeah. I was changing the volume of team.
Just follow our bats. We'll get lights so you can shoot. Okay, Tier 1, you can start rotating.
Another 113.
I got lit in the mouse. They know I'm here.
Okay, that's fine. Let's start winning this, and we'll start winning this. We gotta clear 0 line first, so let's stay together.
We need to do if I get C1, you guys are gonna have to get ready for a push. They're gonna push you guys as soon as I get wit in C1.
We'll see.
Well, they can push.
Just get the bat AP in here. That's fine.
Confident.
We want them to push the mice.
Yeah.
It's a matter of getting our bats into position. Okay.
Following you, Tigers.
We're gonna have 90 lighting.
Yeah, I know that. It's about doing damage. We're gonna get a bat in here, and then we're gonna start moving bats all over.
Here, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. This mouse.
No
one bat. Go back here. One of these bats. Go back here.
Yeah, go back.
You gotta look for shots on these bats. When the mouse crosses, we're gonna clip into them. Okay? I'm coming back too.
That's hard to get shots on.
Somebody know.
That's hard.
No, it's not. We can get shots on it.
And Eclipse still trying to figure out how to break this setup from Dare. They don't know where all these tanks are. They haven't been able to find Chase Potato in the random bush in the south. Once again, so many bushes in this south area. It's really hard to pinpoint exactly which one it is. It requires a lot of teamwork.
A lot of time, too.
As well, and look at how much is left, 5.5 minutes.
Yep, there's not a lot of time to start clearing out in the southwest. Really start to close as an option. You're gonna have to try and maybe focus something more north side towards the 1 cap and see what you can get there. But otherwise, right now, we're looking at Dare starting to get inching closer and closer to a win on defense. Not unexpected, by the way.
Murrow defense is one of those things. Once again, Murrow we say is a 1-on-1 map. Defense has almost a 70% win rate throughout our season, so they should be able to tie this up right now. However, Eclipse, in the situation they're in right now, knowing that winning here would guarantee them a spot to Moscow, as well as playing the first place match, they're going to want this. They're going to pull every trick they have out of the book right now.
Yeah, but you and I are feeling it right now. These guys have been in for a long match. It's hard to stay focused, especially when it's as intense of a match as it has been. So players are probably starting to feel a little bit of that fatigue. They're starting to look for... They're starting to lose focus. It's very easy to derail yourselves right now. The comms, you can hear it right now, are a little bit messy at some points.
Photo finish takes almost 1,000. Double connection from those 113s.
It's going to have to back off. Although, is Eclipse going to start moving in for anything, or are they just going to keep trying to play these distance games against a bunch of 113s?
They need to close is the thing they need to do. They need to find some sort of overmatch or make some sort of play, but I don't really see any easy way in for them right now.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. Now, actually, I want to talk about the 113 lineup here, because look at that. You've got 4 of them. Not super common as far as the lineup, but is this a good counter for the mouse?
I wouldn't say it's a good counter for the mouse, but it's a good counter to a lot of bat jets.
Okay.
And it's decent against the mouse because it has those heat shells.
That's what I'm getting.
Durgil does put a shot into the dirt there. Clip's still actually up on HP. But once again, no Nick, no skill. Spotted in the south, and he doesn't quite know where Chase Potato is. And now the rest of the bat chats, or 3 of the bat chats anyways, 4 Clips are spotted right now. Need to find some sort of play to make.
There's not a lot of options. They just need to move in, just like you're saying, Rox. You can't keep playing bad shots.
They have to make some sort of play. They need to find some sort of brawl, some sort of isolation. Maybe the 113 at E3. Try to get the isolation there, get that mouse moved up.
Echo 1, the bird.
Yep, or go for some sort of fast cap, get tanks on there, screen the 113s. But they need to find something. There are many things they could do, but they need to agree on something, go as a team, because they're bleeding HP right now.
Yeah, look at that. No Nick's less than half hit points. You're right.
He's bleeding a lot.
Even more.
He's down to a 1 shot, 226. Bunch of shots start missing, but Nationwide picks up the kill.
And that's getting close to a win for Dare. I think the push in right now from Eclipse, it might fall in his face, but there are a lot of autoloaders. There is the potential there to just delete a few tanks if you play it right. But we're going to have to see as if Tigers split, move in, and start focusing down on Bird, T1 as well. There we go, right into the engine. Let's see if we can start a fire and make this easy. Almost.
Safe behind these buildings, and they didn't really take that much damage for it, so that was a decent trade.
But look, you're right, Eclipse is behind better cover than they otherwise would have in just an all-out brawl crazy thing.
Letif taking a shot there. Now they need to get that mouse up into the fight, though. Get him involved. Try to push in here, try to find another isolation, maybe onto Durgil or Milo Putin.
But right now, the position from Eclipse is
not
heavily,
a good one as Tigers goes down.
It's heavily compacted right now. You're going to see a flank move in soon from Dare. Eclipse has to keep getting kills. They have to find a way into this because they're just bleeding damage more and more and more. They're going to have even worse positions in 30 seconds.
Durgil
There's only
down to
a
almost
minute.
a 1 shot, and Drock is going to be able to pick it up. 1 minute and 40 seconds left.
And Durgil, just 1 shell will finish him off. That's all that Eclipse needs to try and maybe get back there. That's it.
Picks up the shot.
4 tanks left alive. 4 alive for Dare. 5 for Eclipse. 5.
They have the extra guns. HP's coming back a little bit more even. Aggressor taking some damage. And now T1 Diabetic pushes in. He didn't know Milo Putin's there. He gets tracked. And that should be the end of him. But Letif puts a shot into him. Puts him down to a 1 shot. Letif takes 1 more, but Letif has enough to carry this through.
Letif has 2 shells. Drock also looking. Master Putin has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And he'll go down.
And Milo Putin takes another shot, and now Letif looking for the cover onto Drock. This is anyone's game at this point. 1 minute left. HP in favor of Eclipse, just barely. My Little Putin goes over into Photo.
50.
Photo picks up the Ram under the 113. 2 tanks left. Chase Potato and Aggressor.
50 seconds left. Just one reset. That's
one
that's
reset.
all that
Chase
Dare needs.
Potato. We said he's one that makes insane plays, and he's coming in behind.
Yep. And we'll have to see what happens. Are they going to be able?
Aggressor pushing in. Photo going for the screen. 15 seconds, and they still don't know where Chase is. Photo needs to get a track shot. He gets it. Does Aggressor have a repair kit? Doesn't look like he does. 7 seconds. Chase isn't going to be in position. Photo's still closing. 3 seconds.
2. And wait for it. Wait to see it up at the top, the 59-second marker.
Chase doesn't get it.
That's
going to be Eclipse. Moving on to the first place match. They just secured their spot to the grand final in Moscow. What a game that was. It's slow, a grind fest. Dare played extremely well through the whole series, but at the end of the day, Eclipse just held on by the skin of their teeth to win that round.
Yeah, that was an exhausting match. They throw everything at each other. They brought mouse lineups as so many I can't even count. And that was well played. But I don't know if Eclipse is gonna feel super strong coming off that one. It really felt like both teams were neck and neck, and it was difficult for them to read each other. There was a lot going on. Both teams have been studying for weeks and weeks, and so at this point, they've been preparing to fight exactly this match, right?
The only team that, so far today that I felt has been playing near their best or playing the best game they could is Top Tier. I haven't seen anything out of any of the 4 teams today outside of them. Where I really feel they're playing at their top potential.
Well, that's what happens at a finals, right? The top team can't always play at their best because everyone's got a target on your back.
Yep.
Josh talks about that one all the time. And then Eclipse, they've had a rough season. Everyone's skeptical of them. So it's and they know that their opponent Dare is
they held on
really good, and yeah, they did.
And look at all these fantasy points. It's still throwing me off with us being a best of 13.
Oh,
Draw
yeah.
coming in 732. Photo finish 611. Aggressor, the top fantasy point score. Well, not top fantasy point score, but top damage dealer, as he was all season for Dare. And then even on the second page, Makta Putin, another 468. And Dark God Zim down there, even though he was the bottom damage dealer for anyone, still putting up 505 fantasy points, so not bad there. What a series that was. Some really slow matches at points, but just kind of a chess game between both teams. I loved every second of it.
Yeah, and we're going to go straight to the stage for the post-match interviews. Josh?
All right, thank you, gentlemen. I'm joined by T1 Eclipse. Congratulations, you secured $66,000 at least, and you are going to Moscow to represent NA. How you feeling right now?
Pretty good. I mean, yeah, closer than we wanted, but I mean, it came down to just kind of RNG, a couple last shots at the end, but Murrow was pretty close, so.
It was very close. Let's talk about Murovanka a little bit more because it came really down to the wire. We saw some great play by Master Putin, a couple lucky shots back and forth. Yeah. What was the communication like for your team during those very tense moments?
I mean, unfortunately, Ledif lost his turret and his gun was damaged, so like trying to get shots was hard for him, and Zim was needed a light. Just Zim took an extra shot that he shouldn't have, and it just came down to just like last-second shots. So.
Now, that was quite a feat that you guys defeated your opponents here in this series, but you're going to the grand finals. You are going to face Elevate. Your thoughts and feelings, the amount of time that you guys had to prep before that big matchup?
No, I mean, we obviously we want to beat them this time. We were really, really close in the beginning of the season. We blew a 4-2 lead, but I mean, that was the past. So, I mean, we're ready now. Anything can happen.
Any words for your fans?
Thanks for giving the support, and hopefully we can take home first place.
All right, T1, congratulations on your victory, and we'll see you very soon in the finals against Elevate. All right, I'm joined by Change from Dare Rising. You guys had a hell of a series against your opponents, but unfortunately fell short, and you're going to be facing Top Tier in the 3rd, 4th place match. Tell me, what do you think went right, and what are the things that went wrong for you guys?
Well, I think we went one-on-one on every map except for steps, and that was the difference maker. But, you know, this upcoming match, there's still a lot of money on the line, so hopefully we can pull through.
You're definitely taking home $36,000. You're going to be fighting for the $46,000 prize pool. What are you guys going to do now to kind of reset, shake off the loss, to get ready for that matchup against Top Tier?
We got to forget about it and just move on.
Now, when it comes to the choices that we saw from your opponents, especially the Mouse, just out in the open from steps, when you guys see something like that, it's a little bit crazy. What's the communication like? Because some people may think, oh, go for it. It looks like it's going to be an easy kill. Others will say, wait, this seems like it's a trap. So how do you guys assess those type of situations?
It really just depends on what kind of information we already have and what we need and the positions of our current tanks, and we can make a decision from there.
All right, now you guys are going to be playing that third, fourth place match off stream, but we give you guys an update about that. Make sure to check out the Twitter handle at WGLNA. Anything you'd like to say to your fans?
Just thanks for supporting us.
All right, well, thank you, and best of luck in your third, fourth place matchup. Give it up for Dare Rising, ladies and gentlemen. That was a heck of a series. And we are going to get ready for the grand finals. $95,000 is on the line for the first place team. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the WGLNA Season 2 Finals. We started with 8 teams at the very beginning of the season, 9 weeks ago, and now we're down to 2. $95,000 will be on the line for the first place team. I'm joined by Meadowhawk and B-Ted. Gentlemen, we saw a pretty good matchup of Eclipse versus Dare Rising. And some people were surprised maybe on some of the performances of Dare Rising, at least with the Artie being caught off guard, Chase Potato being found. However, saw some really solid play from both teams.
Yeah, it really had me had some deja vu from last season there with our 07. Very much back and forth, mistakes made by both teams, but in the end, a close one.
When you begin to look like our first highlight that we're going to be looking at pretty soon, you ended up seeing Dare's enthusiasm. They jumped on it right away. Even though things did not look good for them, they chose to attack. It didn't look good for them, but that by choosing to attack, by being aggressive, by going over the top right here, they made a decision they weren't going to let Eclipse dictate. Now, it didn't work for them, but it showed that they were willing to go for it, willing to put the hammer down and see what would end up happening here. And in doing so, I think it threw Eclipse off for a bit anyway. We see a fluid attack. You know the strat on the one line on Prokhorovka fairly often, but it just didn't work that time. But that sort of enthusiasm, what does that show you?
It was a good push. I mean, obviously, the counter to that kind of one-line camp, if they have an IS-7 back in that corner or a Sturv tank back in that corner, is to do exactly what they did. They pushed photo finish on the 3-line bull, which limits the shots that can be taken from the 1-line bull, which you pick up a tank clean, and then you can maneuver to try to deal with those tanks that are camping on the 1 line.
And the next one we have, our second one, is on steps, where we see a fantastic rotation by Eclipse to counter that that bait and switch they did, and where they were going on the east cap. And here's the whole move. The whole move, especially watch it on a mini-map, because if you see it on a mini-map, you can see the whole curl of the attack by Eclipse, and that's about as clinical as you can get.
It's really good. The mistake made here by Dare was that they left those two bad shots in the south. They really should. I think they were focusing on that 8 on Dark God there. Congrats on Dark God for keeping those guys busy. But when you have a big engagement going on in 2 camp, you can't have 2 tanks out of the battle.
And again, Drock really showing up when he needed to. I think he did really well. And once again, he only got going about halfway through the season as he came off the bench.
Yeah, and another shocker, because we took 2 games off of Dare in the online playoffs, and here Dare lost both of their games against Eclipse too. But yet, Steps is Dare's best map.
Yep.
Well, when you saw that mouse going across steps on its own, I think that kind of sent a signal going, haha, we got this, don't even try. And that's what happened. So
Drock Pinata.
Exactly. So it worked definitely for Eclipse's favor. Let's talk about Himmelsdorf. That was a fair trade on both sides for the attackers on that map.
It seemed pretty generic in the way that their setups went. I mean, you did see a few different thoughts, but it was more like just keep pushing. And you saw some great play from Photo, as well as some good 103 play as well. But I believe Tigers was in that 103, getting some pretty good angles on it.
Yeah, it was a good play. Obviously on Himmels, Photo in that Type 5, he had that 1v1 down, but then he backed off. I'm not sure if that was a call that Tigers made, but if he cleans that Type 5 up, I think that might have gone a bit better. But that Type 5 turns, and I think he one-shot one of the bad shots, Type 5 penetration.
Absolutely.
And we're seeing a lot of that corner game play on Ruinberg between these 2 teams. And that corner play is so crucial, not only for lining up the correct shots and pulling behind cover, but also staggering your tanks correctly as a team so you're HP sharing. From 07, you guys obviously have to enact that type of principle and that type of fundamental play. But how hairy does it get when you have 3, 4, 5, 7 tanks around that same corner trying to hit each other?
It's really hairy. I mean, obviously right here, Tigers does a great job. Obviously, he's outnumbered, but he, gets Photo. It's a little bit of a losing battle, but he gives time for Photo to drive all the way up from the south. Tigers should have died at least 30 to 40 seconds faster than he did. But like you said, angling your tank, making people pull out further than they need to, which exposes them. It's always a great play for a team.
Now let's talk about Ghost Town. That was a 1-1 as well. Seemed it was pretty fair play for both sides. I didn't see a whole lot of surprises outside of the Chase Potato boost that happened to get up in that section and be able to land enough fire to control that.
304 Birthday Avenger seemed to, if you notice, a couple of his shots barely missed the tank he had screening him right in front of him. I mean, they must have been practicing that several times to get that sort of results.
Yeah, and a very interesting choice too, because I mean, the FV304, it has a tiny gun.
Yep.
So it can't really penetrate mouses very often.
I think it was just a reset machine. I think that was their goal.
Yeah.
Well, here we have Murovanka, the last map, and it got pretty hairy between both these teams, and how close they came, especially the performance of My Little Putin at the end there on one of the series.
This was the first Murovanka map. So this is when it came down to Ledev. At the very end of it, you had My Little Putin going straight on a one-on-one with God, Zim. What do you think happened?
It was tough. I mean, I hate to say that Ledev threw it. I don't think he did. Obviously, I mean, T1 said that he did have a damaged turret, and the thing was is he had to have heat loaded in order to pen that mouse.
Yep.
And in that city, all along E-line, there are fences, there are houses, there are trees. If you hit any one of those with a heat shell, it's not going through to the tank. It explodes on the object. So I think that might have been what happened. I think one or two of his shells might have hit a fence, which was really rough for him.
But they adapted. We get into the last match of Murovanka, and you saw a very sharp eclipse. They weren't depressed of what happened, because you don't normally lose on defense on Murovanka, and they just had. But they regrouped quickly, and as we see, it was fairly definitive at the end. It was incredibly close. Fair play to Dare. They played really well.
Incredibly close. And here, Photo makes up for his mistake on Himmels here. He tracks aggressors 3 times. If he doesn't track aggressor here, aggressor is able to get around, get the reset, and possibly win this match for Dare, forcing overtime. Photo does a great job cleaning up aggressor here.
Yeah, impeccable play from both teams. But question I'm going to present to you gentlemen here is, was Eclipse playing too passive? And not just against Dare Rising, but were they playing too passive in a scenario against Elevate, and will Elevate take advantage of that?
Elevate is a great team that kind of preys on very passive teams. What they'll do is they'll set up, they're very good at getting info, and once they get their info, they're great at reacting to it and flexing to it and moving around your team. So hopefully they don't get, they don't stay too stagnant, because if they do, Eclipse is gonna feed off of that.
I think Eclipse is one of those teams that can counter push better than anyone else. When they're on and they push, they see where your strats are, they'll counter strat that as effectively as anyone in the WGLNA. Their ability to do so has been one of their strengths, because whenever they seem to get into trouble, they tend to bait, they tend to trap, and then they finish them off pretty cleanly.
Now, throughout the entire season, or at least at the beginning of the season, we saw some roster swapping happening, some changes here and there, and I know the salt diet is pretty high here for Meadowhawk about that. But when it comes to the trades, the rosters, and all the drama that happens, this is why it matters, all the way down to the wire here at the finals. Let's check in what the players had to say about the different roster changes this season.
After the end of last season, we had to consider roster changes. So we were looking around to other teams in the league and saw that Wally, Ox, and Brett weren't happy at Eclipse, so we decided to try them out.
I already told my previous team, Eclipse, that I planned on leaving after the Rumble, and our performance at the Rumble was very poor. I think they understood that I wasn't happy. Maybe I just need a new start somewhere else.
The biggest challenge of getting new players in the roster was starting over from scratch, building up that cohesion. The biggest improvement with the new players has been our play style. We're just a more dynamic team. We used to be very reactive, and now we control the pace of matches a lot better.
We ended up finding out that Ox, Wally, and Brett were leaving, and we were going to need to find new players.
I came over from Simp. I didn't get along very well with most of the players. I got really frustrated with the team. The best thing about Eclipse is I don't think there's anyone on the team that has this giant ego or feels like they're entitled to anything. We talk a lot, we joke a lot. It feels like family.
I think it made us better in terms of communication. The team's a lot more friendly. The team can agree on things a lot more often than not now. And I think that's benefited us a lot more.
The best thing about my new team is that we all put in a lot of time, we have a great work ethic, and our results show that. I went from a 6th place team to a 2nd place team, and I'm kind of just really excited to be here.
All right, quoting Photo finish in that Simp with an ego. I don't know about that, guys. What do you think?
I think certain people get along with a certain other type of people.
Sure.
And I'm very happy the Eclipse gave him a home that he feels at home with, he feels like family with. And I think anytime you're on a team, and I've never been a player, but Meadow, anytime you're in a team that feels like family, that's the best place to be, isn't it?
It is. I mean, that's obviously, I hate to call us a feeder team, but obviously that's what we try and go for. We've had our core group for a long time, and it's because we get together, we don't really argue, and we bring people in, and obviously they get better with us, and then they want to move on. We haven't gotten quite past that border. Like, by all means, I'm so happy for Ledif that, he's now going to Moscow and going to represent, NA and
07.
By proxy, 07, because he used to play for us.
Yeah.
So 07's going to be there in spirit.
Right on, right on. Yeah, huge congratulations to both these teams that are going head-to-head right now. They're pretty much playing for a $29,000 money match. They've already been guaranteed $66,000. First place taking home $95,000. As we mentioned, both these teams have secured their spot to Moscow. We've been able to check in on social media and seeing who's been predicting what the final round's going to be for the finals, at least the score. Crafter on Twitter said 7-6 in favor of Elevate, and Keith Meyer said 7-3 as well. A lot of people are in favor for Elevate. But you guys can send in your predictions right now on Twitter. Use that hashtag WGLNA Legion and submit your scores. Who is going to win and what will the score be? We're going to randomly pick 4 entrants that were correct, and we'll announce the winners on our official Twitter at WGLNA. And a huge thank you to Legion by Lenovo for making that possible. We're going to be sending some tablets. And the matches today have been powered by Legion by Lenovo. And you got to check out some of the stats on those PCs, right? Do they have GTX 1080 in there?
They're some of the best computers that we've ever had at a live event. They're really good. I believe they got an i7 6700 running at 3.24 gigahertz.
Nice.
And 1080s. I mean, 1080s are way more powerful than you need for tanks, and it's great for the players. They have no frame rate issues. The games are smooth. Everything's...
You can play max settings if you want.
You can play max settings if you want. Although, pro tip, you don't necessarily have to. Foliage, can distract you. You get stuck looking at the pretty bushes, and you don't see the tank shooting you.
I heard Rude Awakening plays at full settings all the time.
Yeah, some of the top tier guys were ribbing him for that because they were coming and playing on his computer and like, what are you doing? What are you doing, Rude?
Well, these players need to be playing at their utmost top maximized performance, and that's what we have here. So thanks again to Legion by Lenovo. Let's talk about our first team here, folks. Let's talk about Elevate. Undefeated. The undisputed champions from last season. They only lost once on the map Himmelsdorf, and that happened just a few hours to go. We talked about it at the beginning of the day today. To recap the people that are joining us for the first time, why is Elevate so good?
As a team, they bring so much talent, skill, and experience in one package. Jerm hit on it when he said that they were able to figure out how to play together, and that's when it really became an amazing thing to watch. Because if you listened to Wally last season calling, his voice was almost the only voice you ever heard called making calls. Now you can tell he doesn't feel he needs to be that vocal because you'll hear some of the comms. You'll hear him call, but you'll hear other information from Canadian come in or from Dodo come in. You'll hear the much more cohesive team discussions as they occur. And throw on top of the fact that you have Brett, who's very happy. You can tell when guys are happy with where they're playing. You can tell Wally, Brett, Vetro's riding the bench, which is terrifying enough as it is. But Wally, Brett, and Ox are happy, and they're playing incredibly well. And I really think they're going to be aggressive in this match.
Eclipse, we just saw the victory against Dare Rising. They fought tooth and nail to make it that far. Meadowhawk, does Eclipse have what it takes to defeat Elevate tonight?
As much as it saddens me to say, I don't think so. I'm actually really curious to see how it goes. I was talking to some of the pro players in the tent before, and I'm curious to see if these guys can bring it like top tier did. I honestly feel that if top tier had a different bracket, you would see top tier going to Moscow. Like for them, like I can't believe they took Elevate as far as they did.
You look at some of the strats. I was listening to people talk. They were taking strats from seasons 1 and 2 on Prokhorovka and pulling it about. Someone said they were Super Friends strats. And those of you who have been watching for a while, you've heard of Super Friends. And to pull a strat, that's how much depth Rude has at his availability. Now, I heard that 3rd and 4th is going to be offline.
Yes.
And we will be announcing when there's a winner.
As soon as they let us know, our production team let us know when we do have a winner. If not, we will announce the winner on social media, so make sure to check at WGLNA. And also a huge shout out to everybody making this entire show possible. A lot of hardworking people here at Wargaming working behind the scenes. We're just waiting for final confirmation for these players to be set up, good to go. All their settings, all their peripherals or keyboards and mouse settings are 100%. As we wait for that confirmation, gentlemen, I want to talk about a couple of the tank performances we've seen. We've seen the 113 being used here today. Obviously, we've talked about the mouse before. And the Batchat 25. Let's break down why would somebody bring a 113 in comparison to some of these other tanks they could choose from.
A 113, first of all, it has the speed. It's kind of It's not nearly as slow as some of the heavies. Second of all, its turret is great. If you can get it into a hull down position, it does have a great turret. And thirdly, its rate of fire. It has a great rate of fire. It doesn't necessarily have the highest amount of alpha damage.
But the pen.
But yes, the rate of fire and the pen make it a great tank to choose.
And for that pen, is that when you have to make the decision between the AP rounds or the high explosive rounds? I mean, the AR rounds. But that's a very key thing for a lot of these pro players that maybe some of the fans of WGLNA don't really fully realize.
You'll see HE in tanks that you're wondering why they're covering HE for. On that corner fight video that we saw earlier, splash damage occurs. And you know how they parked? They had 2 mouses parked blocking off a bat chat. The splash will go over the tank sometimes and reset the cap. That's what HE is best for. Plus, if you're shooting at a mouse and your gun doesn't have the pen for it, that's how sometimes you can get your reset.
And that reset is very important, especially when they're on a flag cap. All right, folks, still waiting for final confirmation here for our players. But another thing that I want to talk about, too, and this is kind of a personal story for me, is how important angling your tank is, especially for those bounces. One time I was playing Merelvanka. I was in a Jumbo Sherman Tier 6 on the American line. It was me versus the 4 remaining tanks in a 15-on-15 battle. And I was able to angle my tank in every single instance at the right time, and was able to barely make it through with about 15 hit points left, but secured the victory and had a lot of personal messages after that in one of the tanks. And I felt, yeah, I'm one step closer to being even better. But these players, these professionals, not only have fun playing World of Tanks and a lot of fun to play, but they know the ins and outs of each one of these tanks. They know what their strengths are, where their weaknesses are, and how to maximize the performance. And that's not something that takes a magic wand and then you know it. It's a lot of time playing this game and studying it out. And not only how to maneuver the tank and play the tank and know where to shoot, but how the enemy tanks will behave and where to find those weaknesses in real time and to coordinate as a team. Meadowhawk, in your instance, being a member of a pro team, when you take that information and assess that information, it's a lot for one person to handle. So how do you divide that amongst your team? How do you delegate responsibilities? And how do you delegate the strategy? Okay, you're playing the medium tanks, you're playing the faster tanks, you're playing the heavier tanks, the one with more damage dealt. And is there ever a personality attached to those tanks that you found?
Usually. I mean, most people, when it comes to teams, everyone has a tank they like to play with that they're comfortable in. I mean, obvious on our team, everyone knows Arc likes to play Artie. So he's our Artie player. I don't touch Artie, so I don't know his thoughts behind that. But, like, we have Commodore, he's more comfortable in heavy tanks. Now, whether, he always complains about the bat chat gun. He doesn't like tanks that don't have high dispersion, that aren't accurate at distance. He would rather be up on the front lines, bouncing shots, baiting shots and bouncing shots off his armor, than in the back trying to pixel snipe and trying to make those tough shots. So that's how we determine it. Basically, most teams I think will determine their lineups based on who's comfortable in what tanks. But on the other hand, I believe on Elevate they just say you're playing this. They believe their players are comfortable enough in every tank that it doesn't matter what tank they're playing.
BT, I want to get your thoughts on that in a little bit, but first we had some of the players hang out with the Chieftain. We're all fans of the Chieftain, and he had some tips and tricks and some words of advice when it came to survival. So let's go ahead and check that out.
Hey everybody, Chieftain here, Nick Moran from Wargaming America. We're down here at the finals on a prep day, and we thought we would give the teams a little bit of a taste of military life, given that it is a world of tanks. And we do mean taste literally. We thought we'd give them breakfast. So what we did was we went shopping to find what we could legally by way of MREs, and we found various MRE components. Unfortunately, they're already opened up and there's no water heater, but the various players that we're going to be having breakfast with will come with an entree, maybe a second entree or fruit. There is the spread, there is a bready thing, and well, it's usually a bready thing, at least it says it on the packet, and a drink mix. So let's see how they do. I'm going to assume that none of you have had military service.
No.
Have any of you had MREs?
No.
All right, we're going to have fun.
Here they are.
I'll just fling these out. Your head. Have breakfast. Bon appetit.
Oh my God. Does it smell bad?
It smells fine. What are you talking about? That's
You
what
got
the
a
price
spoon in there
was.
somewhere if you want.
Strong. That is strong. I don't know. Mine doesn't even look edible. If I'm gonna be honest.
Actually, it looks a bit like cat food that was once in the cat and has now been expelled to the cat.
Alkaka's doing it right. Look, he's got his plate set up. It's as well as he's eating. So he's doing this really well.
I don't think I've ever seen the Asian noodles placed onto a tortilla before.
It's cold spaghetti?
It is cold spaghetti. There are some meals which are better than others cold, but this is not unusual. There are times where you just don't have time to heat up your meal, so you just eat it as you go. On the tank, what you can do is you just leave it on the back deck of the tank, or especially in front of the exhaust. It'll be heated in like 10 seconds flat. 1500 degrees Fahrenheit.
How was yours, people?
Pretty decent, man.
And what was yours again?
Grilled jalapeno, pepper, jack flavored beef.
Note how he's been already consuming it without knowing what it was.
Was that the one you said?
Now, if you hadn't just read that label, would you have gotten it right?
I mean, I could taste the jalapeno.
Could you guess the meat, though?
At least not off the look.
The meat is good.
This isn't
Everything
very good,
else
though.
is not good.
How about the potatoes?
Yeah.
It's going to be good.
It just doesn't hopefully feel good to eat.
Well, that was a little bit amusing. I am now well fed, of course. Any veterans out there, if you've got any preferences for MRE recipes, please put them in on the comments on whatever medium this is going out on. Alternatively, if you don't know if you want to join the military or not, just bear in mind, this is the sort of thing you will be eating. If you are a bit of a food connoisseur, you might do well to stay out of the army. Hope you enjoyed it, and we'll see you next time.
All right, thank you, Chieftain. I think it kind of depends where you're stationed, too. There's a lot of great food around the world for our military
It's
folks.
field rations. That's when you go out in the field.
Yeah. Well, in the Air Force, we got to sit in comfy bases and eat at a cafeteria.
Yeah, that's Air Force.
That's Air
It's
Force.
Air Force.
I was a tanker in the Canadian military, and we don't get MREs. We have IMPs, individual meal packages.
Oh,
I was surprised at this heated thing. In the Marine Corps, pretty much you only ever ate it cold. So this whole heated concept's kind of new to me.
Well, I didn't taste any of it, but I'm sure it was delicious. And it was fun to watch. All right, so we're waiting again for final confirmation for our players here. It looks like Elevate is in their stations, just waiting for Eclipse to put on the headsets as one of the players is finalizing his setup here. B-Ted, I want to jump back on board to the conversation we had about the personalities in tanks as well. And for people that maybe have not played World of Tanks or want to jump on board, what type of advice would you give? What tanks to try? What nations to try? And really how to develop their career in World of Tanks?
I think the best line to go early is the Soviet heavy line. You get a lot of fun tanks up all the way through there. You get to play such tanks as the KV-1, which I consider a hero tank. If you know anything about World War II history, you'll know about the KV-1. You also get to play such fun tanks as the IS-2, the IS, or if you can get the IS-2 Berlin, a fantastic tank that's a premium, the IS-3, the T-10, which is a completely different animal, but still a lot of fun to play. And then toss in, of course, the IS-7, which once you get to it, you're just going to love it. It's just a lot of fun to play. But it gives you basics on how to play the heavies. Everything after that will be different, such as the French, which you can't get hit, versus the Americans, which have spots and are kind of the jack of all trades. But I'd say the Soviet heavies to start, perhaps the American mediums as well, just to give you different flavors.
American mediums, I'm definitely on board with that. And then you can also upgrade to the heavies. I'll say it one more time. T32, no cons. All right, gentlemen, thank you for your insights. We are just about ready for the final matchup of Eclipse versus Elevate. Let's throw it to our commentators, Rockstar and Rookhill.
Thank you very much, Clutch. That was quite an entertaining little bit there with the Chieftain. Definitely enjoyed that one.
Oh, that was fun to watch. I love how he talks about, you know, you can heat it up on the back of a tank. You can do anything, apparently, on the back of a tank.
You can sleep, you can cook food, you can do all sorts of stuff.
Exactly. It's just a nice, warm, safe place.
Yep. Well, we are here with the final match of the day. The winner of this will take first place and $95,000. A lot on the line right now. Elevate has been dominant all season. They have not lost to anyone since the start. Eclipse stumbled early on, picked it back up, have a great second half of the season. Got through the playoffs.
But today, they're coming right off of a match that they were just barely able to keep from going to a tiebreaker, right? You went just about as far as you can in a match.
Now,
I'm talking about fatigue. I'm talking about these guys have to focus back up because it's difficult to just come from one match on a stage and then flip sides and do it again. Elevate, winning earlier in the day, has had a chance to take a moment, step back, look at their issues, and try and do something about that.
Yeah,
So,
now let's remember, though, that they did go to 7-5 as well, so they did have that break.
Yep.
And Eclipse, to be fair, have also had a short little break right now while everything gets sorted out, but still not the same.
yeah, there's a different dynamic to each kind of break.
But
If
you're
you go
also-
from one match to another, you can just ride out the adrenaline and try and keep back getting focused. But if you have downtime, some people let that get to their heads.
Yep. Now, the other thing is Eclipse, or not Eclipse, Elevate. You know, they felt pretty early on that they were comfortable and they were going to cruise through their match, and it turned out to not be such an easy drive as it were. And so you kind of have to wonder if that's going to hang over their head, knowing that they kind of slipped up earlier in the day, and maybe Eclipse might be able to punish them a little bit better than Top Tier did.
Exactly. Well, assuming that both teams are able to focus up, get everything back in order, they'll be ready to go for this match. And we're going to head straight to the face-off with Joshua Gray.
Thank you, gentlemen. It is time to find out who is the best World of Tanks team in North America. We have the defending champions Elevate versus the challengers Eclipse. Gentlemen, congratulations on making it this far. You have both secured your spot to compete in Moscow. You're already taking home at least $66,000. This match right here is a $29,000 money match, $95,000 to the winner. Elevate, any words for your opponents?
Good luck and have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck and have fun. All right, gentlemen, shake hands. Good luck and have fun. And let's find out who is the best team in North America. Back to the commentators.
These guys are ready to play. There's no niceties. There's no little chit-chat. They're just, let's get this going. Let's get this on.
Oh, yeah, we saw the piece earlier. Yep. There is a history between these two teams. They've traded a lot of players around. There are some feelings about that exist, and it's hard to ignore.
You could definitely say some of them are a little bit salty.
A tiny bit. But that's motivation. I'd be happy about that if I was the leader of Eclipse or the leader of Elevate.
Right.
If I'm on Eclipse right now, I'm probably wanting to get my guys fired up.
Yeah, well, this has really been a rivalry since Eclipse knocked Noble out of the playoffs a year ago. So they've always had it. They came back last season. It was back and forth between these two teams. And then it was Elevate that beat, or Apex anyways, beat Eclipse 7-6 in OT during our last finals last October. Now they're back. Now it's Eclipse versus Elevate. A chance for a little bit of redemption for Eclipse, maybe.
Yeah, and while we can be skeptical of Eclipse and their ability to play against Elevate, let's look at this Elevate lineup. It's just full of superstars.
Yep, you have External, who's one of the best players in the bat chat in the league. He actually has the highest average damage per game in the bat chat right now. Canadian Impact plays all sorts of tanks. Doma, great bat chat player, as well as a tank destroyer player. God Emperor Brett has been putting up huge numbers all night. Wall Hacks, their caller. He's done a great job all season. He's really pushed this team up to the next level. And really adapted well to the mouse Type 5 meta as well. And then Ox Mathis, the highest fantasy point score per game. Fantastic player.
Absolutely. Now, when you look over at Eclipse, Eclipse is a team that has had players like Photo Finish from over on Elevate, but they've got a bit of a flavor to themselves.
Well, and you have T1 Diabetic, who's their captain. This is now his third season in the Gold League. He's been around for a while. He's been to Poland. And while they struggled early on with him, decision to bring Tigers back in, he's really seen a rise in performance so far this second half of the season.
Exactly. Just like Elevate, you've got a leader on the team who isn't necessarily the caller. And that might be something to look at as far as teams organizing themselves for success.
Yep.
You have someone who's in charge who isn't the caller, is able to focus on things other than creating strats and focusing on that aspect of the game. And they get to contribute in their own way. And that takes a lot off of the caller. That allows them to focus on their craft.
Yep. And then one other player I want to talk about Eclipse real quick, besides Ledif, who we haven't talked about too much today. Drock, once again, didn't come into the lineup until very late. He'd been on the bench since they won over a year ago. And then this season, he's been playing so great even tonight.
And his performance today hasn't been half bad.
Oh, it's been really good so far tonight.
Top of his game, you really think?
Close to it.
Close to it. Do you think he can keep that up long term?
Well, realistically he has to, and several of the players on this team, like Ledif, need to start performing because there was a few questionable plays out of them, a lot of individual mistakes. I talked to Tigers during the break a little bit, felt that there's a few of them that definitely played sloppy, but they knew they played sloppy, they knew they made mistakes, and they're very determined to put it behind them and just focus on what's here now in front of them, and that's Elevate.
That's important. It's important not to get wrapped up in the match you just left because it's over. It's done. You can look at your mistakes and try and work on them, but if they're not going to help you out, they're just going to lead to a lot of doubt, hesitation. And that's something that these teams can easily fall into. And we've seen it before in finals matches between the first and second seed. This happens a lot. First, second seed match up again and again and again every season.
Well, and it comes to mind back in season 1, 2, and 3. We had Fulcrum and Simp back to back to back for the first 3 seasons. And once again, we haven't really touched on this too much today. Fulcrum and Fnatic, they won back-to-back seasons, season 1 and 2, and then they ended up losing to Simp on the 3rd go-around. Apex won last season. Now they're defending their title.
Yep, they're known as Elevate now. They've been by a few different names in the past, but yeah, if they can join the ranks of Fulcrum/Fnatic from in the past, that's huge. They'll be the 2nd team in a 4-year stretch to do that.
Yeah, it's something that very few teams have done. It's really hard to do, and that just speaks to how competitive this league can be.
Exactly. And, well, if Eclipse is able to win today, that'll put them on top, and it'll be on them next season to get the win.
Yeah, and well, they tried defending it last year. They weren't able to do it, and now it's going to be up to Elevate to try to do it. And it's not just that. It's trying to get first place, the $95,000. They both know that they're going to Moscow right now, so they both know they have something to look forward to. And now you have to wonder if Elevate's even, kind of already not even thinking about today so much now that they know they're going for sure, and their sights are set on the grand finals in a month.
Yeah, but they can't be. There's no way you're going to give up on first place, right? You got to stay focused on that because, like Josh mentioned in the interview, it's over $20,000 difference in the prize money. That's a good chunk of change.
Yeah, but my point is this: is because that pressure is now off on top of Elevate, maybe they start playing a little bit sloppy because there's a little bit less pressure on them. They kind of let that get to them. Now, do I think it'll happen? Not likely, but it can. It has happened to teams before.
We're playing with the ideas right now of like, well, how do you take this kind of pressure? Some people do really well under pressure. Some people do play even better when the pressure's relieved.
Exactly.
So Eclipse, for all we know, just cleans everything up and actually feels a lot better.
Now, to be fair, if you look at it, Elevate have been in first place all season. They've had literally no pressure on them up until now, and they did stumble a little bit earlier. I think now with the pressure off, I think they'll just go back to the same mode they were in all season and just cruise through, and I think that'll be enough to push them into first place.
Possibly so. Well, it's all going to come down to what happens on the battlefield. I don't think we got to announce much about the map lineup, so I kind of want to go over that very quickly. We actually have Cliff as a map at number 1, and then we will move on to Ghost Town. So Cliff is a tricky map to start off, but dynamic and fun. Ghost Town, symmetrical, expected to be probably a 1-in-1 in my guess. Prokhorovka,
we've seen some great games on Prok today at both series. I really enjoyed watching Top Tier on it earlier. They got both wins against Elevate, and Eclipse was most likely watching that game, so maybe see what Elevate are kind of a little weakened. Now, like we were talking about, Elevate did have the last couple hours to go take a break and look at what they were doing wrong, and maybe even talk exactly about Murrow and see this is what we did wrong, this is what we need to change, and hopefully that'll be enough to get them over that hill against Eclipse.
Yeah, and to note, both of these teams, we've seen various strategies come out from them on Proc. So as a map that's the 3rd map and one of the midpoints in a series, it's crucial to that, to kind of catching a lead or evening up the series or maybe even falling behind. So Proc's going to be huge for Eclipse and Elevate. If they can pick up the 2 wins they need to, that's huge. Now, Elevate did make mistakes earlier, right? But I'm thinking that they can just pull out a few different strategies and just see what happens,
I'm sure they have a very deep strat bank, especially scrimming as often as they have, sometimes scrimming twice a day for the last couple of weeks.
And with Proc being as old as a map as it is, we've been seeing strats go back years now.
Literally to Season 1.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're seeing today.
The maps that have been in the league since Season 1, Ruinberg, Steps, Himmelsdorf, Prok,
Mines.
And I think those are the only ones that have survived the whole time, because Ghost Town came in late, Murmanka came in late.
Murrow's come in and out, actually. Yeah. It's been one that has at times been chosen and been like that's a league map, and then it's been removed.
Yeah, but not in it all the time, though.
Exactly. It's the one that kind of hangs around for a little bit and then decides, I'm just going to head home.
Yeah, exactly. And in its current form of attack defense, I personally am not a big fan of it, but it does require a lot of teamwork, especially to attack it well. The defense definitely can do exactly what Dare did. And they looked to be in a great position earlier, but just kind of fell apart there at the end and let Eclipse slip in, and that's how they got to where they are right now.
Yep, and then we've got Steps and Ruinberg as the final maps. The tiebreaker for this match is Mines. Yeah, if we get there, we'll have to see. And guess what? I'm hearing that we're ready for map number 1, so let's get this one started.
Cliff, the most dynamic map in the league. Battles on Cliff always turn into desperate double-edged fights. Teams start from the same spots as they do in standard battles. The first base is located near the defender's spawn point, and the second is at the bottom of the hill. Sometimes teams split their forces and send several tanks through the 1-2 line to the left of the small hill, but usually both teams play at the center. The attacking team can send one of the tanks up to the lighthouse or behind it. Fast and quick-firing vehicles are better suited for this map, mainly medium tanks, including tanks equipped with autoloaders.
And here we go into battle number 1 of our final match. Elevate an IS-4, a Mouse, 2 Batchats, a TVP, an S-Tank, and a T-49. Meanwhile, Eclipse, copying a page out of 07, /Navi, coming in with 5 Batchats and 2 E50s.
All right, that's just forward is the best direction from Eclipse. I'm worried about the Mouse, though. E50s, I know the E50M does really well, but I'm not much of an E50 player. Does it really perform well against the Mouse?
The E50, depending upon the gun that it has. The thing is it looks like they're both running the 88s, the long guns with the insanely high DPM. The problem with them is their penetration is insanely low.
So what we're going to be looking for is Eclipse going to be able to engage again with the overmatch, right? They're going to be looking to smash in some Batchats with the E50s, pump out damage, and take that, turn it into a win, right? Because they're hoping they can catch wherever they start an engagement is where that Mouse or where that IS-4 isn't. Just cut them out of that entire equation.
Yeah, but Tigers goes over and gets a shot for 360 into Tigers.
There we go. His driver is down.
Anyways.
That's going to hurt a lot. Wallhack's trying to come over. He's almost reloaded. Give him 4 seconds, and he may be able to throw another one right onto Tigers. That would be a good place to start, as it looks like Nonek's going to shift over onto the east side, back up Tigers, and a lot of spotting coming in. Wallhacks takes only 1 shell, 391, and he's going to have to back off a little bit. He realizes probably can't stay as aggressive as he's been, right?
And Nit's taking a shot in the IS-4 in the backfield there, taking one into his track as well.
That's solid damage.
Pumping out as much damage as he can.
Yep, and that might be some kind of a push coming in shortly. I bet Elevate is going to try some kind of counter. Otherwise, I'm thinking that this is slowly going to go to the control of Eclipse based on the layout. What's your judgment of all this right now?
Well, External down in the low ground, he's an isolation and a little bit of a liability if he pushes any further around. Right now, he's safe because the S-Tank and the TVP can easily cover him, as well as that. The Batchat, not so much because of the angles, but he could certainly fall off if he had to. And then that IS-4 is definitely out of position right now. So a few guns are going to keep him alive, but if he pushes around, if the rest of the team doesn't move to cover him, he could get isolated and caught out pretty easily, so it's definitely a risk.
And Dark God Zim from the southwest sinks a few shells towards Canadian Impact. The accuracy and high fire rate of that 88 you were talking about, it is a 3.96 second reload.
Yep.
Which is just incredibly fast.
It's an insanely high DPM. It's tier 10 DPM, but the problem is the penetration, even on the gold rounds, is really, really poor.
Yeah, but let's talk about like what a high-level player can use that, as they can track, use that to control heavier, slower tanks.
It's not a problem against against Batchats. They'll go right through them. The problem is Elevate aren't running a mostly Batchat lineup. They have 3 tanks on their team that E50 is good against. The Mouse, the IS-4, the S-Tank, not so much. Most people pen the S-Tank not because of their penetration value, but because of the gun caliber. And this E50, having this small little 88, is really going to struggle unless it can get a nice side shot.
Talking about overmatch rules.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah. If the caliber of your shell is quite too low, the angle, lower armor or lesser armor at a sharper angle will cause automatic bounces.
Yep. So you need at least a 122 to go through that S-Tank reliably.
That's the tricky part. So they gave up on that, but they can make up for that with the Batchats and with some solid aggressive play. But seeing as this battle is slowed down quite a bit, is this really starting to be Eclipse maybe being a little bit too shy?
It could certainly be that, or they're just making sure that whatever they decide to do, they're all on the same page, taking time to discuss all the plans and make sure they all know what they want to do when they do it. They have another 6 minutes to play with, so they're not in the biggest of rushes. No Skills rotating through the backfield. Wallhack's peeking up and over, but he's lit. So he knows to stay down. Nonek's going to rotate out without being spotted.
And I'm waiting to see what Eclipse is going to try and go for, because there's not a lot of, they're not opening a lot of doors or windows right now. They're just kind of sticking to their positions and and seeing if the Elevate tanks might kind of push out into the open. But Elevate's on defense. They're probably not going to try anything all that bold. A lot of tanks...
Well, with this lineup, once again, we talk about placing defenses, and this is a lineup where it's kind of mandatory that you stay very passive and hold your ground because you don't have that flex power. You have 2 batch jets and an S-tank. That's the only flexibility you really have. When you bring this many heavies and the S-tank, it really limits what you can do.
This will be a slow one, Rox. This will be a nice slow start.
What I don't like about Elevate's lineup is they set a bar or a limitation, as you will, onto what they can do just by the lineup. So instead of leaving themselves some flexibility and a little bit more wiggle room, they've kind of really limited the options that they have in the long run. And if they try to play outside of those options, that's when they're really going to get themselves into trouble.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and take a listen in with Eclipse, get an idea for where they're at and what they're planning on doing.
Goal is to kind of back them off, get shots here. If they repoke, we can get shots, okay? Let us can get shots too.
Okay. We have 450.
That batch chat hasn't been lit in a long time.
Yeah, I have not lit
E50,
Canadian.
they're pushing.
I just saw a tree. They're pushing.
What? 1-2?
Yeah.
Then good.
Yeah, 1-2, there was like a lot of trees
There's
around.
a tree. I'm lighting it. I'm lighting
Can we
1-2.
go? Guys.
It's
missing
probably the most.
Canadian, by the way. I'm
Push,
definitely
go.
missing
Let's
Canadian.
go, let's go.
Can we come with me?
Go across.
Go.
Everyone, 1-2.
Come. There he is, there he is.
So confused.
I found
Just get
Canadian
across
again.
here.
Mouse is lit still. I lit
Great.
mouse again.
Great.
Not lit. Canadian's very defensive.
Oh god, TVP shot me once. Fuck.
Don't wait. You gotta wait.
Well, we're lit, so you're already going. Just go.
Right.
I need probably help with Wally.
I'm aiming
behind the rock. Okay, just keep going. Keep going until your shots
getting aggressive.
on that bet. Okay, that's fine.
Getting aggressive.
Shoot balls,
Canadian shot once.
No shots,
Canadian
Wally.
shot once. Canadian fired one. At Mice. I'm looking for Mouse. He's still looking at me though. Mouse backed off. Mouse backed off.
Okay, just look for
350.
shots on these. Can we keep pushing until your shots on Wally?
Wally, Ox fell.
Can we keep pushing? Go, keep pushing.
Yes, I'm going.
I don't understand. Go to here.
Why would we be pushing through the SUV? SUV.
Just look for shots. Look for shots.
Can you shoot the SUV? He's doing mistake.
Hello, Wally's pushing. Wally's
I'm
pushing.
SUV's a one shot. SUV's a one shot. I bounce. Oh,
Can we
kill?
No one
Just kill Wally.
I kill Wally. Drop.
Kill Wally. It's fine. I'm killing straight out. Straight out.
Oh,
Mouse. I can't kill him.
Mouse behind us. We have to go. We have to go. Mouse is up. We have to run from the mouse.
2 tanks on me.
Kill the TVP. Kill the
I have
TVP.
3. I have 3.
He's running. He's running. Kill the
No,
TVP.
Nick, I'll have one more. I'm out.
Okay, let's go.
Kill back.
Let's
Kill back.
Go back here. Kill the back.
Photo, can you kill him?
Drop.
I'm reloading. I'm still reloading.
Just run from him. Okay.
Zim, kill him. Zim, kill him. Zim, kill him.
I'm still reloading.
Run away
I have
from the
HP,
mouse.
We're open. We're fine. Drop. Just
49.
Can we kill this guy?
Kill me.
Can we kill this guy?
I'm trying to light. I don't see.
Drop. You have to try
I'm
and
still
watch
reloading.
Dodo drop.
Wait for me to
Dodo. Let's kill it.
The 49 will push me. I will.
Jock, you can kill Dodo.
He is
You
very
should probably
low.
just drop off and kill him.
If Nitz shoots, I have 10
Yeah, because
seconds.
Mouse.
And you can hear it right there, Eclipse having a rough start, but it is now 3 and 4 tanks alive. Eclipse with, I don't know if I want to give them quite an edge yet, but with one more gun on the battlefield, that's a little bit of an advantage that could make all of the difference. We'll have to see how Eclipse and Elevate decide to play it. Wall hacks, you can hear him being called out. They needed to take him down, but Eclipse left him alive, and now Wall hacks might not get the kill. And Ledif's going to take him down. Now 2 tanks alive for Elevate as in battle number 1. Nitz, however...
These are the 2 tanks that these E50s are really going to struggle with. As cool as it was to watch them jump off the side of that cliff to get the Goomba, these are at least 2 ideal tanks for the situation. Now, they do have Drock on 1,300 HP, so he should be able to come in and clean it up, or at least the mouse. And he waited for that mouse to turn around before he made this approach, so he should be able to sneak in here and be pretty effective.
Yeah, but Drock has found External. External's not going to have a lot of opportunity, and he's going to have one last shell. He needs to connect, searching for it, doesn't quite find it.
And now he has to reload. He's going to back off, but Ledif does pick up Nitz in that bat chat finally, and now it's going to be a 4v1, and this is going to be Eclipse winning the first round of the series in the most unlikely of fashions.
Yeah, and with a lineup that really, we talked about this, it was not ideal for the lineup they were up against, but they played everything correctly. They finally pushed up. I know there was a bit of a disagreement about if they should or not, but you could hear the confidence. Caller stayed with the plan, said forward, do not stop. People questioned it, but they did it anyway. It took a moment, and that could have been where Eclipse fell short. But Elevate wasn't ready for that. They weren't quite prepared, and you saw that the TVP falling off the hill. I think that hurt a lot, because once Ox fell down below, all of a sudden Eclipse knew they could move forward.
Yeah, and they just dropped on him too as well.
Yeah.
And then, you know, looking at the damage there, Ledif putting up almost 4K damage. Not a bad round out of him. Once again, I've said this about a couple people, but Ledif has had a relatively quiet night, made a few mistakes even in the last series, but this worked overall. And just watch this play. Gargot Zim goes for the Goomba, right as T1 Diabetic pushes him into him. Great teamwork there from the two of them. Gets the kill. Just great stuff there. And from that point on, and that's even for style points. They would have killed him by shooting him eventually, but points for style points.
It's all about that with the E50s. It's a heavy tank. Well, not literally a heavy tank. It's actually a medium tank, but it's a heavy medium tank. You get it.
It's what I like to call an anti-heavy tank. It's a pocket heavy, in other words. It's fast and mobile, so it can get around. It has some armor, so if you angle it correctly, you can bounce some, even though the turret is a little bit on the weaker side. But the gun has great penetration, and its DPM is comparable to most heavy tanks, but its DPM is not as good as some of the other mediums, like the 140s and whatnot.
And now we're going to flip sides. It's going to be time for Elevate to see how they do when they get the opportunity to attack here on Cliff. And I'm thinking if this one starts off with a good win for Elevate here, then they can just start an even series, stay focused, stay on target. If Eclipse takes 2 wins on Cliff, how do you think that transitions into Ghost Town? I think that's...
Ghost Town is a map that I would definitely have to give to Elevate, because I can remember earlier in the season, Elevate beat them both times on it. However, we're ready for the second battle. Elevate coming in with a Mouse, 5 Bat Chats, and an M4043. Meanwhile, Eclipse, an IS-4, 4 Bat Chats, a TVP, and a T49. So opting for that light tank as well.
Yep. Plenty of bat chats, lots of autoloaders. You'll see probably 1-2 major engagements, and then this will probably clean itself up.
Now, one other little interesting tidbit here is this is actually a map where both teams are below 50% on for the season, and there's not many maps where Elevate have less than a 50% win rate on.
Yeah, that's the thing you watch out for. But that kind of hides a lot of their weaknesses, because the thing is they win on the fact that player skill is high. Strategies are usually pretty good, but some of that does come down to player skill. And so on the day, if at a live event where you're out of your element, some players don't perform so well, some perform a little better.
And we've seen this play out of Eclipse before. They're pushing around, but now they're spotted a little bit early. Elevate has learned their lesson. Batchat's set up to deal with it, and now it's going to leave Eclipse in a very awkward spot. Even Wallhack's already aimed in on the Artie, trying to maybe get a shot off here.
Yeah, is he gonna wait for it to zero? Is he just gonna let it fly? Let's see. He's just about.
They get some good shots into Dodoma.
And a connection for 909 into Ledif. He's at half hit points on 1 shot from the artillery.
But now the IS-4 and the TVP are going to come in behind, and they might pincer out these Bat Chats. External down to a 1-shot. Dodo only has a couple at 720 HP.
And a lot of these tanks aren't even lit. That's the problem here. They're not able to keep some of these lit for a long time. So Nonik, Ledif, and Dark God have been able to avoid a lot of damage just on the fact that Elevate doesn't have the vision. And that's helping them out a lot. But with the loss of Dark God and Photo right now, Rux, I don't know if they're going to be able to keep this up.
Well, they need to get back, and they need to get in position to cover that IS-4 at Drock, because the rest of the team is going to push over it. So these Bat Chats have a lot of ground to cover real quickly. Now shot of Artie is going to come out.
640 right into his face. That hurts.
Yeah, but now 2 Undiabetics here to cut them off. The rest of them are covered, and now they're back together, what they needed to do.
Yep.
But now we have to see what Eclipse are going to do to turn this around, because they're down by about 2,000 HP, and they lost all the positional advantage that they had.
We'll see. If Eclipse moves straight in and just attacks right now, there's a lot of Bat Chats on reload. So there's opportunity there. But
it's hard for them to know that, though. It's really hard to be able to predict that.
Yes, absolutely right.
You can count some of the shells, but knowing which Bat Chats had 2 or 3 left, and which one of them decided to drop their clips, which ones ran out of shells, it's really hard to pick up on that in that sort of engagement where you don't have direct line of sight on everyone. Some of them are unspotted.
And there's a full health Mouse there now,
exactly.
and played by Ox Mathis.
And another shot from Wallhacks, another 929.
So the longer this goes, the more in favor of Elevate it's going to go. Wallhacks has been landing shell after shell. I don't think he's missed yet.
No, he's had 3 direct hits, all for almost 900. So.
Yeah, so if this goes longer, Elevate just walks away, because they're just going to, because between the spotting and between the artillery fire, Eclipse can't hold up. Because Drawcap now has a damaged ammo rack. It looks like his optics are also damaged, he's not an effective tank anymore. He's just going to be able to wiggle his turret at people and be angry.
It's going to be a target for everyone to shoot at.
Yeah.
Maybe waste some shells that were meant for his teammates, but that's about it. And No Nick actually takes a shot.
Nice.
Wallhack's waiting for the connection for him to back up, and he lets it go. And another 443.
Ouch. Wallhacks is on fire right now. He's landing shells. That prediction was on point, Rocks. I don't think you could really hope for much better in an artillery piece. He is being maximally efficient with his artillery. He's not letting himself wait for that perfect shell every single time. He's zeroing on his target, firing when he's reloaded on whatever is available. And his allies are doing a good job at keeping things spotted.
Now the batch hats for Eclipse, they're predicting this play coming out, and they're shifting all of them over, kind of leaving Drock almost as bait, and Tiger is just by himself over on the 2-cap, but he's not in a position to cover him right now.
No, not quite, and Wallhacks is just about reloaded as well. There it is. He's got a shell up. He's not going to wait. He's probably not going to want to wait for another one. Looks like he's going to zero on draw, get that IS-4 out of there. He's got heavy enough armor. He's difficult enough for everyone to deal with, so might as well just...
He lets the shot out. Does he get the kill?
Not quite.
Misses.
First miss of the game. But it was a tricky shot. Drawcab understands exactly where that artillery piece is based on where he took shells from before. He knows how to keep himself already safe, and every single player here should be able to keep track of already reload because they know how long it takes. You just have that internal timer going, and all of a sudden you just get a feeling here. I can take cover.
No Nick's trading with God Emperor Brett.
No
Nick
Nick
ends up going down.
And now T1 out in the open. He's going to have a rough time trying to come in support as, well, he didn't get there in time, so he hasn't even had the chance to fire. He's going to move off to the north, though, and Canadian Impact has actually gotten a little too aggressive. And so jumps off a cliff. T1 takes a lot of damage. And he might not be able to last very long.
But Dodo's coming down on top of him. T1 trying to stay alive. But Dodoma picks up the kill. Wallhacks is going to take a third shot now at Drock. But he's not going to get a chance to fire it because Ox is going to push in and pick up the kill. And that should be enough for Elevate to secure this win.
Absolutely. Letif hiding off one side. Goes down. Now Tigers is the last tank alive, going up against his worst enemy, a mouse. And in just a moment, that'll be victory. And there it is, last kill. And see it.
That's going to be a 1-to-1 scoreline. Elevate picking up the next round.
And they're going to be focused. No cheering, no handshakes, no high fives, no nothing. Just stay cool, calm, and collected.
They're just ready to get on to the next game. They're focused, and they're probably beating themselves up over that first round a little bit. But Eclipse really pushing them to their limits right now. That last game started off a little bit close, but what I really think into that one is Eclipse ran that same strat versus Apex early in the season. They really burned them with it and caught them out. And this time, Wallhacks and the rest of his team really showing that they've done their homework and they're not going to make the same mistake twice. They had tanks in position to spot that rotation, and they punished them. Now, to be fair, Eclipse did a great job at making the trades there, even though they were spotted and they knew what was coming. The IS-4 and 2EP, I think, could have committed a little bit better, picked up those batch hats for sure. They kind of let them kind of get away a little bit too easy, in my opinion.
But yeah, look at the performance. I have to say, Artillery did a good job. Wallhacks landed numerous shells at crucial times, really tipped the scales.
Yep.
And when you take an arty shell, that changes your entire situation in an instant.
Yeah, and look at how much damage Wally did. 2,900 damage that game.
Yeah. You're sitting there as a full health bat chat, and you just catch an artillery shell. Now you're half health. All of your options, your entire game plan is out the window, because when you engage in a bat chat, you know how many hit points you have and how much you have to pay or to spend or to lose.
Yep. And Drock even got caught out multiple times. And then T1 Diabetic, the play here on Canadian Impact, I think, was a little bit sloppy because he knew Dodo was up there, and Dodo did a great job at reading that and understanding he needed to get in there to make sure he traded it out quickly before T1 could get away.
Yeah, it was a solid individual. It was a shaky individual play, but I think in the mind of Eclipse, it seemed like they'd already accepted that this battle was over, right? It was a strong, bold play. Sometimes it comes back, but ultimately you just want to go for some kills and try and end it at that point. But we're about to get into our second map of the series, so let's head straight into it.
Ghost Town. The first absolutely symmetrical map made especially for 7 versus 7 games. The teams start the battle on opposite sides. There are numerous ways to attack here. One of the bases is located in the central square, the other one at the top of the city. The hardest battles are usually fought for the top base, and this calls for the use of heavy tanks. Sometimes the teams choose fast tanks for spotting and base capturing.
And here we go into battle number 3. Elevate, Nia 7, 3 Mouses, a Bat Chat, a WZ, and a Tier 9 Bat Chat. Meanwhile, Eclipse, 3 Bat Chats, 2 Bat Chats, excuse me, WZ, and AMX, and 3 Mouses.
Okay. I'm not opposed to any of these lineups.
The second time we've seen both of these lineups have come out of both of these teams so far today.
Yeah.
That was the same offense lineup Elevate ran earlier versus Top Tier, and that's the same defense that Eclipse ran earlier.
So, we'll see how they match up. AMX-30 is a solid choice of a tank. A little bit weird, but it's coming back into style because of its flexibility. You were talking about that a lot earlier, but we didn't really get to see much out of it. Hopefully we'll get to see the AMX-30 perform a little
Definitely
bit.
a little. I think earlier the biggest problem was just a little bit of overextension by Dark God Zim. Got caught out a little bit and traded way too much HP, and it looks like he's going to need to take a second crack at that boost as he failed it the first time around.
All right. So, Mouse is going to go straight to the city, as they always do. Let's focus a little bit on the Bat Chats going around the flanks. So a lot of what happens early game in Ghost Town is you're going to have scouting. You're going to have Bat Chats playing around in the flanks. You're going to have Canadian Impact trying to find Tigers, and also, actually, Photo Finish in the WZ-111 is out there as well. That's not too uncommon. It makes sense, right? You throw them out there to support early on, and then the WZ-111 can rejoin the rest a little bit after that's resolved, right?
As small as a map as this is, and as close as those cap circles look, I would argue that this map requires the best scouting and the most intel you can gather, more so than any other map, if that makes sense. I think it is more important on this map, simply because there are a lot of different lanes you have to rotate to be able to get those resets. There's very few places you can get the resets from, even if you can see the caps. And on top of that, this is a map where a lot of heavy tanks are played. You have a lot of Mouses, a lot of their slow tanks. So the sooner you can figure out where the other tanks are and know what their game plan is, the sooner you can be in position to deal with it. And having poor intelligence, poor intel, can often be the downfall of a team.
Yeah. It's always about that vision, scouting, control, intel. So you have to figure out as much as you can, but you need to put the pieces together as well. Because you're not going to be able to spot everything. Unless, of course, you're Eclipse in this situation, because they just lit all but 2 tanks on the side of Elevate. So they've got all the intel they need. They just don't know where that other Bat Chat is. There's 1 Bat Chat unaccounted for, but the entire team of Elevate is close enough that Eclipse is going to start wanting to group up and maybe go for some flanking, surround their opponent, and find a weak point. There's External taking some damage, and we're going to see the beginnings of that fight. Tigers taking 2, and he is outmatched at the moment, but support is on its way. T1 Diabetic, although that Bat Chat who would be supporting him is now, well, a little lower than half hit points. So this is a tricky situation for Eclipse. Elevate's sitting on just about the same amount of hit points, but that's going to be the push. Dodoma's out in the open. Wall hacks, moves out to absorb some hit points, a little bit of damage, try and mitigate that.
Canadian Impact being focused out for Elevate in the background, but Wall hacks pushes in there, takes a couple more shots. Dodoma does pick up Tigers finally. T1 trying to run away. Dodoma puts his last shot into him. Photo picks up Wall hacks, and now Dodoma's reloading and caught out in the open.
Yep, there's going to be free damage for Photo Finish. He's actually, this could very well go into Eclipse. I really like the Eclipse positions. Elevate doesn't have a lot to work with, and some of their most flexible tanks are at a huge disadvantage. T1 Diabetic's still alive. Photo Finish is on the flank, and I'm just going to wait to see if Eclipse is going to follow this up correctly, if they're going to take a measured approach, or if we're going to see maybe a fumble, a little mistake here or there, and that could be Elevate's chance to catch tempo back into their control.
Canadian Impact still alive on 57 HP. Dodoma on 409, pretty close to a one-shot. And they are chipping away at the HP of Eclipse right now, but Eclipse do have 6 guns alive, just like Elevate, so they're not completely out of this yet, but they need to start turning it around now.
Yeah, it's gonna. I think this might come down to God Emperor Brett in large part for Elevate. Look at how healthy he is in the Mouse right now. He helps out taking down No-Nick, but with losing External, that's a huge, heavily armored tank off the battlefield. But now it's Mouse, 2 of them, an IS-7 and a Bat Chat AP versus 2 reasonably damaged Mouse, a Bat Chat WZ-111 by Photo Finish, who's managed to avoid quite a bit of damage, and then Dark God Zim in that AMX-30. Oh no! Rocks! No! That Mouse... Drock is on his side.
He is done.
Oh,
that's a gun down. Now they still have more guns, even without him. They have 4v3, but the HP is in favor of Elevate. but they know that Drock is on his side and out of the fight. Ox takes a shot there. They are all poking out, overextending a little bit. They need to back off. They need to get cap pressure. Photo's actually coming in here, maybe seeing if he can upright his teammate. Ox backing around, trying to get some shots, and now Ledif is going to be taken on 2v1, and T1 Diabetics coming behind. He might be able to get some good damage, maybe even take down God Emperor Brent.
There he goes. Brent's down. Batchet coming in at the perfect moment. Although Nitz is going to be able to take advantage of that, of the destroyed hull of that mouse and use that to bounce on Ledif. That's an opportunity right there. Dark God Zim moves in the 30, doesn't quite get the kill.
T1 Diabetics still reloading. Ledif is going to reload second, but Nitz bounces, and now Ledif is going to pick up the kill. Ox is going to come around and pick up that one, and now Dark God Zim sitting here trying to get some shots. Drock is on his side, and he's actually firing right now because pulled in front of him. He's trying to get his turret turned around. Everything's slowed down when he's on his side. Ox doesn't know who to shoot.
He can't waste shells on Drock because, well, that would just open up a window for him to go down. Dark God Zim decides, I'm just going to move up and see what I can do.
And here's the thing, if Ox tries to shoot Drock right now, which he has no reason to do, but if he does, the other tanks will take that opportunity to poke out and punish him.
But can the AMX-30 effectively fire against a mouse? Because Ox has done a great job at just easily, it seems like he doesn't really care much. He's just kind of angling at the right moment, and all of a sudden, there's not much Dark God can do.
Yeah, but now no one's in position to punish him.
But T1 moves out, looks for the connection, doesn't quite get it. He's going to try and sneak away. It's not worth it, T1. And Drock is going to be taken down. Don't let him stay alive. Don't let that become an opportunity.
Now that should be enough for T1 to clean this up. He bounces another. You're loaded.
Just in time for Ox Mathis to be below 10% hit points. Adrenaline Rush is going to kick in.
And this is where mobility is key. These two faster, smaller tanks moving around, making him turn his turret back and forth. And despite Drock taking himself out of the fight, they might be able to do this. Now they are defending. Ox has to make a play here. If he does not get in on a cap in the next minute and 15 seconds, he will not be able to cap. And all these Batchets have to do is drive around, or anyways, French tanks between the AMX-30 and the Batchet. Get out there.
Classic heavy tank scenario. You're a single solo heavy tank, and you get taken down. Nice shot by Dark God Zim.
Good stuff there. And Elevate pull up 2-1 over, or Eclipse pull up 2-1 over Elevate.
There we go. Nice play right there. Defense win. We're going to flip her around, and this is going to be the chance then for Elevate. You can tell they're taking this seriously, but you can also tell this is wearing on them. This is a long day.
Ox literally looked tilted there, head off to the side.
Oh.
See myself out now.
Yeah, let's see the damage. Ox Mathis, as hard as he plays, 4,615. He is nearing 1,000 damage more than anyone else on his team.
Yeah, but Ledif having another solid game, 4K, 50 fantasy points. T1 Diabetic, 4K in the Batchat on Ghost Town. Not a bad game out of him either. And then on the second page, Wallhacks got caught out early, not too surprising. Canadian Impact also got picked up on. And then No Nick in the Mouse, only able to do 2 shots of damage. Definitely a little disappointing to see that there.
You don't always get a chance to perform really well. That was a weird battle. And I think that, I don't know, man. Eclipse has got to feel weird off of that one. But when you flip one of your mouse on its side and you're still able to walk away with a win, you know, that's huge. And actually, score update there on the 3rd, 4th match. We're actually going to be looking to see Top Tier is now 1-up versus Dare Rising. So their match is getting underway. We'll be sure to bring you updates throughout the series while this match is being played simultaneous to our finals.
Yep, now a reminder is Dare did take 3rd place last season. They beat 07 in the 3rd, 4th place match. So now they're trying to defend essentially their 3rd place spot and fight for a whole lot more money.
Oh yeah, it's a difference of about $10,000. And there we go. Just a weird start to a match. People having a rough time trying to drive.
And look at this. At this point in the battle, T1 Diabetic was down to a 1-shot with still 7 minutes on the clock. Yet he managed to stay alive to do 4K damage and basically won that game for Eclipse. And then Drock on his side was taken down by Ox.
So Eclipse doesn't quite do what they want to, and it still works out for them. So I got to give it to him. Solid play.
Little bit lucky.
Do you think that's telling?
Like I said this earlier after the last game. I don't feel that really any of these teams, except for maybe top tier, are really playing at their utmost potential today. Both of them making a lot of mistakes here or there. And we've been seeing it out of both teams so far, even in this series. Extremely close games, but mistakes here and there.
And of course, to put it in perspective, the mistakes we're talking about are things that are we're being almost hypercritical, because this is the highest level of play in North America. These guys, if you compare this to our Silver League or the rest of the Gold League, a lot of this doesn't look like mistakes most of the time. The flipping of tanks, of course.
Yeah.
But what we're talking about
flipping
is
of
like
tanks, missing of boosts, missing easy shots, a lot of little things.
Those things aren't okay, but tiny tactical plays that don't work out because your opponent makes that snaps decision, those tend to look a lot worse than real mistakes.
Yep, and a lot of that can also be your opponent just making the right play at the right time. Now looking at the lineup as we head into battle number 4, Elevate, a 113, 3 Mouses, a Bat Chat, AMX 30, and a Tier 9 Bat Chat. Meanwhile, Eclipse coming in here with 5 Mouses, a Bat Chat, and an RU 251.
And that's going to give them 19k hit points. That's a lot to play with.
I think the only time we saw more was during the right before the online playoffs started. M60s brought, I think, like 2,100 something.
Yes, they did. They managed to break the 20,000 hit point marker.
And I believe it was 6 Mouses and a KB5.
Yes, that is exactly the lineup. One of the healthiest that you can possibly bring.
Not that KB5 is all that useful in this format, but has a lot of HP.
Yeah, that was the whole point. It was to say we've got such a hit point pool that you and your autoloader lineup won't have the DPM to deal with that. And well, sometimes it could work. Sometimes depending on the lineup. But for this one, there's enough damage on both sides. It shouldn't be a problem for either team to figure it out. And we're going to see early spotting. Tigers is going to be squaring off up against Dodoma and External. So we've already got the heavy tanks from either team just meeting up to square off. They're just going to start shooting each other constantly. And, well, we'll see how that one develops.
Right now, the Mouses for Eclipse, super spread out. Brett in that AMX 30 up on the high ground, just looking towards cap. In position to get a reset if Eclipse get onto that cap and try to go for the cap pressure.
All right, and we're going to go ahead, head into a listen with Elevate, see what they're trying to do as they hold on to Ghost Town.
Hello.
We can't just give them the whole thing, though.
Well, then you can go down here maybe, but that's about it.
I hit Ladif once.
Okay, that's 2. Okay, can we aggro north here then?
Yeah.
With our mice?
30 down? Or just the mice?
I can watch them leaving. I'm watching if they leave right here.
Yeah, Ox is going to be the pick, and we have to aggro north.
Should I just back off? I'm backing off.
I'm getting ready. Yeah, I think we just pick these mice.
Yeah, AMX 30, come.
Wait a second. Yeah. External, we don't want to get lit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can leave. Try and cross.
Alright, we can start going, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so how exactly are we doing this?
Don't go high ground, Toto.
I just got lit.
You have to go low ground. You have to
we
go
want to be on the high here on the corner, I think.
No,
What's
dude.
the plan here? What's the push off him E0?
I said photo on fire. He's
Dodo, they'll wreck you from the side.
Use his fire.
We need to take zero line.
Dodo.
Yeah, we just gotta go.
Nitska, help our mice.
Just stay up there, Dodo. Don't push further.
We have to get zero line
Get this
here.
drop. Get drop.
Should I cross with you too? Just this has to be careful.
Tigers could be over there. There's Zim. Go for Zim.
I just got hit.
I'm pushing draw.
Don't let Zim leave.
Our mouse is gonna be a pick right now. Careful, mouses.
Yeah.
We're split. We're not supposed to split.
I'm a huge pick right now.
Yeah, we gotta go. We have to kill Drock fast then, before they kill Ox.
Yeah.
Tigers is clipping.
Kill this now.
He's trying to leave, so I need some help here.
Help me with Drock, Dodo.
Fuck.
Yeah, push up.
Y'all yours.
I should have him. Yep, 3 seconds.
My driver's dead.
Tigers are coming in. They're coming in from the other side here. Wally, just shade
Okay, Ledif is pushing me. Ledif is pushing me.
Shade the bat chat.
How are we doing?
We're doing all right.
I traded with this guy.
We're doing alright. We're doing alright.
I can come to you guys. He's down 1,000 health right there. Or we can push into him. Hey, we can push into him. With these two.
Ledif is pushing me. Nice.
Do we want to push into him?
Yeah, go
get him. Ox, go get him. You have to fight him first, though.
Yeah.
Shot him one shot. I'm one shot on the 0 line.
I'm going
Dodo,
right
you can
now.
be a little aggro. Dodo, you can be a little aggro, I think. Alright.
He left. I think he's coming towards them.
He's on cap.
No, he's on cap.
He lit me, I think.
I bounced him. Or missed.
Get ready to fuck him up.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Photoshop.
He shot. I only got one shot into him. I'm afraid to push in. I don't want to take a hit here.
No. We don't need to. We're up so much right now.
I have a side, dude. Just
Yeah.
I can cover you, Dodo. Watch out for tigers.
And you can hear it on their comms, Rocks. Elevate, a little more focused, a lot cleaner comms, a lot more focus, confidence showing up there as well. So right now, Elevate knows they have the lead. They know they should have the win. They understand their options. They're even entertaining which one to choose. All lead to victory in their eyes.
And Nonick picks up the kill on Dox Mathis, though. And so, even though they felt like they were up by a lot, this is actually down to a 300 HP game, despite one extra gun being alive for Elevate still. Got Emperor Brett's down to a one-shot 40 HP. Canadian Impact and Nits are all one-shots, so this could turn either way at a moment's notice. It just depends if Eclipse can get a few crucial shots in right now.
It goes both ways. It's whoever's able to land it, because you're right. There's God Emperor Brett. He's down. There's Nonick. So everyone's going to start dropping like flies. That's why the Mouse is such an important tank. One of the few that you can actually somewhat dependably bounce shells.
And Tigers gets a shot into Dodoma. And Photo picks up the kill onto his former teammate. And now Eclipse have the HP lead. They're even on guns. You have a dead driver for Wall Hacks, a dead commander for Canadian Impact. But T1 Diabetic has a dead commander, and you could argue that's worse because he's in a bat chat.
So what we were just hearing was overconfidence. They lost focus.
Overestimation of where they were in the battle.
Yep. That's a big mistake to make at this level. It's or rather, just good on Eclipse. You can look at it that way.
External does pick up the kill onto Letif, so Eclipse not done with this yet because now they're down on guns. HP's still in favor of Eclipse, but by less than one shot of damage.
Oh, and look at this, loving the cover fire right now. I like the positions from Elevate. I'm thinking that between External, the 113, and now there you go. Canadian Impact, able to make himself useful wherever he can. But there's only 2 alive. That's it. Canadian Impact has 1 shell. That's not a lot. He can get a kill on T1, but if he puts his focus onto the Mouse, he might not have his eyes on T1.
T1's trying to come around to get the pick on a Canadian Impact.
Canadian looks like he's able to read the situation. He's figuring out his options.
So has Photo, and External's just lurking in the background because they're all one-shots. Everyone on the field right now is a one-shot.
And Eclipse doesn't, Elevate has no idea where these tanks are. Canadian is predicting
the only one
approach.
The only one that can take a shot right now is Photo if one of the guns re-rolls. And Canadian Impact picks up T1 Diabetic, and now that's going to hand this to Elevate.
That was a beautiful play. That was strong. Canadian read that like a book. He knew that T1 wasn't going to move straight in. He knew that T1 was going to try and flank around, but T1 took a while and gave Canadian time to set up, think about it for a minute, and then just decide, I'm ready, I'm just going to peek out. And
Photo
he was right.
has 45 seconds before he has to get on cap, before not capping is his only choice. And he's playing Ring Around the Rosies with External, and I don't think he's quite figured out where External is.
Well, External and Canadian don't really have to do much. Right now they can just hide, put a little distance between themselves and the cap, knowing that Photo's going to decide to go to cap, right?
Yep.
If you're not there for long enough, Photo's going to see that pressure. He's going to jump on cap. Now you know exactly where he is.
And Photo takes 1 shot, because the mouth lows roll.
He bounces.
And then he bounces, and that's going to leave the door open for External right now. Photo's going to have to bounce the shot. He's using the corpse right there. Canadian Impact's trying to get in behind.
This is Photo finish after all.
Now Canadian Impact's going to come in behind, and that Batchat should be able to pick up the kill shot. But External gets it, and that is going to even the series up 2-2. What a nail biter that was.
Oh yeah. It's Elevate keeping this one neck and neck, so we've split 2 maps in half now. The first win going to Eclipse both times, the second win going to Elevate. So we're going to move on to Prohorovka now. And this is one that's a lot more open. And historically, Rocks, I mean, we can always say that Elevate's had strong performances on every map. But as far as whether or not Eclipse can make something happen here, that's the question we're looking to answer now. But let's turning to the post-battle stats.
Dodoma.
4,100 from Dodoma, yeah.
Not bad. External also doing their 3,500, getting that crucial kill at the end there. 86 fantasy points. Tigers, Photo, and T1 all had pretty strong games for Eclipse. But when you look down at the bottom, Drak and Dark God Zim not really able to be a factor. Now, the RU not doing a whole lot of damage isn't the end of the world, but Mouse 1,500, that's somewhat respectable. Drak's had a pretty good night, but still, you know, a little bit more damage there early on, and that might have been enough to turn that battle around, because that was decided by less than 300 HP. So let's say, you know, Dark God Zim had gotten off a couple more shots in that RU-251, that might have been enough for Eclipse to win that game.
That's a good point. But there's a lot of what ifs. But what matters is what happens, Rox. And that's what happened that battle. So we're gonna have to look past that one if we're Eclipse, try and focus on moving on. Because yes, Eclipse could have won. They could have done a lot of things different. So could Elevate, right? And that's what everyone thinks about at the end of a battle. But the important thing is always that you just finished a win. You need to move on even so, right? And so we're taking a look now. We've got an update from the 3rd, 4th Master offline. Top tier is up 3-0 over Dare Rising.
I said earlier, you need to look out for whoever's playing top tier next, whoever it ended up being, because after going up like that against Elevate, despite them losing, I would not want to be playing them right now because they're going to be full of their confidence.
Yeah, they're fired up. You know what's we're fired up though for, Rox? We're getting into the 3rd map.
Prokhorovka, one of the first maps in the game. Teams start at the regular spawn points as they do in standard battles. Bases are separated from each other by the railway, so the defending team has to choose whether to send their vehicles to the left side, playing them in the centre, or to the right of the railway, occupying the hill and a part of the village. The attacking team usually attacks the first base. However, the teams often go for face-to-face confrontations, 7-on-7, in the hilly terrain at the centre. That's why both teams frequently use vehicles with good gun depression angles and sturdy turrets.
And here we are, Elevate coming in with 2 113s, 2 Batchats, 2 E50Ms, and RU-251, Eclipse, 2 113s, 2 Batchats, 2 Object 263s, and an RU-251. So sticking with the same lineup they were in earlier.
All right, I'm going to follow Wallhacks for his opening scout run. Now let's take a moment to kind of talk about scouting. Just scouting. So I'm following Wallhacks, you're following Dark God Zim. Both are heading towards the middle, very typical positions. And what they're going to be doing is they're going to be looking to get some early spotting. Wallhacks, because he's going kind of track side, and he's just met Dark God. That's solid cover fire right there. Nice shots. Dark God is tracked. That's going to be, an opportunity, but Wallhacks is going to just barely miss it. He's actually going to get tracked as well. Burn his repair kit. Notice that he's got chocolate and he's got a fire extinguisher. He has no more repair kits. And his turret, is that his turret broken? I think it could be. It's stuck, and he's gonna go down. He stuck around for too long. He lingered when he should have just run. Dark God was pinned. He was tracked, and that was too delicious of a piece of bait for Wallhacks. He couldn't help himself. He had to go for it, and Dark God's gonna get away where he should have been a dead tank, or where Wallhacks should have been able to get away scot-free. Now look at where Dodoma and Canadian have moved up as a response because of that early play. We've got a follow-up of the Batchats, E50s moving up, and a pair of the 113s. I like the way I'm seeing this come together.
And look at T1 Diabetic sitting here in the backfield. Despite being so far, he'll actually have shots towards that hill if they decide to take an engagement on the top of it. Not a very common spot, but he could certainly get his gun into the fight if he needs to.
Fair enough. We'll have to see how they do. Ooh, look at this. Look at Ox Matheson and God Emperor Brett. That's something to watch for. We'll have to see how this develops in just a minute, as they're going to be shifting some tanks around and finding new positions. Actually, it looks like Elevate's going to entirely shift. I don't know if this is going to be worth it. You lose hit points when you try and leave positions quite so... actually, maybe not. Maybe they're not going to lose a lot of hit points. Although Ox Mathis was spotted trying to run.
Only Ox was spotted this. They have no idea of how many tanks.
Did Canadian and Dodoma get just go dark, like
yeah,
unspotted?
They got darted and then turned around and then got into the low ground, and Tigers was too far and not picking up high enough to see exactly where they were.
Okay, well, take a look at this next development. Look, spotting. God Emperor Brett is up, and as well as the other E50M behind him. That's Dark God Zim getting that. So, can he escape? Because these E50s aren't slow. And with Nits currently moving into position, Dark God is spotted. So that's a light tank up. Will they be able to get shots on target as the RU tries to slip away? That's the question, as God Emperor Brett's going to have only a few precious seconds to try and land that shell. Killing the scout will be huge. That means so much flexibility is gone.
Yeah, and so far it's been Eclipse that have had all the flexibility because that RU-251's still alive for him, and they did get the pick onto Wallhacks.
And there he goes. Zim's going to escape yet again. So he's going to have plenty to do the rest of the battle. It's huge. Scouts late game can do so much for their team. And, it's going to be a west side for Elevate. What do you think? I think that was a strong play. Getting out of there was a good call.
What I like is I like Elevate's play right now. They're pushing and making sure they control this 1-2 line with all their guns. They do take some damage in that 113 who's trying to rotate out. Take a lot of damage in that 113 because everyone's poking up and over. And he gets deleted off the map.
Oh, External's gone. That's the anchor for his team. Nitz was not in that near the train tracks in that position because Elevate had that confidence. But when you lose the 113, that's all your control. That's a ton of vision and tempo that's going to go in the favor of Eclipse. They now have control the center of the proverbial chessboard.
Once again, it was Eclipse that were able to take rounds off of Elevate all season. They never got the win, but they were able to consistently take rounds off them. And they're about to be pushing them. So Elevator down for the first time all day. Photo coming in to Doma. Gonna empty his clip, and now T1 Diabetic's gonna push over, and he should be able to pick up the kill onto Dodo.
But Goddard and Brett is just pumping out damage. So while Eclipse is making a strong play, E50's DPM is actually working out in some interesting ways. So about 4,700 hit points. Yes, a small lead for Eclipse, but they certainly had to pay for it. It's only a very, like only slightly in favor.
Now all these tanks are stuck in the low ground, and it looks like we're gonna have a one-on-one up north. No Nick, he's gonna have one shot left, and he's gonna take out Canadian Impact, picks up the kill. Great shot there from No Nick, and now he's going to reload. It looks like he was gonna back away. It looks like he's gonna make sure that those E50s are coming over there, and they get the intel before he rotates out, though.
Yeah, but what do you think? I think that the positions and number of tanks right now for Elevate's really tricky. Goddard per Brett's done a good job at pumping out damage, and E50s have takes another hit. That's not good. Yeah, this one's gonna be tricky to see if there's any possible way of holding on. Tiger's in his bat chat, once he gets into position, if he can get in close, he shouldn't have a hard time dealing with Oxmathis or Brett. Nitz, on the other hand, is healthy enough still that it's worth maybe kind of throwing a few shells out and seeing what happens.
Yep, firing, looks like heat shells at the side of that 113, and now with 3 shells left, No Nick is going to go ahead and close. God Emperor Brett takes another shot of damage, and 5 tanks alive, 4 tanks alive for Eclipse. Photo does take some damage as he pushes in here, being the healthiest of the tanks left.
Yep, and there we go. Oxmathis trying to find shells, not quite connecting on Tigers, firing through the bushes there. And Tigers is going to move in, try and help out, get the kill. But he exposes himself, and there they go. Last 2 tanks for Elevate, down to Eclipse. Eclipse takes a lead as they win the first battle on Proc, continuing our pattern for the series where Eclipse wins the first side on a map, and they trade. We'll have to see if Elevate can keep up their end and win on the other side, or if this will start to kind of tilt its way into that lead that might finish this one out.
They are really taking it to Elevate right now and putting them on the ropes. Tigers doing 3,600 damage, 74 fantasy points. Got Emperor Brett in that E50M and they're 3,400. No Nick, no skill, having a pretty good game there. I think a lot of crucial shots there at the end.
I feel like this page 1 where you've got a rotating player from every team kind of shows how close this is in some ways.
Oh, absolutely.
Because both teams, it could have gone either way at a number of points in that battle, and it's really hard to kind of pinpoint those because the way these engagements keep panning out is they're very elongated and stretched out. It seems like both teams are kind of sticking around for the fight instead of deciding full engagement or disengaged entirely.
They're kind of leaving it in that middle ground, letting their players play the game and feel it out as they can. And that can get you into trouble, but it can also get you wins. And looking at the third, fourth place, top tier up 4-0 over Dare Rising. After that heartbreaking loss to Eclipse earlier, extremely close series, not quite able to recover, and they had to go play right now just after this. And another thing that we didn't mention earlier when we were talking about the difference between these two teams, one having a break and one not, Eclipse were warmed up. They had been playing for the last 2 hours. They have a lot of time. Elevate went over, and who knows what they were doing, standing around, eating food, or just putting their feet up and relaxing. And while they may be relaxing a little bit, this thing is getting too complacent, too comfortable, and kind of cooling down a little bit. And so far, like I said, it looks like Eclipse is keeping them on their back foot, and you kind of have to wonder if that's playing into it maybe.
Well, yeah, it's also a best of 13 series, so you pace yourself. You know this is a long day, you know there's a lot going on, and well, it looks like we might have a disconnect call. So looks like we're gonna actually have to jump out of battle, see what's going on there, and just restart. So this will happen from time to time. Well, we'll have to see what's going on there. We'll wait for an update from the admins, and we'll carry on. So, Rox, let's talk a little bit about Proc moving around. So, strategies we've been seeing all day. We've seen strats going back to Season 1, those presses right up the middle, take the middle ridge, and from then on, it's really tricky. So, as you can tell, players just sitting, waiting for tech issue to be resolved before they carry on with the match.
And then what you were talking about, we've seen a lot of different issues, or a lot of different strats from a long time. WGLNA, we were talking earlier about some of the 742 strats. I'm almost surprised we haven't seen stuff as simple as just a straight dump up and over in the middle from these teams on Prokhorovka. I mean, that's, you know, we've seen all sorts of stuff, a lot of random stuff on Cliff especially, and then on Steps earlier we saw some strats that were a throwback to the 754 days, just pushing straight into the cap, that mouse going straight up the middle. Well, it wasn't the same thing, it was still the same idea. Get tanks onto cap, get that cap pressure going, and force their team to come back. And you know, it's something that we've seen for a long time, especially on Steps.
Yeah, especially so. Steps is one, because of its position, we're still in proc. Next map after this one is Murrow, and then we go on to Steps, right? If we end up being there, that's reasonable. That would be that would have to. Yeah, sorry. Steps is not where this one I think ends, right? I'm looking at it right now with a score line of 3 to 2 in favor of Eclipse. If Steps is our map, it probably actually means that we're going to end this one on Ruinberg.
So it actually turns out that it's our observers that crashed out. The players are continuing to play without us. So it looks like we are going to have this whole game via camera onto the back of their screen.
All right, camera ops, let's do this.
Let's see if we can get some shots, but they are playing this out as it is right now.
Yeah, it is a legal match all the same. There's been no player disconnect call, seeing as it is an observer disconnect call on our end. Some kind of a glitch between the observers, our servers, and the players. Since they're able to play, it looks like right now we're just gonna have to see what happens. Beautiful shot right there, and we're gonna see nice jumps, little style points right there. And what is that from? That's Dodoma on the side of Elevate. So right now your green team on your screen
is Elevate.
Is Elevate. Your red team on the screen. And we're going to actually get to see exactly how Dodoma drives. And if you don't realize, he likes to whip his mouse around a little bit. We're going to jump over to Dark God Zim in the RU251. This is actually the side of Eclipse. They're going to be the green team here.
And he gets caught out. He's getting punished. He's down to a one-shot. The Bat Chats, and they take him down, and that's going to even the score out 1-1. Both the tier 8s down for their team. Once again, we do apologize if this is making any of you motion sick, as Canadian Impact actually gets picked off for Elevate. Eclipse having a strong game right now.
Dark God Zim is going to become our new impromptu observer. Thanks, buddy, as we're going to follow Tigers for a moment and see. Look at that. Bat Chat's moving in from the east side, from the high ground. Going to push up, and there's going to be a regroup coming in from Tigers, along with his Bat Chats. Looks like Nonik and Ladif. And that could be a south push, or no, diverting into possibly a mid push, or even jumping the tracks,
tank
right?
Does drop. Looks like dropped for Eclipse. And now Ledif looking for some shots in the mid, and it looks like Eclipse are actually going to back some of their tanks off, and both teams are going to regroup. Something we were talking about during the break is while these teams kind of seem like they want to stay and just kind of lull, they don't want to either take the full engagement or back all the way out. And we're actually seeing this right now where they're both backing out, calming down, and regrouping instead of just kind of figuring out what to do and staying in that middle ground.
Exactly. You have to make a decisive decision, try and take that tempo control back. Don't let the opponent dictate to you the terms of your engagement, right? And so, just give him a second more, and, well, Dodoma's sitting there at full health still. Moving in, he's done 1,251 damage, 621 spotting so far. Finds Tigers, zeroing, trying not to stay too exposed. If he stays out in the position he is, he will eventually start taking fire. But he's going to decide, let's just move up and press across the east. But look at the way the north side is on the side of Elevate. That's the green team right now on your screen. They're actually going to leave the north quite open.
Which might get caught out here.
Do you really want to take
little pixel sticking up?
It's not quite worth it. Firing uphill, firing at a higher elevation, and on top of that, it's a Bat Chat. Probably not quite.
It is Dodoma, though.
It is, but the thing is, you don't want to waste a shell when you know there's probably a Bat Chat sitting just on the other side of the tracks, waiting for you to waste too many shells and then take an engagement when he knows that you might have only 1 or 2 left. That's the risk, and that's what's probably going through Dodoma's mind right now. He doesn't want to risk that, and so he's going to hold the shell, decide wait until later, until I have a more reliable shot. Otherwise, I expose myself, right?
Yep.
Bat Chats, when it comes down to it, their view range, camo value, pretty much when you shoot stuff, you get spotted. And so, there you go.
And you can see Wallhack's doing his thing right now, clicking on that mini-map, trying to coordinate with the team what they're going to do. Looks like they're going to make that mid-push. S-Tank in the back is going to cover Dodoma as he goes after Tigers, who's in that low ground. We'll have to see if the crossfire can hold up for Eclipse or if this coordination is going to be good enough for him. Tigers knows he's in a world of hurt. He gets one shot off. Batchat's trying to cover him. Tigers gets a second one into Dodoma. He's actually playing this rather well. Dodoma comes in, finally starts connecting, and gets the ammo rack onto Tigers.
Nice. That's huge for him. He does, what is that? That's 500 he got out of that ammo rack?
Yep.
So
now
little bonus damage.
They have a gun lead over Eclipse. They have the S-Tank sitting in the back, along with No Nick. Now they're just sitting there on that cap. S-Tank trying to cover him.
Yep. And there you go. Get the S-Tank on the high ground so he can cover. Use the Batchat as well to help clear the area. You've got the E50M as well as a 113 to help you out. So we're only going to be able to watch this one from the perspective of Dodoma for right now. So just pay attention to your mini-map. External has gone down. No Nick, no skill, taking him down into Batchat. And there you see it. Batchat on the mini-map right there is running north. So what Dodoma's thinking about right now is, okay, I can take this position easily. I can probably get passive in a bush and start spotting. S-Tank as well. But once that S-Tank is in siege mode, that's when Dodoma will decide maybe he wants to move up. Maybe he can start his attack. So watch this. Got Emperor Brett.
They're going to push over. It looks like they're going to try to take this S-Tank right now.
Goes into siege just in time.
Guns need to cover him. Dodo's going to push around. Looks like he's going to try to get one more shot off, and the covering shot comes in from the Batchat.
Nice drift.
He misses. Now Dodo's going to get in here, gets one more shot, but he gets picked up by
but
No
look
Nick,
at where
no
he
skill.
died. Look at where he died, right in between the S-Tank right between the S-Tanks. And he barely gets the kill there. Okay, so now it looks like we've got 2 tanks left.
Nitz is going to push in. Photo has all the HP for Eclipse.
And will that S-Tank, will God Emperor Brett be able to sink the shot?
And No Nick, he's going to get caught out. Nitz is going to come around.
Oh, you saw that shot?
Does he
shot
have
just
the gun depression to get the shot? He knows he's there.
Not yet. He needs to get the spot.
2.5 minutes left on the clock right now. This is truly one of the most bizarre things I have ever watched.
This is a bizarre situation, Rockstar. And thanks to our production crew for throwing cameras down real quick to
but
make
No
this
Nick,
happen.
he's spotted. He's a one-shot. They're looking for the shot. He gets behind the building. But God Emperor Brett picks it up. Photo does put a shot into Nitz.
Nitz should just go forward, get behind the house in front of him, let God Emperor Brett move up, and he'd be able to finish this one off. But they're going to decide instead, let's just put God Emperor Brett out front, let him go in siege mode, and then we'll follow up with Nitz. That's a little bit of a more basic approach, but that works too.
That should be Eclipse managing to claw this one out. Gonna push in. And Photo's gonna drop off into the water. And now Nitz is gonna take his time and get in behind. God Emperor Brett can creep forward slowly in siege mode. Get above him. Nitz playing this slowly, trying to find the angle.
Looking for the shot.
Creeping forward. He misses.
And there, Photo starts moving forward, but the thing is, he's in the marsh. He can't move very quickly.
Yep.
Tries to turn, fires. He does get 493, but that opens it up for Nitz.
Nitz, and he gets the kill. And there we go. And that is going to be Elevate, picking up the win.
So there we go. We keep the pattern alive, Rox. It's now 3 wins for Elevate on the second battle of a map. The first battle of a map has been a win for Eclipse each time.
So that is going to make the series 3-3 right now. What a game this has been.
Yep, we see admins notifying players. Looks like we'll be seeing what we can do about the little glitch we've got. See what we can get fixed. And we're gonna have to run a few test games for just a moment, so you'll have to bear with us for a brief delay, guys. So don't worry about that. Now we're gonna be moving on to Murawanka, Magical Forest Rocks. And this map has been tricky for both of these teams today. I really liked what I saw earlier. Elevate was able to really, they caught top tier.
They caught top tier off guard multiple times, and then Eclipse versus Dare, that nail biter, the last game that secured it for Eclipse. So both these teams have had some interesting experiences on the map so far today.
Well, we're gonna have to see what they decide to do on Muro. Are they gonna switch up strats, or are we gonna see a lot of the same? And well, I gotta give it to Dodo. That last battle was good on him. and then God Emperor Brett as well.
Definitely played it. And it was really fascinating to see that battle from his perspective. Literally exactly what he sees, not even hypothetically, exactly what he's seen. And played it really well. Got caught out there at the end when he tried to go up and over.
And so it looks like players are going to start taking some headsets off, take a short break as they know they have a moment of downtime. You and I both know headsets
for long periods of times.
Yeah, can be a little sore on your ears. It's all about balancing the top of your headset and the earpieces, because if you actually don't leave enough space, you're going to actually put too much pressure on the top of your head. Because I've worn those a few times here, and if you don't quite take a moment to adjust, if you just throw it on, sometimes you might find yourself uncomfortable after 6 hours.
Yeah. Well,
a little
to go on a little bit, but different conversation. We just had an update. It was top tier up 6-0 over Dare Rising. So Dare Rising, I'm going to go as far as to say they're on full tilt right now because 6-0.
Or top tier is playing like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be sure to publish the replays if I can up on Want replays like we usually do.
Yeah, definitely, because those look like they're going to be some fun battles. And like I said, top tier were playing great earlier. So to see what they do versus Dare is definitely going to be interesting.
Definitely so. Now, we're still worrying. We're still testing a few things, still trying to see what's up. So we'll be taking a few moments more before we're able to get a match started up over here. And Rox, well, there's
So far this series, it's 3-3. We have Murrow, Steps, and Ruin up next. Murrow and Ruin 1-1 maps, which hypothetically could leave Steps as the decider between these two teams. Where do you think that falls?
I actually disagree with that. I think Steps could be a place where we see a decider, but with 3-3, right? If you see Murrow go in the favor of Elevate or towards Eclipse, you see the scoreline get to 5, right? Steps, I don't think that's where a team could finish it out, because you'd have to go on a streak right now. Elevate would have to win then 5 games in a row or 4 games in a row from now on, right? On the other side, Eclipse would have to do exactly the same thing. With the way this pattern's going, I don't think it's going to happen.
Yep. Now, we are going to have a short break here where we try to figure out our technical issues. But we have prepared a little piece for you guys where we interviewed a lot of these players and asked them why they play World of Tanks.
I love World of Tanks because it's an excellent team game.
It's a lot of fun to work together with a team to become the best you can be.
Especially a multinational team like Dare Rising is. It's something you don't get in a lot of different, facets of life.
The community is probably my favorite. I like the whole social aspect of the game.
It's a lot more than just shooting a tank. You have to understand lanes, lane control, communicating well.
I like that it's a skill-based game. I like that it challenges me, and I feel really rewarded for the work and time I've put into learning the game.
That enjoyment of just getting shot and shooting out miniguns, and just also the fact that a lot of geometry's involved, like bouncing shots and angling your armor and all that.
I really like one-shotting people. It gives me happiness in my life.
I'm Russian. I get to drive Ruski tanks.
Welcome back, everyone. It looks like we're still trying to get things together, but I really hope you enjoyed that little bit from our players.
Yeah, it's always good to get to know some of these players a little bit better. It's been a lot of fun the last couple of days, getting to hang out with them in person, talk to them, and kind of get to know them as people. A lot of them have personalities that you kind of know online, and they're very similar in real life, and others are very, very different.
Yeah, there are a few players out there who have so much energy when they seem like they're this big, loud person whose arms are swinging around all the time, and just that kind of a person. But then sometimes you meet them and you find out it's actually they just talk like that, and then they just kind of look at you and there's just that kind of intensity. It's funny to see sometimes, because you meet someone online and you create this picture of them in your mind, and then you meet them in real life, and it's always fun.
It's always fun to see if that thought of them kind of matches up exactly as you thought it would, or if it's completely different. Like Photo Finish, for example, pretty much exactly like you'd imagine him, just from the sound of that voice, that just deep burly voice he has, with that little Jamaican accent. And then players like Dodoma, he's been around for forever. He's always thrown me off when I see him compared to his voice.
Yeah, I always imagine a hat, like one of those hunting caps on all the Canadian players. I really feel like I can't get that out of my mind. For some reason, I always imagine Canada is like just always frozen. So when I meet Canadian players, I always think they're just sitting there like in bunches of sweaters all the
Whole
time.
Canadian Impact always wearing that Toronto Blue Jays.
Exactly. Like that's like it's just stuck in my mind, and I cannot get rid of that. It's like Canadian players are awesome, but I always imagine that they're freezing.
No,
Yeah.
exactly.
But they get down here to LA, it's so hot.
Yeah, well, we have some people out from all over the world, and they're out here, and we have people complaining that it's too cold here all of a sudden, or that it's too warm here, and all
It's
this
the
stuff.
desert at night. The air just all the heat gets sucked out.
Yep.
Yeah. So, well, we're still working on our tech issues for the moment, guys. So just bear with us. We'll be back in a few
We
moments.
may have figured out the issue, so let's go ahead and take a look and figure out what it was.
I remember when they introduced a ricochet mechanic and a TD bounced off my teammate and ammo racked me. Thanks a lot, Ute.
So I failed my history test the other day. Can't blame anyone but you.
I uploaded a scrim to YouTube and forgot to make it private. Now the whole league knows our strats. Thanks, Ute.
At the New York City Rumble, the first thing I did when I got to the hotel room was clog that toilet, and I know Ute had something to do with it.
Come on, really?
A couple of months ago, I was in my car, and I pulled the door handle to close it, and the handle popped off. So, thanks, Ute.
I really enjoyed when the mouse got buffed, and I had to play the mouse over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Thanks, Ute.
That's absolutely not my fault.
So I got one shot in my arty the other day when I shouldn't have. Thanks, Ute.
My dryer at home sounds like a locomotive, and all my teammates complain about it. Thanks, Ute.
That was actually my fault.
So the other day I couldn't find a parking spot in the supermarket that I was going to, and that was definitely Ute's fault.
I remember a couple years ago when Pearl River was in the map pool, and I'm sure you guys do. Thanks, Ute.
How can you even blame that on me?
The alternator went out on my car when I was doing 60 miles an hour, and my car died. Had to pull over. Thanks, Ute.
So I remember one time I was sitting in a bush and I was supposed to not get spotted, and then I got spotted and then one-shotted by Artie. Thanks, Ute.
So officially confirmed, Ute's fault.
Yep. Looks like he tripped over some cables, destroyed all of our chances to observe the games. We're just gonna have to see if we can find where he targeted. What cables did he decide to mess with? Because you know he's always getting his hands and stuff. So and he moves fast too. You notice that, like he's
ninja fast.
Ninja fast. Like he can. You find him on one end of the studio. You see 2 seconds later he's coming out of a different door. I don't even know how he did that. It's always Ute's fault, ladies and gentlemen. Always Ute's fault. Don't forget at WGLNA and hashtag Ute's fault. Give us some of your own ideas. What you think a good one would be.
Yeah, I'll have to hear some of those other ones. We are still in the process, though, of troubleshooting. Hopefully we'll have it resolved soon.
Yeah. Well, looks like players are going to start getting themselves ready to go in just a moment as well. Headsets going back on here and there. Oh, actually, no, excuse me. It looks like some people are just trying them on. Maybe just getting used to them. And, well, it's going... Oh, looks like we're actually going to head over to our analysts. Help us out here for a few minutes, guys. So, Josh, how's it going?
Hey, Randall, old buddy. Just like old times, right? Apologies for these technical delays, folks. It's the vehicle of esports. It's technology. We're getting it fixed, and we'll get back into that finals matchup as soon as we can. I'm joined by the War Machine, as we like to call him.
War Machine.
Hey, Meadowhawk and B-Ted. Let's talk about the series so far, guys. We're tied up 3-3. A little bit surprised, actually, seeing the results about halfway through the series in this best of 13. But Meadowhawk, let's start with you. Are you surprised at all from Eclipse's performance?
I'm really surprised. I mean, I'm so far I'm 50-50, right? Because like I thought Elevate was going to,
dominate
this
and
one.
We're not saying that just because it rhymes. We all thought that.
Yeah. So I thought of that, and then but I'm wrong there. But I am right that top tier, still improving. They are currently up, as we know, 6-0 on Dare.
Yeah.
Don't know the results of that yet, but looks like they're going to be taking third.
And well, you had talked about earlier before we started this grand finals. I think kind of one of the sad stories is top tier is looking so good, yet they're not going to be the ones going to Moscow, and that's going to be tough for them. But hopefully that'll light a fire for the continuation of their career. But the two teams that we do have here have secured their spot to Moscow. And we want to talk a little bit more about how that whole event is going to work, at least in times past. We have multiple teams all around the world will compete in the grand finals to determine who's the best team in the world in World of Tanks. And we have seen over and over again Europeans and Russians dominate this entire playfield. But there was one team that made a difference a couple years ago, and that was a PvP Super Friends. And you had dropped their name a little bit earlier and looking at some of their ancient strats, as we'll call it. And I remember one of the players, his name was Batman, and that wasn't just a fun name that he had. He also had the mask to go with it, the cowl, if you will. And they were up against the team formerly known as Fulcrum. And they were representing the North American side, while PvP Super Friends was representing the Oceanic side. And it came down to this series where PvP Super Friends won. Surprised the entire world. They came out, had the interview, and Batman said, "We're the vacation team. This isn't supposed to happen." And it was a dramatic upset. The storyline for these two teams here is to obviously see who's going to be the best out of North America. But after all is said and done, when the dust settles, what is going to be the attitude of North America, of all the teams, in regards to training to defeat these European teams at the grand finals? Is it scrims? Is it communication? Do they actually work together to make each other the best?
Well, you see different styles from different teams. They've already been scrimming with EU teams for a while now. One of the things that I've heard from all the teams is they'd go outside the box of the normal teams they're playing, because there's a chance they'll end up facing them here at today. So because of that, they were scrimming with EU teams. Now, they didn't tell me which EU teams, which makes sense. But not all those teams will make it to the grand finals themselves. So I think Elevate and Eclipse, especially how Eclipse is showing that they're feisty, they're refusing to go away, they're refusing to be rolled over, which some people did expect in this match. And I think because of that, I'd expect even more out of them at the grand finals this year.
I would too. I expect a lot out of these teams. They've had a great season so far amidst all the different roster changes. I know that's still a little bit of a salty subject, but at the end of the day, we still want to root for who's going to be the best out of North America, and we can unify under that.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted the best team that we can send there. Like I said before, they have been scrimming the EU teams. I believe Kazna, maybe Oops, from my discussions in Slack and TS with, fellow clanmates and stuff. And they've both been doing that, both Elevate and Eclipse. Elevate really looking towards, global grand finals, and almost the thought, because throughout the season, no one in the league really challenged them. Obviously, that's changed now at the finals here. We've kind of shown that all of our teams can step it up. But I think the mentality was like, how is our team supposed to get better screaming against teams that we're constantly rolling over? And then we go to global grand finals, and then we get rolled over. So the idea is you want to spend as much time playing the best, right? You play the best to get better. And that's the mentality of both these teams they've had coming into this finals.
Quick update for the third, fourth place match. Top tier are your winners, 7-1. They're taking home $46,000. And Dare Rising will be taking home $36,000. So it was a $10,000 money match. Congratulations to them. And money well-deserved for sure. But this matchup that we're currently waiting on, folks, we're getting the final word from our admin team to make sure that all the players are good to go and all observers are good to go. That is a $29,000 difference, $95,000 for the winners, $66,000 for second place. I want to talk a little bit more about the strategies here and the strategies that we're seeing out of Europe and Russia, the comparison to North America. Over the last number of years of the seasons that we've done, we've seen a lot of passive play from the Europeans and from Russia, and the American version of World of Tanks was a lot more aggressive, trying to dictate what's happening in the match by being the aggressors, being the attackers. Overall, within these seasons, do you guys think that's kind of the same thing, the same theme, or are these teams starting to learn and adapt globally in order to come up with different strategies that would surprise us at the grand finals?
I think the passive play with EU obviously has to do with player skill. Obviously, over there, it can be a full-time job, like in Russia and our EU, that they make enough money that they can make this a job, one of their full-time jobs. Whereas a lot of our guys here, unless you're talking like Elevate, where you have a lot of kids in school who don't have other commitments to put the time into tanks, when it comes down to being passive, you're looking at winning the 1v1, winning the trades, hoping that you can outbleed your opponent before that aggressive play has to happen. So I'm hoping the mentality can change a bit, but to be seen.
I think it will change. I think we become much more creative. We understand the game better. You get guys such as Rude showing what he can do when he throws everything he has at one of the best teams in Elevate here. I think when we're looking at the changes that we've seen a team being crafted in Elevate specifically for the Grand Finals. There's no doubt about it. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for the Grand Finals, and they want to win it. Now, that doesn't mean that every other team here is looking just going to roll over on them. They want to defeat them. And with Comps doing that, and then Eclipse looking at their situations, not giving up when they're supposed to, not folding when they lost 2 players. They keep going. They brought on Jirac, who came out on fire. Tigers came out on fire. Everyone on team, you saw how strong Photo's been playing. You see these guys stepping up when everyone's writing them off. They're as hungry as I've seen them in a while. There's kind of a dip for a while, but they're incredibly hungry, and I really think at the end of the day, they're going to be dangerous. And I think there's an understanding, a better understanding of the game than it has been in the past, especially with the changes in the meta, because that sort of gives us more of an even keel instead of having one team that's just superior and continues to grow. Suddenly change the meta, and you're suddenly talking about Type 5s. You're talking about the mouse meta. You're talking about just how effective TDs are now because of the mouse meta. It shifts things around and gives our guys another edge, and we have another patch coming out before it happens.
The game keeps evolving, the meta keeps evolving, and these players have got to be on their toes every single patch and also before every single tournament. I want to jump a little bit more into what you talked about when you lose a player or 2 in a series, and we would see that over and over and over again, not only in matches here in America, but also internationally, where a creative play style, creative lineup, even the first running through the map and getting your scouting done, they take damage, and they take so much damage that have such a HP deficit that they feel their entire strategy got destroyed, and so they're trying to scramble and figure that out. I feel that when these teams have a lot better crisis management and more contingency plans, if step 1, step 2, step 3 doesn't work and they're opening 2 minutes, that's how these teams get better, more flexible, more adaptable. But I want to jump over and hear your thoughts, Meadowhawk. What does happen, and what type of scramble do these teams go through when they do get hit a bunch, or if somebody falls here pretty quickly in a 7-on-7 and it soon becomes a 6v7?
Yeah, the initial reaction is going to be, of course, being disheartened. But you can't, if teams that stop and focus on that, you've already lost the battle, because you're like, oh, we're now down a tank, we're playing 6v7. If you give up, you're going to lose. So you really need to stay positive. I mean, we saw a map, I can't remember if this season or last season, where someone didn't ready up in time, and they started the game 6v7, and they won.
That was
right?
Aquatic M60s.
That was, yeah, Aquatic M60s, right? So, you can do it, but it's all positive. It's using the resources. Hopefully your lineup, Rude was talking to me a lot about having lineups that you can be flexible with, as opposed to setting up a strat where you are set. You're too heavy to rotate around the map. You don't have the tanks for the vision. If, say, you bring all heavies and your light tank gets knocked out, well, now you're severely handicapped because you have no vision on the map.
If you have no options, you're toast, especially with how good the teams, such as, the names, Navi, Kazdikru, these big major, especially the current champion of EU. Did you get a chance to ding? They're an amazing team. We got to see exactly how good they were at the New York Rumble. Now, are our guys as good? We have to see. I like to think they are. We're going to have to see. But every single region has their own belief in their team. I've been watching APAC, and they believe in their teams. But having watched this for 3-4 years now, I think we've continued to grow. And I truly hope that we can represent ourselves and be competitive against the European teams. And I'm going on a limb here, possibly CIS teams, the Russian teams.
Yeah. Every year we get closer and closer and closer. And one day when that does happen, there will be celebrations amongst all of us in our team speaks and in our Skype groups. And
not since Fulcrum era and Negatron. Again, we mentioned that name, but Naga put together an amazing team, and they really strive. But not since then have we been able to really pull that together.
Yeah, they laid a very strong foundation, right? And they put their heart and souls into building that team competitively, and they really paved the way. They're pioneers, in a sense, when it comes to World of Tanks in North America. But these teams today have learned a lot. They've experienced a lot, and now the meta has changed, has shifted into 7x68, and the money is still there. $95,000 up for grabs for the first-place team, and I've just been told we are ready to continue the grand finals here, folks. Let's throw it to our commentators, Rockstar and Rookkill. Gentlemen.
Once again,
we
thank
figured it
you
out.
very much, Clutch. Yeah, we think we did. We kicked you out of the building. That should hopefully solve everything.
Yep. We're not allowing him near anything sharp ever again, or else we found out he likes to whittle, but he likes to whittle cables. It's not good. We don't want to let that happen, so we've decided no more sharp things for you, no more building for you. So he's going to be outside, and we've decided to put him in some fluffy gloves. He can't break anything anymore, so we're all set.
Now, a reminder, it is 3-3 right now. We've already watched games on Cliff, Ghost Town, and Proke, pretty much going 1-1 on every single map. And now we have up next Muravanka, Steps, and Ruinberg. Murrow, an extremely one-sided map, so I don't see anything that says this isn't going to go 1-1 on this next map, since the whole series has gone 1-1 so far.
That's what I feel like that's what's going to go all the way to the end. We're just going to hit a tiebreaker. This one's going to go max length. It's just going to be a win on the first side by Eclipse, and then second battle, Elevate figures it out and wins again. So here it is. We're ready. It's about to start. We're getting back into battle number 7.
Muravanka, a map with a great number of buildings, bushes and trees, amongst which teams hide for most of the battle. The attacking team begins the battle from the top of the village, and the defenders start from the bottom of the map. Both bases are better controlled from the hill near the first base, and from the green in the lower left corner of the map. There are many attack directions. The attacking team often attempts to gain the attention of defenders by putting pressure on the first base, whilst manoeuvring several tanks behind the second base to deliver fire into the defending's flank. Team setups are very diverse, but the players often choose the fastest tanks, even for heavy setups. They could even bring SPGs.
And here we go into battle number 7. Elevate coming in here with 3 Mouses, 3 Batchats, and an M40-43. Eclipse coming in with a Mouse, a 113, 4 Batchats, and an AMX 1390. Once again, folks, sorry for the delays, but we are here. We are ready to finish out this series. I am excited. Let's keep this thing going.
All right, looks like we're going to have standard arty strat there from Elevate. They're going to be bringing, 3 Batchats, 3 Mice, and an M40-43 combined against Eclipse's 1 Mouse, a 113, 4 Batchats, and a 1390. So highly mobile from Eclipse. Elevate going to try and see if they can let wall hacks just delete players off the map one more match.
I have seen this shot before. Wall hacks looking down the 2-line, looking for a shot onto a Batchat.
T1 trying to stay already safe. He knows he's in danger of taking a shell and just getting deleted.
But Tigers, Wags is lining up the shot. He lets it loose. And he connects for 500.
Right, not bad there. He's going to shift position. We're going to see a Elevate press slightly further forward and take more of the map, get closer to that 1 cap. And at the same time, look at the positions out of Eclipse. They've decided already, let's head straight into the middle city, get on the flank. We know they're going for 1 cap. Let's not waste a moment, right? And they're just going to, although T1, if you look at him, he's lost his driver. He's down at 188 hit points, Rods.
Yep, and now the Mouse for Eclipse closing through the town. But Wallhack's already looking for him, aimed ahead of him. Might get anyways, get a connection, seeing as that Mouse is super slow. Fully aimed in, fires the shot off. Gets connection for 780, almost 800 damage. Wallhack's already proving his weight worth in gold.
Back up and look at this. Ledif moving around along with Nonik as well. They're going to try and put some pressure up there on the north, but I don't think they're going to be able to find a way through. Not quite spotting anything, and getting spotted themselves is not going to start a very advantageous engagement. Shots fired. Nonik's able to, actually doesn't even spot Canadian with that one. And Eclipse is going to start letting this one slow down. But look at that. Cap's going to begin.
And Wallhack's looking for a shot towards Nonik in that Batchat. Now he's going down, going to find another shot. And for the second time tonight, it looks like Wallhack is going to be picking on Drock once again. Fires another shot off. Another connection for almost 900. And so far, Eclipse just getting chipped away while they try to hold this defense.
Yeah, Eclipse is going to have to figure something out. Looks like they're just going to hold various positions and try and delay. But I don't know if that's going to work out for Eclipse. Elevate is probably banking on that, because the longer this takes, the more damage Wallhacks just gets to throw out there.
Yep, exactly. You do not want to play slow when the other team has already, unless you can guarantee that you're going to be already safe the whole time. But the problem is being already safe the whole time normally puts you in positions where your guns can't cover each other as effectively, and so that in itself can become a problem. Next best thing to do when the other team has already, instead of playing slow, is play really, really fast. And there goes another 654, done almost 2,000 damage to this mouse already.
Yep, and the thing is, he's stuck on a high ground. He's trying to get spotting, but that's not really going to work. Elevate's playing this better right now. They're in charge. They've got tempo, and they might be able to make the cap pressure work. Because the thing is, you can ignore the cap for the next minute or so, but the tactic you go for when you're Elevate here trying to attack, you put one tank on cap for a while, right? And then you wait until it's getting just close enough that they're probably not expecting you to throw 2 more tanks on the cap, right? Because it about like 30-40% of the time, it just catches your opponent off guard, and they totally miss their opportunity. You've seen that before, right?
Yep, absolutely. And the cap pressure's still going on for Elevate. Finally gets a reset, but they've lost so much HP. Now all 7 guns are still alive, but T1 Diabetic has a dead driver. Is on 188 HP, so even just a splash from this M4043 would take him down. Photo Finish also extremely low. He's driving into the village. And Wallhack's looking for a shot, thinking they're going to come around north. Already pre-aiming, hoping to catch a shot.
And External's looking for that shot onto Drawcap. Draw's doing a solid job of avoiding those mice on the cap. However, clock's ticking down. Nice reset there, though. 41 seconds put back on the clock. Only about 40% cap we're looking at. There's a reset onto External. Nice. You can even see tanks. Oxmathis backs off for a moment. So I think Elevate's thinking about whether or not they want to keep on this cap or whether or not they want to give some ground or even push forward. You have a few options here. The decision, it gives Eclipse a little bit more opportunity to find a way in.
Wally looking for a shot onto Photo Finish. He's just staying just under that hill. Extremely hard to hit where he's sitting right there. Looks like Wallhacks might be able to get a shot in about another 10 seconds. But Eclipse is doing a good job at chipping away at this HP. They've cut it down to about 2,000. A lot better than the 4,000 they were at a few minutes ago.
Yep.
And a big part of that is keeping all 7 guns alive and allowing them to continuously be doing damage.
Yeah, and a 2,000 point hit point lead for Elevate, that's something that you can reasonably push up. Oh, and then you take Photo down. Yeah, this...
And Drox, they take the snap from Wallhacks, who does another 800, sets him on fire and takes him down. And that may have just put another nail in the coffin.
I think that's it, Brox. I think this is where Elevate starts to just roll right over their opponent. In a moment, you'll see cap pressure coming in. Batchat's pressing up. Mice don't really even have to help out. Ledif goes straight down. After that, it's No Neck. And I don't even know where's... Oh, Tiger's down south. But where's T1? I didn't even see him.
He's over on the one there.
Oh, okay.
Getting those shots. Actually, no, he's out in the field. He's in the town. It's Tiger's on the one line.
Oh,
and now these tanks sitting on cap. Now this map has pretty frequently been a very defensively sided map, but with the introduction of the mouses, it's kind of shifted back to be a little bit more balanced. Mouses open up a few more attacking options, especially onto that one cap, and even earlier today we saw it be helpful on the one cap out in the field. So definitely a balancing factor, and now Elevate are going to go 1 up over Eclipse, but once again, they got that win on attack, something that arguably shouldn't have happened.
Yes, because they broke their pattern. They broke what they'd stuck to. The plan was, of course, Rockstar, Eclipse was supposed to win the first battle on every map, and then Elevate the other one, right? They broke the pattern. Why are they doing these things?
Because if you win the first one when you go to a new map, when they get to overtime, they'll be the ones winning the OT.
No, Rox, it's youthful.
That too.
Exactly.
That too. Still learning. Sorry.
So,
anyways, look at 4,300 damage. But Tiger is doing almost 140 fantasy points. Got a lot of resets there. Really slowed that game down, but not enough to keep them in it. External in that mouse doing another 93 fantasy points over his 1,500 damage. Not bad there either.
Yeah. Although look at that 113's photo. Dark God got torn apart. It's always a tragedy to see players like that just taken out really early. But I think I have to give a lot of credit there to the side of Elevate. Elevate doing a great job of focusing down key players, taking them off the battlefield, not letting them deal any more damage. Now, we get to see the montage of why Wallhacks deals quite so much damage. It's because the mouse. It's such a big target.
It's big, it's slow.
You really just need to fire in the direction at all of a mouse, and you'll probably get somewhere near.
Yep.
It's actually tall enough that it's a reasonable factor to measure, because you think about the arc, the trajectory of your shell, right, as an artillery piece. Lower artillery, you actually love firing at a mouse. It's so tall, it just catches shells.
And it takes a sixth sense almost to really be making sure you're moving back and forth, counting the time, the artillery load, paying attention to it, and trying to reposition to avoid it. And not able to happen though for Eclipse. Wallhack's just on point every single shot he fired. He only missed one last game, so putting up a lot of damage. And this time, neither team going to bring artillery as we head into our next battle. Elevate coming in here with a 140, two 140s, a mouse, 3 bat chats, and an RU-251. Eclipse coming in with 2 mouses, 3 bat chats, and 2 tier 9 bat chats. So going with a very mobile lineup, but still bringing the 2 mouses, even though they are attacking.
Hey, why not? It seems to work. Throw them on cap, throw them in the east side apparently even, as we saw earlier today. Anything works. It's the mouse.
Can't knock it if it works.
Yep. It's a really powerful tank right now in the game. They buffed the armor, DPM. I mean, what else could you ask for? And the contrast has been great for players who are used to playing the mouse in a slightly weaker state, right? So all of a sudden you're a mouse player, a heavy tank player, and you find out that the mouse gets buffed. You already were pretty comfortable with the mouse anyway. So now you're sitting there thinking, well, why not bring it? This sounds awesome.
Eclipse might get caught out here. They haven't spotted Ledif, and they're all turning around and running, and this may be a little bit lucky. They've only spotted 1 tanks for Eclipse. These bat chats, they're pushing in full speed. Hot on Tiger's tail, and they're all spotted now.
But they're chasing rocks. This is where people make mistakes. Why do you just chase 1 tank? However, let's give it to Eclipse. This is working. It's actually going to work so much that
they're almost completely surrounded. The mouse is going to set the trap, and now there's 2 tanks out of the fight for Elevate, with only 1 out of the fight for Eclipse, and that should be enough to turn this around in their favor. And the Canadian Impact taking a lot of damage. Tigers gets deleted and goes down first. Canadian Impact's going to get picked off though. Nitz is going to come in here, and these 2 consistent fire tanks are going to come and try it and keep the fire up, and that may work in their favor.
Maybe so. I don't know. It's going to come down to a lot of individuals player skill. It's going to come down to staying together as Eclipse, because look at the way this is actually panning out. T1 and Dark God Zim are out of the fight. Nonik is actually in a position where he could get focused out between Nitz and God Emperor Brett. Dodoma, on the other hand, though, just needs to wave his gun around and be annoying. Nonik is going to go down, so it's 2 tanks for 2 tanks.
Photo's going to line the shot up, take down Dodoma. Nitz puts another shot into that mouse, but that's about all he's going to be able to do. That one hits the track. T1 Diabetic staying hot on the tail of God Emperor Brett, trying to not let him get away or reload, because he knows he's going to get the reload first. Photo should be able to clean this up, but Ledif actually comes in, gets the kill, and this looks like this is going to be Eclipse, tying the series up 4-4.
This seems to just be the norm with Elevate and Eclipse. They're just going to trade back and forth constantly. That's what we can expect. They may have changed the pattern, but these guys are neck and neck right now. They've been playing since early this morning. T1's trying to get the hit, gets the kill. And there's
snaps the shot off, moving full speed. Now it's just down to Ox and Wallhacks. And 2 players that actually played for Eclipse last season.
Yep, and they were completely left behind. In this case, Elevate deciding to leave Ox Mathis and Wallhacks behind, while everyone else decided to go onto a field trip into the northeast side of the map, saying, you know where no one ever goes? The northeast side. That's a great idea. Let's chase
Too bad Eclipse was already there.
Yep. Right in their own territory.
This was very, very deja vu-ish of the match we saw earlier between Top Tier and Elevate.
It was, but it was the example of, instead of what we saw last time, right, the previous battle where we saw a successful bait tactic go on the east side of the map here, this one was where Elevate just dedicated themselves full force. It was like they saw the con, and they just ignored the possibility that there were any tanks in the area. They ended up northeast of the position of Eclipse's spawn. So the tanks that Eclipse spawns could have just gone east and been hiding behind a building. They could have been doing anything. But I really think Elevate took a gamble with that one, and it did not pay off.
Yep, definitely hurt them indeed. And now Ox trying to get a shot off. Ledif going to come over. Wallhacks gets the shot there from the RU. Ledif's going to finish him off, though. Go for the ram, gets the kill, and now it's just down to Ox.
Yep, give him a moment. He'll go down. There he goes. Okay.
And that is going to tie the series up 4-4. And we go back to our trend of going 1-on-1 on every map, and now we're coming across the map that I think may be the decider between these two teams, and that's going to be Steps.
I don't know, Rox. I feel like Steps is just going to keep to the pattern. I'm not saying it's not possible, but I don't know. These guys can't seem to figure out if they can catch a lead or not, and I think it comes down to a lot about focus. Because look at the decision you just saw out of Elevate, right? Elevate just decided to do a strat which, in hindsight, they're going to be kicking themselves about. They're going to say, why did we even think
it was a blind push? I mean, very simply, it was a blind push.
It was a very ill-informed blind push. There are bold plays, and then there are overly bold plays. There are plays that are just outside of your probability. It's sometimes gamblers say that you don't change your plan, right? If you go to sit down at a table, you don't change your system. You don't decide because all of a sudden you got one bad, if it's blackjack, one bad hand, that you just change the way your approach or anything like that. You don't do that because that doesn't allow you to get into a groove or any kind of consistency, and also just it really throws you off.
Yep, but fate also favors the bold, and sometimes just going for it can pay off because it's going to be the last thing the other team expects to happen.
Fair enough. But
can also pay off. Now, it's a huge gamble, and sometimes, once again, gambles pay off.
Yeah.
Other times they backfire exactly like we just watched.
Most of the time, though, those gambles we talk about are ones that we could have played around with anyway. That I think was especially. I really just can't say anything else. I'm absolutely certain that was just a bad call. That was a mistake. They're going to be kicking themselves for it. They can jump off this one, go into Steps. It's going to be our next map, and we'll have to see if they can keep it together, because that's a place where this can really turn.
Yep. Well, let's go ahead as we get ready for the next map of our series.
Steps, the most open map in the league. The attacking team appears near the rocks at the bottom of the map, and the defending team starts at the top. Bases are located near the railway and on the green. The best way to control them is to use the lowland near the second base. The attacking team usually begins the attack from the rocks and the railway, but sometimes they can attack through the green. Teams often drag vehicles from flank to flank, so both teams usually pick light vehicles with a good camouflage rating, but sometimes use tanks with a strong turret and even SPGs.
And here we go into battle number 9. Elevate coming in with 2 Mouses, 3 Bat Chats, and 2 Tier 9 Bat Chats. Meanwhile, Eclipse, Mouse, 4 Bat Chats of their own, and a Tier 9 Bat Chat, as well as an M5355, which is going to be great for dealing with these tanks. And what a shot from Brett there. Snapped the shot off and hit Ledif in the middle. Not bad. And these Mouses are going to push across the north and keep on rolling?
Yep. They're just going to keep on rolling. And there, they find no Nick. And not a whole lot else. This is going to take a minute. This is probably going to take a second.
Well, but look at these Bat Chats for Elevate. You remember how I was talking about one of the best things you can do when the other team has Artie is, instead of saying Artie safe, just play extremely fast and just not let him have time to reload? Well, that looks exactly like what they're doing right now. They're pushing all the way down to K0, getting tanks down there. They have a lot of tanks sitting on the F line, and those Mouses are pushing to the middle road.
All right, and we're going to go ahead head into a listen in with Eclipse as we see how they react to this bold play.
Yeah, but
I mean, we have just like super stuck. I have to run to right here, and the bats fired one.
Okay. Fine.
Guys, the best spot I have.
We need all of our bats coming back to here. All the bats. Bats, come.
Yeah, we know, but Drock has to be careful.
I will fight their mice.
Wait, is this guy in the middle of the open?
No. They're looking at me. Dodoma looking at me.
Wait, I have shots on Canadian. I have shots on
Impact too.
They're
Watch out,
really
their mouse is looking for you.
Their mouse is looking for you, Tio.
What the fuck?
I can't peek at all.
Just hold
the
up.
The mice are coming up mid, and we have to deal with this.
I know. Can't we just push these bats?
They're nice
and Canadian.
They're like blinding me.
We need to push these bats. Our bats need to go across.
I'm trying to light right now. I can't run. I can't light.
No, the other bats. Photo and Nonik, can you push this or no?
No, I just got no shot.
Let's push the east now. Their bats are running.
They're running. I'm ready.
Can we go? Zim, do you agree?
Here they go.
Shoot them when they leave. Dodo's leaving.
Ledif got lit.
Bats, get across or shoot.
They're going to the corner. They're going to the corner.
I know.
They're pinning themselves in the corner. We can just push them.
I'm clipping.
Or maybe just push the mice. Maybe push the mice instead.
We don't need to push. Just Zim go here and
watch Dodo peeking.
Why don't you push something?
Okay, we can't push the bats anymore since they're in the corner. We can't push the bats anymore. Why don't we kill the mice? I'm
External
going
is
north.
still stuck underneath.
Fuck it. Photo, go north. Someone else go north and kill the mice. Nonik and Photo will kill mice.
Already can just
I got
why
are you playing there?
on mice. I have to reload. Zim can
I
work
made
on
middle
mice.
Get safe, let it. T1, cover these guys.
External's trying to kill me. External's
Both
trying
these
to kill
guys
me.
go
I
kill
need
them,
help.
okay?
Someone
I don't
has to
know
watch
what you
this
want.
guy. No,
Yes,
it's like
why are you playing that position?
I'm trying.
he's stuck there. Like, I'm stuck, dude. I can't go anywhere. Okay, I'm coming, Flo.
Okay. You need to... Nonik, you have to go kill the mice with our mice.
Are we
I
going?
will.
Yes, what?
I have
Guys.
4.
Can
We're
we
missing
make a...
2 bats.
They have
I know.
bats that can be
Can we
fine.
not already them?
Alright, fuck it. I'm gonna leave 2. I'm leaving 2.
Let's
I
already
got lit.
2-1, I'm just gonna
They're
leave you
gonna
to
know
watch
that we're
this.
pushing the mice.
I know.
I'm pushing 2.
Hold up.
From behind.
I can go. I'll go with the mice too. 2-1, just watch this when they push in, okay? I'm gonna go north.
All right, you can hear the emotions right now. Eclipse guys are just, they're on the edge right now. They've been playing all day. These are 2 best of 13. They have to play 1 best of 13, wait until another one finished, and then sit down and play yet another. Right now, these guys are getting tired. They're fighting fatigue.
And No Nick, speaking of fighting, he's coming in here. He's going to take down God Emperor Brett, and they're going to have a couple more shots for Ox Mathis. If they can take him down, does snap a shot off, and now the Bat Chats for Elevate have shown up. And they are going to trade out No Nick as he's caught out in the open. He's actually going to drive into the rock. Drock is going to stay there, try to angle his armor. Bat Chats are going to try pushing the south, but they've left 2 of them down there. It looks like a third from the middle is going to come over. Ox does pick up No Nick, no skill.
And shots fired. Wallhack sneaking some in on T1. Into the backfield now and tries to trench this drop. No, Rox, this is slightly in the favor of Elevate for now, but Eclipse can easily come back to this one. As there you go, you see, as both teams drop near to 5k hit points each, both have 1 tank down, and well.
But the difference is Eclipse right now can take these 2 Bat Chats out in the south as soon as they realize they have the air match, if they do it quickly without losing anyone, and that would tip the scale in their favor. The problem is, if they wait too long, these Bat Chats are going to rotate around, or they're going to pick up Drock in this bat in the north. They already comes short and actually hits the corpse there.
Yep, Drock in the mouse, squaring off against Ox Mathis, but should be able, Drock Cab should be able to get the kill. However, Wallhacks has just moved in.
And now Eclipse trying to find a kill onto External. They know he's back there. They're trying to box him in. External does find T1 Diabetic, though, as Tigers chases him around.
And there goes Drawcap to Wallhacks and Nits. Batchat AP combo really working out. There's Tigers as well. And look at this. Ledif and Dark God Zim are the only tanks left alive. Ledif, incredibly low hit points, managed to stay at 536 for a good 3 or 4 minutes, Rox. And Dark God Zim does what he can, but I don't think engagements like this really suit the M53-55 as much as they like. And I gotta give it to Elevate. Strong response, you see an artillery piece, it's time to attack. Doesn't matter if you're on defense.
They really punished them there. Definitely some indecision, a little bit of slow play there out of Eclipse. Couldn't really decide who to push or what. They constantly disagreeing with each other, saying, all right, let's push this. Do you agree? And then no one say anything, and then say, well, let's push this instead. And they go, all right, screw it, let's go for that. And that time, well, it doesn't seem like that much. That was time they could have been using to get into a better position, to take out those tanks, and maybe have sealed this game a little bit sooner. And instead, they let it slip right through their fingers, because I think they were in the better position after they made that play up the middle road onto those mouses. From that point on, I think they could have traded that out.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely, you know, I think Eclipse, after that first trade, they got those mouses, they pushed up, took them down. Even after they disengaged, I think they were in the stronger position. They had that little skirmish down in the south where Elevate had pushed in. They didn't Elevate, left too many tanks overextended without the other tanks covering them. And Eclipse capitalized, should have capitalized on the overmatch, but they didn't recognize it. They took too long, and they ended up bleeding way too much HP.
Yeah, they were playing it safe, and they for some reason they didn't piece together that what was happening was that was the big push to counter an arty to strat. Elevate knew what they were doing right from the start. You could see it, right? From Batchets moving south, mouse moving west. Eclipse spouts a few tanks, starts to see what's going on, and just tries to react to it. I think one of the things you have to know about that's really troublesome to deal with is, like, yes, you bring an artillery piece, you start your opening move, and you don't discover until you're halfway through your initial movements that your opponent is running that counter. It's something that's hard to deal with, because you immediately have to take your entire team and change everyone's game plan.
Yep. And my point is relatively simple. It's just if they had recognized they had that overmatch sooner, and just gone for it instead of waiting too long and letting Elevate rotate their tanks around. Tigers should have been alive. Instead, he got picked off by the tier 9 bat. Ledif bled a lot of HP, and it all just collapsed there like a house of cards, essentially. Once one went down, it just fell apart instead of putting that last card on top and having it be the perfect pyramid.
And you can hear it on comps. When the team isn't quite on the same page, things fall apart. People aren't thinking about the right aspects of their gameplay in order to work together, focus, and get the win, right? Distracted, not able to focus on what other players are saying. You're just simply just trying to think of your own ideas. You hear people just kind of blurt things out in comps there, right? That's usually a sign that someone's already on their own track. They're already going in one direction. Look at that, Rox.
Elevate, they're going to go for the, or Clips anyways, they're going to go for the S-Tank push here. Clips coming in with a mouse to 113, 3 bat jets, an S-Tank, and an object 416. Meanwhile, Elevate coming in with 2 mouses, 3 bat jets, and a WZ-111, so fairly heavy lineup for Elevate. And they failed the S-Tank boost. And now it looks like Elevate are just willing to go for this south push. A couple other bat jets getting spotted. Repositioning. Now they know they have Eclipse in a really awkward spot. Putting off some good damage into Eclipse. Ledif losing his gunner. See if he has a medkit still or not. Tigers takes another shot. And now Clips are on the ropes. They are backing out. S-Tank, who failed the boost, T1 Diabetic, he's just stuck deploying here and trying to put some shots down range using this one ridge for cover. But that's going to allow Elevate to get better positions on that cap and possibly put some cap pressure onto Eclipse.
Well, Eclipse is ready for it, though. Eclipse has an S-Tank. Look at that. T1 looking right towards the 2 cap. In the meantime, you've got everything else. Medium tanks from Eclipse heading out to the west side for coverage. So Eclipse has their bases covered. And I think having the S-Tank out of the high ground really hurts, though. It's something I think that works out still, because elevation or not, you're still going to be able to put shots on target.
And Elevate waiting for their mouses to get up here. Looks like they're going to use the mouses to get on cap and be the cap pressure, and Eclipse is repositioned all over the map. They have a couple bat shots down, flexing around into the south. The 416 still in the north, just being the passive scout for him. Photo finish, hanging out in the 113.
And first tank spotted. Ox Mathis taking 440 as he leads the way. And he's got a fantastic position. He's going to be very difficult to deal any damage on. There's no arty. There's nothing that really can be effective against an S-Tank at this range and that kind of an angle. So good call by Eclipse, Rox. Look at that bat shot in the south. Give him a moment. He should be able to move in and do something about the mouse positions. There we go. A few bounces, though. T1 on Ox Mathis. As the cap will begin. 45-second counter. And let's watch the resets just start to roll in. Eclipse is going to roll their tanks to the south. 113 moving in to be just the closest tank running right over the ridge. Should be able to actually distract the guns of the mice from Elevate, force them to look more towards the southwest, opening up angles for our S-Tank T1 Diabetic. In the meantime, you've got a bat chat far south that's no nick, no skill, squaring off against Canadian Impact, but he doesn't have all of the information. He doesn't know everything he needs to. And because of that, you don't know how many bat chats, if you're Eclipse, are in the southeast, ready to tear your tanks apart. Example is a Tigers going down, getting completely torn apart. Now, Nonik is at 233, and if you look, Ledif is reasonably healthy, but give it a moment or two, and this could be a trap that Eclipse is walking into. Whether or not they decide to go all in is what I'm going to wait to see, because Ledif can still back out, Darkgut can still back out, right?
They haven't done nearly enough damage to these mouses, though, and so I don't know that it's really going to matter what happens on the rest of the map, because the cap pressure is just going to keep building up, and these tanks trying to get the resets on the mouses are just going to get punished. The Doma takes off one of them, and Ledif, Canadian Impact's still alive on very low HP.
T1's landing shell after shell after shell. This is a field day for him. All that we need to see out of other Eclipse tanks is just they just hold his position. Just more time is all the S-Tank needs, it looks like. He's going to be able to deal enough damage to keep things even, is kind of what I'm seeing right now. There we go. Another connection on Nitz as he shifts towards the cap. And I like this. Look, Drawcab has shifted to the south, getting closer to the cap. Along with the 113 of Photo Finish, there are now 2 tanks from Eclipse that are within close enough proximity to cap that they should be able to get a reset should they need to. But look at that surprise. External shows up, and he's going to be able to force T1 down, and that's it. Elevate should be able to walk away with the win at this point. They've killed the crucial tank for Eclipse to be able to have a place in this battle. Elevate's going to put their 5th point on the board.
Yep, Drock getting focused out. Photo Finish coming in here behind Ox, trying to get some damage. But Ox is just going to poke up and over and finish Drock. And it looks like Elevate are in a good position to close this game out right now.
Yep. Sorry, excuse me. I was saying 5th. I meant 6th.
Yeah, this is going to be match point right now.
Yep. This is going to bring them ever closer. And you know what, Rox? You called it. You were spot on. Steps is the one where this starts to break away.
Because even if this goes 1-1 for this last map and somehow Eclipse can hold on defense on Ruinberg, it still means they have to attack and Elevate defense next round, and that would be enough for Elevate to walk away with the win.
That it would, and there we go. Last kill comes in. Dodoma even trying to go for style points. And that'll put one more, so it's now 6-4. Ruinberg, we're going to see Elevate start on attack.
And you can see Dodo feeling good right there. Dodo has more titles in the WGLNA than any other player.
He's always been a part of a winning team. Well, just about.
Yeah, well, you could add to this. I believe this would make his 4th title in the league. More than anyone else. Look at how much damage Photo did, including getting a lot of resets, 131 fantasy points, but not enough to carry his team to victory. External, who got the kill there onto T1 Diabetic at the end, had a great game, as well as Dodoma. You can see why he's feeling so good. Put up some great numbers there. 2 kills as well. And then on the second page, Ledith lost his gunner fairly early on. Tigers got caught out of position, and got up where Brett went and sat on cap the whole game. Didn't really have anyone to engage.
Absolutely. So this we're looking now at what could be the final battle, but looking back at what we just saw from Elevate was able to pull a win out of a situation that it didn't look like they had all the answers ready to go. External coming in a little later than honestly they would have liked, I'm sure, but Elevate managed to get
in time to win that for Elevate.
Yep, T1 was going to be the hero. He was ready and waiting to be the one that got so much damage that he was going to turn the battle around just on that alone. While everyone else is getting the spotting, everyone else is pulling turrets, distracting players, he's worried about just landing shell after shell after shell. I don't think I saw more than half a second where he wasn't zeroing on a tank and getting ready to fire, you know?
Yep. And now we are ready for what could be our last battle of the series. Let's see what happens.
Ruinberg, a mixed type map. The defending team starts the battle on the green, and the attacking team starts at the centre square of the town. Bases are located quite far from each other. Both bases are better controlled from the village when playing a heavy setup. It's better to attack the first base through the top direction with the help of several well-armoured heavy tanks. For the attack on the second base, it's better to use a more mobile setup and either play through the centre or split forces. In general, the map is not easy to play on. Teams often use blind shots and risky shifting of the forces from one flank to another.
And it will be Eclipse on defense, bringing 2 113s, a 215B, a Mouse E4, Tier 9 Batchat, and a T95 Doom Turtle. Meanwhile, Elevate, 2 113s, a Mouse, 2 Batchats, and 2 Tier 9 Batchats. Now, one other thing that we haven't actually mentioned today that I do want to say, Ox, Wallhacks, 2 of the best players in the league right now on Elevate. They have never won a title before.
They've never gotten first place.
Never had first place before.
You're right. They've managed to just barely be out of the running every time.
Yeah, well, they were on high voltage for a while. Before that, Ox was on RBIS.
Yep. And he was excellent back then.
Yep.
But you're right. Their teams weren't able to quite make it.
They were always contenders, but they never have gotten a title. So winning this round right now, or one of the next 3 rounds, would give them their first title win ever.
Yep. And this is what a map to finish it on. Ruinberg, one of the most defensive-sided maps in the league, at least historically. More recently, it's started to shift with the new mouse meta, but we can still pretty confidently say that the defenders have a decent idea of what they're doing. Attackers are still trying to figure out, you know, what what they can do to try and one-up.
This is risky. No Nick, no skill, just pushing him behind as these Bat Chats take control of the 0 line. And it looks like Eclipse are going to try to shift out towards some sort of 6, 7, 8, 9 line defense on the low ground.
That is strange to me. I'm not quite sure.
Giving up the high ground, leaving the Mouse and the S-Tank.
What are they going
or not
for?
The S-Tank, but the E4 is the only ones on the high ground. The 113 coming in behind.
Yeah, but what are they trying to do?
They're getting over to the fountain. And now No Nick, no skill is going to come across like Mathis.
Yeah, but there's... Can he even stop? Why is he doing this? Why aren't they going to the cap? Wait, and then Elevate just got off the cap. Okay. Couldn't they have just capped fast? Like, with the way tanks are moving right now, they literally could have won the game right now. But they're going to decide instead to just group up, send 113s, 2 of them,
Dark
a
God
Bat
Zim
Chat.
gets caught out by wall hacks. They're going to start trading shot for shot.
And
Ox is going to come around. He's going to pick up the kill on Dark God Zim. HP still even. Tigers gets deleted in that 215B by External. This is not looking good for Eclipse. 2 tanks down. They need to trade it out fast. No Nick, no skill gets focused out.
And I think Elevate might have lost their minds. They've just decided to roll forward. Canadian Impact deciding, okay, guys, we're going in. He's driven behind enemy lines. He's now behind Photo Finish and Draw Cap. Puts 1 into draw. Second
They're
one.
causing all sorts of havoc. HP is evened out right now. Drock trying to get a shot into there. Photo and putting 1 into the dirt.
The lead is slightly in favor of Elevate right now, but not by much. There's still a chance for Eclipse to hold on in this battle, but there goes Drawcap. Major damage dealer is out. T95, T1 Diabetic. Can he do anything? Does he have a chance to save this one?
He has to get into that fight right now, but Ox is going to hold that inner corner right there. It's going to make him hard to be effective right now. Letif coming in. Photo and him trying to focus out onto Nits. A big shot from that E4.
And
Letif's going to come around. He should be able to get the kill.
And he does. Able to finish that one off, but looks like Wall Hacks is reloaded. He's going to be able to support, create some form of distraction while Gut Emperor Brett.
Canadian Impact should pick up the kill on Photo Finish. 2 tanks, all that remain for Eclipse. Elevate are about to do it.
Canadian Impact has 2 shells left. T1 gets caught Emperor Brett.
Letif, all guns shooting at him. And he goes down, and that's going to be it. Elevate are going to be your Season 2 champions.
Congratulations. Well played. It has been a long road so far. And look at them already celebrating, guys. They managed to do it. That was a bold play even for the last battle. On Ruinberg attack, deciding to run straight over the middle and just go for the brawl.
I think you say it best. The best direction is forward. And that is simply what they did. They drove forward, they went into the guns, they caught Eclipse out, trying to be a little bit fancy, trying to make the rotations, trying to go for something different, and they just capitalized on it. They found the isolations, they put Eclipse in some awkward spots, they didn't know how to respond, and they just ended up turning it into a landslide.
And they'll be the second team in the history of the WGL North America to have 2 consecutive titles.
And that, I believe, brings 4 to the organization of the Cunninghams, Noble, Apex, and now Elevate.
Yep, quite a long history, a series of names you would not believe that they have attached themselves to. And look at that, shaking hands. Good sportsmen always. These guys have known each other for years, in some cases.
Yep, and congrats once again to Elevate. And Eclipse should hold their heads high. They played the great series. Just came down to, like I said, start of the day. Steps, I think, would be the decider there between these 2 teams. That's the one where they broke the camel's back as they got the win.
Elevate figured it out at that point. They realized that they just needed to suck it up, focus for a minute, and that they would just finally get the wins that they needed, and they managed to string them together. It was difficult. Elevate looks tired. I'm sure.
It has been a long day for them. They played the first match of the day. Now they're playing in the last. Played round after round after round. This was almost our third 7-5 of the day. 1 short though. And now Elevate are going to try to lift this massive trophy.
It looks like
External. They're all there.
He's got it. They can do it. It's all about teamwork.
Let's see if they raise this thing.
And there it goes. Taking a look at some of those final plays one more time, guys. These are the last moments of the match as they raise the trophy.
You can hear everyone clapping for them. You can see what that means to a lot of them. Some of them, this is their 4th title. For others, it's their 1st. But Alexi's been eyeballing that trophy for a long time. Same with Wall Hacks, and it's finally theirs.
Everyone's inspecting the tank as well. They're like, oh, is this accurate? Yeah, it looks like it's got the proper number of...
Deciding who gets to take that bad boy home with them.
I don't know if... Do you have to check that at the airport?
Yeah, I'd imagine you just mail it home instead of trying to take it through security. And now Josh is going to join the winners on stage, Elevate.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Just got done congratulating Comps and the rest of Elevate. You guys have secured $95,000 and a trip to Moscow to represent North America at the Grand Finals. How big is this win for you guys today?
I mean, it's awesome. We've worked all season long for this, and this is the pinnacle of what we've come and worked together for. So we're super happy with the results today.
You had to fight against Top Tier, and they made you guys sweat. Then Eclipse, it was back and forth, 1-1, 1-1, but eventually it seemed like you guys just started to take the fight to them. What was the strategy after about midway through this series? Did you guys need to change anything? You just pretty much played your game and got the victory?
Well, it was blow for blow for the first 8 matches, and then steps was basically the turnaround. I mean, I wasn't playing, but the guys basically picked up the pace and finished out in great succession. So, yeah, it was good.
What are you guys going to do now in preparation for the Grand Finals?
Well, first of all, we're going to take a week off. I mean, I guess it's well-deserved. But after that, back to practice. So practice, practice, practice.
Anything you'd like to say to your fans?
I mean, thanks for showing up. Thanks for watching on Twitch. And I hope you guys appreciated the show.
All right, thank you, Comps. Congratulations to you and your team. We'll be rooting for you and Eclipse at the Grand Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for your WGLNA Season 2 Finals. Elevate!
Rocks, it's been an absolute pleasure.
What a day it has been. In that last game, we didn't even get to it. Hawks, 5,600 damage in the mouse in that last game. Wow. I think that's the most damage we've seen out of anyone all day.
I believe you would be correct. So what a cherry on top, Ox Mathis getting his first title, I believe you were saying?
Yep, first title, same with wall hacks.
On top of that, he manages to do it while getting 5,600, how much?
5,602 damage as well as 2 kills. Canadian Impact at 3K just behind them.
So finishing it in style.
Yep.
That's the way to do it.
What a day it has been. You can't really ask for a better finals day than this. Some really close matches. Elevate versus Top Tier was fantastic stuff. Extremely close, nail-biting stuff between Eclipse and Dare Rising. And then once again, in the offline match, it was 7-1 in favor of Top Tier over Dare Rising. So overall, though...
What are your final thoughts, though, man? What has this day been to you?
It has been a great day. I think it was a great day to recap the end of the season. Elevate continuing their dominance. They went completely undefeated this season. They had one game that went to overtime that they won, and they won everything here today. And so not a single round loss. You can't really knock them for that. That's the reason they're here. That's the reason they're on that stage right now, and they just lifted that trophy.
Yep. It's simply said, congratulations, Elevate. Eclipse, thank you so much. Top Tier showed us an amazing, amazing form. And Dare, well, Dare has shown us a phenomenal season as well and such growth. Thank you guys so much, and thank you so much. We'll see you guys later. We're going to head back to the analyst desk with Joshua Gray.
Thank you, gentlemen, for delivering all that action here at the WGLNA Season 2 Finals. We've done it. We've crowned a champion. Elevate's taking home $95,000. They and Eclipse will be competing at the Grand Finals a little bit later this year. Joe Hawk and B. Ted have been locking it down at the analyst desk all day long. Gentlemen, are you surprised by this victory?
It's over. The curse of the Negatron is done.
It is.
We have a 2-time champion.
And a great 2-time champion. And champion, Wally finally has his trophy, well-earned trophy. Same with Ox Mathis. And I really like this team. Plus, we forgot to mention the fatigue factor. As the day went on, the team that wanted it more became more and more apparent. And that's not a knock against Eclipse. That's a trite comment. But you saw them break them on steps.
We were able to talk to Top Tier and Dare Rising during this game outside, and you could see the passion coming out of both those teams. Dare Rising not being too happy with their performance overall. But for us to see how well Top Tier did against Elevate, and as you said, the fatigue factor, these guys had to defend their territory, the defending champions 2 seasons in a row. I have a lot of promising confidence in the top 4 teams, obviously here, but the amount of innovation almost in some of these maps, and also the amount of aggression we saw, especially in this last series, Elevate taking it to Eclipse, and that's what really made the difference.
I would definitely think so. I think Top Tier has sort of had their coming out party today. Their statement of this is who we are. We're just not another young team that happened to make it into the playoffs. And that's a pretty big statement to win third place, scare the Jesus out of Elevate, and kind of make that statement. So they'll be able to pick up players easier. They'll get a more positive influence out there and get their name out there. And great play by Day Rising. Eclipse will also be going. I think this is a fantastic day.
Definitely. Let's hear you guys' final thoughts. I was really impressed with a lot of, like I said, the innovation, but also the sportsmanship from all these teams as well. These gentlemen work very, very hard. They sacrifice a lot of hours every week to compete in this league, and now they're all the better for it. Taking home $95,000, not too bad. Let's go down the line. What are your final thoughts for today?
Oh, it was a great weekend. Obviously, I mean, with the sportsmanship, everyone here is friends. We're all, you know, I think, you know, as Ute has said, this is the unofficial Bulba Clan meetup. I think over half of the players here from Bulba. So even when I was in the tent watching that final match, you had Elevate guys right next to Eclipse guys. You know, they want their team to win, but they're not bitter rivals. So hopefully that can carry forward into grand finals, and we'll see. I would love to see a first place, if not at least an NA team in the grand finals final match.
I think we have a very good chance of making the semifinals with the two teams that we're sending. And I would love to see us play in the finals. I would love to see us win, but I think Elevate could push teams, and Eclipse will really surprise teams. If they can come out and fight as hard as they did today, I have very positive feelings about what can happen.
Positive feelings indeed from today and into the grand finals. You guys get more information about the grand finals by following at WGLNA, so stay tuned for more of that information. We crowned a champion, and they're taking home some serious cash, but the fight is not over yet. North America still has a stake to claim in the World of Tanks Championship, the Global Championship, the Grand Finals, so we can't wait for that. On behalf of everybody here, on behalf of Wargaming and the entire production staff, thank you so much for tuning in. Also, thank you to Legion by Lenovo. All the matches today were powered by Legion by Lenovo. All those great, sick shots, those sick matchups, those sick victories, and of course, the crowning of a champion, a big day in the history of World of Tanks. Thank you so much for tuning in. Congratulations to Elevate. We'll see you next time. Until then, good night and good game.
Don't stop till you see the giant tank. Don't stop,
tier. That's probably what they look like right now, doing some dancing.
Did you hear the
got their
jams?
first
They
win.
put some jams underneath that.
Nice.
It's DJ Lush vibes. DJ Lush vibes.